Dedication. This book is dedicated to you. Whether you know it, believe it, like it or not, we all share the same source. The birds, the bees, the flowers, the trees, the insects, the planets, the stars, the galaxies, the universe, and all the people in it share the same ultimate source. You and I share it. Adolf Hitler and Mother Teresa share it. Buddha and the jerk who lives down the street share it. The question is not, do we all come from the same source? Because there can only be one source. The only question is, are we aware of that source? So how do you know if someone is aware of their source? You will know them by their fruit. Do they treat everyone with equality, love, and respect? Or do they judge, pick, and choose? Do they love their neighbor as themselves? It's a very simple question with a very simple answer. Do you think Adolf Hitler loved his neighbor as himself? Do you think he knew that he shared the same source as the people he murdered? Of course he didn't. He wouldn't have wanted to harm the people if he knew that he was actually harming himself. Do you think that Jesus knew that he shared the same source as the people who murdered him? Do you think he loved his neighbor as himself? Of course he did. That's why he said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." He knew that if he loved them, even when they hated him, he was loving the parts of them that they weren't yet aware were from the same source as he. Love thy neighbor as thyself, because thy neighbor is thyself. This book is dedicated to that source unveiling itself. This book is dedicated to the hurting ones all around the world who consciously or unconsciously feel alone and disconnected. This book is dedicated to the end of suffering. This book is dedicated to love, joy, peace, and fulfillment unveiling itself, not with words or riddles, but with an experience of awakening from the dream of separation. This book is dedicated to you. Acknowledgments. I want to acknowledge Danny England, Carol Seaver, David Sullivan, Christy Nye, Seth Nye, Dakota Nye, Raina DeBacco, Dean Graziosi, Chris Crone, Gerald Rogers, Marcus Bishop, Roger Salam, Ari Page, Stephanie Davis, Wayne Dyer, Tony Robbins, Matt Larson, Brendan Burchard, Evan Pagan, Mike Koenigs, Pam Hendrickson, David Fagan, Jill Fagan, Bonnie Hearn Hill, Ariel Holloway, Darcy Blakely, Eric Gerace, Adris Pender, Todd Gorell, Poet O'Shea Thomas, Lao Tzu, Buddha, and Krishna for all of the love, support, guidance, wisdom, and perfect reflection along the way. Most important, I want to thank Jesus Christ for inspiring the words that effortlessly flowed onto these pages during the 40-day fast I was on while writing this book. Introduction. There is something inside you that is yearning to be released. You have a gift for the world, and the world needs your gift. In order for you to share your gift with the world, though, you're going to have to open the package. If you want to open the package, then you're going to have to wake up. You will not be the same person when you finish reading this book as you were when you started. By the end, you will finally know the purpose of your life, and you will finally know how to be deeply and truly loved. This book will serve as a roadmap that will assist in your awakening process. You probably have questions right now that don't seem to have any answers, and every answer you do get just seems to open up even more questions. This is because at the time of your birth, you fell into an ever-deepening sleep as your awareness moved more and more outward. That sleep becomes deeper and deeper with every passing moment until something triggers your awareness to turn inward. If you have not experienced that trigger yet, you're about to. If you already have, then you're about to gain concrete reference points, so you will no longer feel as lost on your journey inward. You're about to discover the cheat code to liberation. In life, you're either growing or you're dying. There is no in between. There is a time for both. The key then is to understand how to properly do both. You're about to learn how to grow and how to die. In doing so, you will uncover the purpose behind your existence. You will learn what it feels like to truly love and be loved. And as an added bonus, you will live for eternity. Hopefully that sounds like something that would interest you. If so, you'll want to keep reading. If not, I would suggest taking a serious look at your life and your loved ones. And once you've done that, think of the people in your life who are worth living for, worth becoming the highest and best version of yourself for, and worth learning how to connect with and show love to at levels you only thought existed in fairy tales. After you've done that, you will then want to come back and read the rest of this book. If you're listening to my voice right now, then I'm assuming you either already know that you're extremely valuable to this world, or have at least been noticing a little ember burning inside of you that you can't quite put your finger on. Either way, you have been called, and your destiny is waiting. When in the growing phase of your life, you're constantly adding new skills, new talents, new experiences, new friendships, new jobs, more and more of all you can possibly take in. This might seem like this is growth, but in truth, There actually is no growth in this phase. Who is this book for? It's for anyone who loves Jesus, and it's for anyone who does not love Jesus. Who is this book not for? It is for everyone, but the people who are so deeply consumed by their ego that their ego will force them to stay as far away from it as possible. Lies are afraid of truth, because lies cannot exist in truth. Darkness is afraid of light, but light does not have fear of darkness, because it disappears when the light is turned on. If you're afraid of this book, then you need this book. You're about to learn a 5-step roadmap that will show you how to uncover 3-dimensional freedom, which is freedom mentally, physically, and spiritually. These 5 steps will show you how to manifest everything you want in life and more. You will learn how to manifest health, wealth, happiness, deep, meaningful relationships, and deep spiritual connection. You will also be able to answer 3 questions. 1. Who or what am I? 2. What is the purpose of my life? 3. What do I do now? The title of this book is If I Die Before I Wake. In case you haven't already noticed, I'm not saying what happens if I die in my sleep tonight. I'm saying you are asleep right now, but you just don't know it. The title could have been, What Will Happen If I Die While Still in the Trance I'm Currently Living In? This book is all about transcending, ending the trance. Since you have already read this far, it is most certain that you are ready to end your trance, and you are on your path to waking up. If you read this entire book, there will be no turning back for you. You will have seen behind the curtain and will not be able to unsee what's behind it. You will know too much and will not be able to return to your old unconscious conditioned patterns. These patterns have either kept you drifting aimlessly through life, or they have kept you bulldozing your way through life like a relentless juggernaut. Soon, you will have tasted the fruit of the tree of life and will realize how terrible the tree of the knowledge of good and evil is. You will do whatever it takes to spit that fruit out because, in truth, that fruit is the only thing that is keeping you asleep. We will get deeper into these metaphors later. At this phase in the book, you're not ready to understand the true meaning of them. Don't worry, just keep reading. I saw a quote that said, "The truth will set you free, but it will piss you off first." I'm sharing that quote with you because it's a good way to describe how you might experience this book. Right now, it is possible that you might be asking yourself, what does it even mean to wake up? You'll learn the answer to that shortly. For now, the quickest and simplest answer I will give you is this. It's a shift from identifying and experiencing yourself as a human being who might occasionally have a spiritual experience to instead identifying and experiencing yourself as a spiritual being who is having a human experience. Realizing that you do not actually live in time, you play in time, but in truth, you are an eternal being without beginning or end. This book will become simpler and simpler to understand as we go along. Right now, we are unpacking your bags. Once we get the clothes out, we can look at them and then try them on. We will move from an abstract realm into something so tangible that you could almost hold it in your hand. So even if you've never heard anything remotely resembling what I'm talking about right now, you will understand everything in this book at a level that will make complete sense to you. If you are already familiar with many of the terms I'm using to describe the process of awakening, then this book is going to connect a lot of dots for you that you may have been trying to put together for decades. Another question you might have right now, since the title of this book suggests it, is, well, what does happen if I die before I wake? I cannot tell you that for certain, and I didn't write this book to talk about things that I have not personally experienced, so I will not pretend to have the answer to that. But I would like to ask you to think about something for a moment. Again, I am by no means claiming what I'm about to say is truth, but it is something that could be very beneficial for you to think about. Right now, you are experiencing yourself in the physical dimension. In this physical existence, there's a thing called lag time. There's a gestation period for everything. You can't have everything you want the very instant you want it. This is a good thing for you, because you have a mind that craves things that are obviously not good for you. If you didn't have lag time to save you, then you would smoke a cigarette and instantly die of cancer. Or you would eat a Big Mac and instantly die of a heart attack. That doesn't sound like much fun, does it? But that is not the biggest issue. The biggest issue is that, unless you've done a lot of very deep inner work, you don't think that you deserve to be loved unless you do something to earn it. This is the root of all pain and suffering in the world. It is a pretty big deal, but at least in this physical realm, you have time to trick yourself into thinking you can earn love by doing more good things and fewer bad things. Think about this for a moment, though. What if when you die and leave the physical dimension, You no longer had to wait for your thoughts to manifest. I'm not saying this is what happens. I'm just asking you to imagine for a moment. What would happen if your thoughts became reality the very moment you had them? Would that be a good thing for you right now? Are all of your thoughts pure enough that you would be safe from yourself? What if you left the physical realm and you could no longer do anything to earn love because there was nothing left to do? Would that leave you in love, or would it leave you in fear? If you couldn't do anything else ever again to earn love, yet your constant thoughts right now are that you need to do something to earn it, where would it leave you for eternity? In love or in fear? It's a simple question with a simple answer. Most would be left in fear. Luckily, there's a cheat code so that you can be very certain that whatever happens after you die, you can rest assured that you will be in love. I'm talking to you about truth. The things I will be sharing with you are things that you can actually experience. You don't need to meet me to experience them. You don't need a special drug to experience them. You don't need anything to experience them. The best part is, you don't have to wait to experience them. You can experience them now. A huge amount of social conditioning and programming has become deeply rooted into the human psyche. We have been handed beliefs that, when truly observed, are not truth at all, but instead are fear-based methods of control. Since we have gathered our belief systems from people we trust, we accept them as truth. It's time for you to question everything. When you ask enough questions, the truth is the only thing that will remain. The problem is that we've been too busy listening to people who don't know what they're talking about. We're the blind led by the blind, and it stays that way because we've been taught not to ask questions. Let me ask you something. Do you feel 100% free right now in every aspect of your life? If not, then you're holding on to false beliefs. The truth will set you free. Therefore, if you knew the truth, it is safe to assume you would already be experiencing complete liberation and freedom. Again, I'm not saying this in theory. I'm saying this out of experience. Since I avoided the question of what happens if I die before I wake, I will give you the answer to an even better question. Sitting around worrying about what might go wrong is not usually the most beneficial thing to do. Focusing on what's right rather than what is wrong is a more productive option. So I'll give you the answer to the positive side of the equation. The question then turns to, what happens if I wake before I die? That is a much more empowering question to ask. The answer to that question will hopefully inspire you to read this entire book. The answer is, you will find the purpose behind your existence, and you will experience everlasting love, joy, and peace. That may or may not come as a shock to you. If you've studied any major religion, then it probably isn't much of a shock since most of them promise this. The thing I'm about to say next has a better chance of shocking you than what I just said. What would you think if I told you that many people who are alive today will not wake up and they will never die either? What if I also told you that could be the worst possible scenario for any being to experience? Now, before your mind goes too many directions, let me explain this a little further. I'm going to get pretty deep right now, but don't let it run you off. Remember, this book is going to get simpler and simpler and feel lighter and lighter as we go, even when we are discussing very deep topics. I'm planting seeds right now that will germinate as you progress. We will be watering these seeds throughout these chapters, and before you know it, you'll have a brand new, fully grown garden. So, as you read it, you'll find many amazing things that make sense right then, but they will only make total sense when you finish this book and have the whole of it in you. That is when you will start to really get it. Once you read it fully, and then read it again slowly, in the second read, you will be able to more fully understand things since you will then have the whole in you. The material you will find in this book contains many layers of understanding. What you understand today will reveal an even deeper hidden truth when you read it again tomorrow. Okay, are you ready to go down our first rabbit hole? To exist in this physical realm, you must exist in 3 dimensions: the mental dimension, the physical dimension, and the spiritual dimension. If you're reading this book, you can't not exist in all 3, no matter how hard you try. Here's the thing. Anything that exists only in time doesn't actually exist at all. Everything you see around you will be gone one day. Not gone because you will have died and are in some other realm to where you can't experience them, but will all be gone because the cells, molecules, and atoms that they are made of will disperse. Your house will disappear. Your car will disappear. The earth will disappear. The sun will disappear. The galaxy will disappear. The entire universe will disappear. Everything in the physical realm will eventually no longer exist. In truth, the entire universe that you knew when you started reading this sentence actually no longer exists as you finish it. Every single thing is completely different at the quantum level every single moment. Since the physical dimension, which includes your body, exists only in time, it is therefore an illusion. It has to be an illusion because nothing real can be threatened. Truth can't be threatened. Eternity can't be threatened. Unconditional love can't be threatened. Those things are real, but since the physical dimension is in constant flux, it can be nothing more than an illusion. Now, the mental dimension, on the other hand, doesn't exist only in time. Your mind can fluctuate between time and eternity. Therefore, your mind does actually exist. Your mind is your free will. Your mind gets to choose if it wants to identify as the physical part of you or the spiritual part of you. The spiritual dimension is eternal. It is not dependent upon time and can never be dependent upon time because it exists in truth. Your mind is the link between the physical and the spiritual dimensions. It is the link between illusion and truth, time and eternity. Remember that I said waking up was the shifting of what you identify yourself as, a human being having a spiritual experience versus a spiritual being having a human experience. When you wake up to the truth of who you are, you no longer only exist in time, you exist in eternity. Your physical body may pass away, but you will not. This is the choice that you were born to make. Are you a body that is dying with every passing moment, or do you exist in eternity? This is the choice between waking up before you die or dying before you wake. There's a third choice that is now on the horizon for humanity. Earlier, I wouldn't tell you what happens if you die before you wake. I did tell you what happens if you wake before you die. But I just brought up another question. What happens if I don't wake and I don't die? This is a very important question because this is the path that in the current collective consciousness most people are on. Notice that I said current collective consciousness, which means it doesn't have to be this way. When you understand what is at the end of this path, you will most definitely want to make sure you and anyone you know are not on it. For now, I will describe it to you like this. Imagine two trains driving beside each other. On one train, the people on it are waking up. They're becoming more loving, more joyful, more at peace, more present, more in tune with nature, more connected with each other, more connected with the spiritual part of themselves, and less affected by what might be happening in the world around them. On the other train, the people are going to sleep. They're becoming more irritable, more easily triggered, less at peace, always worried about tomorrow, spending less time in nature, eating processed foods that are quick and cheap but harmful to themselves and to the planet. The worst thing, though, is they are becoming less and less connected to the spiritual aspect of themselves, and less connected to each other, as they constantly stare at their smartphones, computers, and TVs, anticipating the next big thing that will spark some sort of emotional reaction in them. They are waiting for the next hit of an artificial stimulation in hopes that it will make them feel alive again because they've become dead inside. They're handing more and more of their minds, aka their free will, over to an illusion. This road does have an end to it. One day, they would no longer have a free will. They would no longer have the ability to choose their own thoughts. They would no longer have the ability to choose between time and eternity, truth and untruth. Right now, the two trains are very close to each other. They're still close enough that the people are stepping back and forth between them and not really noticing it. As the people on the one train become more awake and the people on the other train become more asleep, the trains are starting to separate. The people on these metaphorical trains are having less and less in common with each other, and very soon there will be a point where the trains are so far apart that the people will not be able to even see the other train any longer. One train leads to eternal love, joy, and peace, and the other train is going off a cliff. This may seem a bit frightening to think about, but if you're reading this book, then chances are you have nothing to worry about except how many of your loved ones are on the other train. So the question is, what do we do about all this? The reason I'm writing this book is because the world is in need of a simple, step-by-step user guide that will show them how to get on the waking up train. This book is that user guide. I've written it in 3 parts: the path, the proof, and the process. Part 1 is called the path. This is going to be the roadmap that you will use moving forward. It is a journey through 5 levels of consciousness. When you read about these 5 levels, you will spot which one you are in, and you will spot which one your loved ones are in. If you want to take a trip, the 2 most important things to know are where you are going and where you are starting from. Until now, we have been wandering aimlessly through life, working our butts off, thinking we are getting somewhere, only to find out we're still in the same place we started. The 5 levels you're about to learn will first show you exactly where you're starting from. Not for you to judge yourself or anyone else, but instead, just to give you a frame of reference. If you wanted to drive to New York, it would make a difference if you were starting from California or Florida, wouldn't it? That is why it is important to take an honest, non-judgmental look at your current level. Second, once you know where you are, it's important to know where you're going. You don't stand a very good chance of hitting the target if you don't even know what the target is. You will probably not get to New York by just saying, I don't want to go to Texas, I don't want to go to Texas. By doing that, statistically speaking, you have a much better chance of winding up in Texas than you do New York. You're about to get a very tangible understanding of exactly where you are and are really trying to get. I've shared these 5 levels with 9-to-5 blue-collar individuals, and I've shared them with Academy Award-winning artists. I've shared them with people who don't even have a bank account and people who bring in hundreds of millions per year. The reactions from every person are usually something like this. Wow! Everything makes so much sense now. I never understood what my life was about until now. If I'd only gotten this roadmap sooner, I could have saved myself a lot of pain, torment, suffering, and wasted time. As Les Brown would say, I'm not trying to impress, but to impress upon you how powerful what you're about to experience is. Part 2 of this book is called The Proof. This is going to be the story of my journey through these 5 levels. This way, you not only learn what the 5 levels are, but you will see the proof of how moving through them transforms you. You will see real-life examples of what each level looks like and how life is experienced in each one. You will be able to see yourself in my story and will actually transform with me as you read. People learn best when they don't know that they're learning. The path will help you understand the 5 levels in your mind, but the proof will help you understand them in your emotions. You will actually be experiencing the transformations. You will see the methods of manipulation my ego is using to trap myself in each level. All of the stories that you will read in this section will be real stories. Some of them I would have previously done anything to avoid sharing because I would have been ashamed of or embarrassed by them. Some of them I wouldn't have wanted to share because I wouldn't think you would have believed me. That was just the ego trying to keep me locked in the cage. At this point, I'm no longer worried about what anyone thinks of me. I am a completely open book. I hope by being completely honest and open with you about what I went through, you'll be able to see yourself in my mistakes and successes, and your journey will become much easier. Once you've experienced the transformation in part 2 of the book, there will still be one more piece that you will need to complete this puzzle. Part 3 of the book is called The Process. This is where I will share the strategies and tools that, looking back, I realized were the key ingredients helping me transition through the levels. These are going to be the cheat codes to get you through without having to go down all the wrong paths that I went down. Success leaves clues. These are the clues that my journey left behind to successfully navigate through each level as quickly as possible. If you want to bake a world-class cake, you don't have to spend 30 years learning how to be a world-class chef. All you need to do is ask a chef for his recipe and then follow it. Following these action items will complete your transition through each level. You will know what each level is by reading the path. You will feel what each level is by reading the proof. And you will become the change necessary to move through each level by using the tools in the process. You now know what this book is about and the purpose behind it. So, let's get started. Chapter 1. Have you ever wondered why it is that some people are unhappy and unsuccessful? Some people are super successful yet still unhappy. And some people are completely happy but not successful at all. And how did some people become completely successful and completely happy and fulfilled? Success without fulfillment is failure. It is our mission here to have both. The problem is that you can't have both unless you understand a few very important keys to life. The biggest problem is that you can't hit a target if you don't know what the target is, and very few people really know what the target of life is. The other problem is that even if people had known what they were searching for, it's very difficult to find without an effective map that describes each step to getting there in detail. You're about to have both that map and the target. The target is 3-dimensional freedom. To exist in this physical realm, you have to exist in 3 dimensions, the mental, physical, and spiritual dimensions. Most people put all their focus on finding freedom in one of these dimensions, but the key to life is balancing all of them. By using the 5-step roadmap described in this book to uncover your 3-dimensional freedom, you will experience better health, more wealth, more happiness, deeper and more meaningful relationships, and a solid spiritual connection to the source of your being. Most important, you will find yourself. By finding yourself, you will uncover your gift to the world and your purpose for being here. Your difference is the only thing that can make a difference. It's time to find out what that difference is exactly. Imagine being on a deserted island with just you and one other person. Now imagine that other person falling off a cliff and breaking his arms and legs. Then you put his arms and legs in casts. The problem now is that this person can no longer feed himself. You become the only person in the world who can feed him and keep him alive. Now, you ask yourself, is it your responsibility to feed him? If you don't feed him, he dies. So does that mean it is your responsibility to keep him alive? The answer is yes, it is your responsibility. It's your responsibility because you have the ability to do it. You know you can do it, and you're the only person who will ever exist who has that ability because you're the only person there. I tell you this story because that is what is happening every moment of your life. Did you know there is not another person in the world who has your same thumbprint? If you think about that, that seems kind of hard to believe. Look at your thumb. There are not really even that many lines on it. So how can there possibly be over 7 billion different thumbprint patterns in the world? Now think about this. If your relatively small and insignificant little thumb can be that unique, imagine how unique you as an entire being are. The way you look, the way you think, the talents and skills you have, friends and family you have, the experiences you've had, and the experiences you will have are all unique to you. The fact is, there will never be another you for the rest of eternity. Ever. This means that there are certain problems in this world that you are the only person who has ever existed and ever will exist who has the key to unlocking. You are the only key to a locked cage. Your only job in life is to be you. This seems simple enough, but is actually the hardest thing in the world for a person to do. We've been programmed by our teachers, our preachers, our friends, our family, and our government since the moment we were born. We've been told who we are, what we should do, and how we should think our entire lives. All of this programming has covered up the true you. The person you've been pretending to be your entire life is not really you, and that pretending is robbing the world of your unique gifts for the rest of eternity. The time for playing small is over. The time for pretending that you are a slave to what other people think you are has passed. The world needs you, now more than ever, to step up and become the magnificent being you were created to be. The fact you are listening to this right now means that you are ready to wake up. You've crossed the point of going back to the false sense of security that the lie you have been living has created for you. There are no accidents and no coincidences in life. You're reading this at this specific moment for a very specific reason. That reason is that you have been called to awaken to your true identity, and you have accepted the calling. From this moment on, life will never be the same. As you're reading through the descriptions of these levels, be sure to stay aware of your emotions. I've intentionally made some of the verbiage a bit abrasive to help you spot yourself on the map. If you feel upset or triggered by some of the descriptions in one of the levels, there's a pretty good chance that you're in that level. If you read about one of the levels and feel like it isn't real, then you could probably be in the previous one. Remember, this map isn't to be used to judge yourself or anyone else. It is to be used only to find your current location and then start moving forward. Let the journey begin. Level 1. Disoriented. Level 1 is called Disoriented because while in it, you're kind of like a pinball, getting bounced around with no definite direction, rhyme, reason, or purpose. Each day is very similar to the previous one, kind of like the movie Groundhog Day. Have you ever heard the saying that some people live 90 years and some people live 1 year 90 times? Well, the person who lives 1 year 90 times is probably in level 1. I once heard Tony Robbins say that the equation for happiness is this: life conditions equal blueprint. What that means is if the things that are happening in your life are equal to the blueprint that you are using to determine what a happy life should look like, then you're happy. But if not, then you're unhappy. So the equation for unhappiness is life conditions do not equal blueprint. Your life conditions are your environment and what is happening in it. Your blueprint is the idea that you have of what you think life is supposed to be like. If the two are matching up at the moment, then you're happy. If not, you're upset. In level 1, you are completely controlled by your environment. You live in a reactive state rather than a responsive one. In this disoriented level, you do not have much control over your life conditions or your blueprint. You're at the mercy of the world, a victim of it. You feel like you've been dealt a hand of cards, and it's a crappy hand. So you're just playing the hand the best you can, but feel that life will never be as good as you had hoped for because your hand just isn't as good as the hand other people were dealt. Now, the good thing about level 1 is that since you're not in control of your life conditions or your blueprint, and everything is in constant flux on its own, ever so often, the two will happen to line up. When they do, you will experience intermittent moments of happiness. The problem is that those moments will always rapidly fade away. Because of this, someone in level 1 is always looking for quick hits of entertainment as a substitute for happiness. They might get their happiness hits by using things such as TV, sex, drugs, sporting events, hunting, eating, etc. People still use these things in level 2 as well, so they don't necessarily signify level 1. Chances are, if someone is watching more than 20 hours of television per week, you can pretty much count on them being in level 1. Something that makes life even more difficult for someone in level 1 is that they spend money that they haven't earned on things they don't need to impress people they don't like. It seems kind of silly to say that, but it's actually the true reality for someone in level 1. If you want someone's ears to perk up in level 1, tell them you have a winning lottery ticket or a magic pill. That will get them excited for sure, because that is what they've been waiting to fall into their lap for years. If you happen to find a magic pill, though, you might have to convince them to take it because they've probably already tried several that didn't work. They like using the saying, if it's too good to be true, then it always is. Yet they're still waiting for the too good to be true pill to show up and save them. Hence the prescription drug problem we currently have. Another very important signifier of level 1 is that the person lives mostly in the past. Most of their conversations will be about things that have already happened. They may talk about what happened on their favorite TV show last night, or they may talk about what somebody said on Facebook yesterday that offended them. They may talk about everything that went wrong today or last week. They may talk about how things used to be. You will very rarely hear someone in level 1 talk about what they are going to be doing for the next 12 months to create the life of their dreams. They hardly ever create a life plan for themselves. Instead, they will spend their time talking about all the things that have happened to them and have robbed them of living the life of their dreams. It's not their fault. It's the economy's fault, or it's the government's fault, or it's the weather's fault. They have actually convinced themselves that everything is beyond their control, and they are just going to have to learn to deal with it. This level is a pretty simple one to understand because this is the level that most people are actually living in. Can you think of some of the problems that existing in this level could cause a person? When people feel that their lives are at the effect of everything, they can never be the cause of anything. They don't realize that they can only be part of the solution if they first admit to being part of the problem. In reality, if you're having a problem, you're actually the cause of the entire problem. Whatever you do, don't try telling this to a level 1 person unless you want to be attacked. If anyone is often experiencing depression, they are most likely in level 1. This is because depression is not something that you have, it's something that you do, and it can only be accomplished by dwelling upon the past and staying trapped inside of yourself. Level 1 is a surface level existence. The person's consciousness at this phase belongs completely to the world. People in this level generally do not look beyond what the 5 senses can pick up. They don't really try to uncover the root of why things are the way they are. They just want to keep treating the symptoms over and over. This causes the problems to stack up until they are so covered in problems that life seems almost hopeless. Then, apathy creeps in and closes the door to the life they were meant to live. The purpose behind level 1 is to get bounced around like a pinball for a while, so you can experience things that you would never have experienced if you knew that you had a choice in the matter. This is a good thing to go through, but at some point, it's time for the baby to give the bottle up. When it's time to move on, there are usually two things that trigger the shift from level 1 to level 2. Either you get sick and tired of being sick and tired, and finally say, enough is enough, or you have a loved one who means so much to you that you're willing to do anything to give that person a life that you feel they should have. Once this shift happens, there will be much resistance, but it won't seem to matter much because a decision has been made. Deciding means cutting off from all other options. If you or someone you know is struggling with escape from level 1, be sure to read part 3 of this book because I will be sharing with you the simplest step-by-step tools for moving into level 2, which is what we are going to discuss now. Chapter 2. Level 2. Goal-oriented. Money can't buy happiness, but you can rent it. Level 2 is about renting happiness. In level 1, Disoriented, people have no direction, no path, and no purpose. In level 2, people find a path to start walking on. They find a direction. They are no longer spinning their wheels, and there is now movement. If you see someone in level 2 one day and see them a year later, chances are they're not doing the exact same thing anymore. They probably won't even be the same person anymore. These people are constantly learning, growing, achieving, and wanting more. They are on a mission because they have goals. These goals are driving them because they have decided that happiness can only be found when accomplishing the next big thing. Level 2 is about taking responsibility for your life and then taking control of it. If you have a conversation with one of these people, you're going to have a hard time getting them to settle down and relax with you for a bit because their wheels are spinning. They are plotting out their next move. They are more of a human doing than a human being. They are playing chess with life. That means they are figuring out what works and what doesn't work, adjusting their course as needed, but never taking their eyes off the destination. If you want to perk someone's ears up in level 2, tell them about a new and improved strategy or tactic that they can learn that will 10 times their efficiency and income. You're probably already getting a pretty good understanding of level 2. I'm sure you can think of plenty of people in this level. There's a good chance that you could even be thinking about someone in level 2 that you hold in a very high regard as the top standard for what a role model for humanity should look like. The problems with level 1 are pretty apparent, but sometimes the level 2 issues can be very easily overlooked. This is because the majority of people are in level 1, so a level 2 person appears pretty high on the food chain. This is also because we have been socially conditioned to believe that level 2 is the end of the game, and that success and achieving goals are what life is all about. If level 2 is the end of your game, then you're playing a very dangerous one, and I will show you why in a moment. One of the problems that level 2 creates is high amounts of anxiety. We said that depression comes from living in the past. In level 2, we live constantly trapped in the future. If you're dealing with a lot of anxiety issues, then it's a pretty safe bet that you're in level 2 because anxiety comes from living in the future. We use the past to create an identity for ourselves. And then we see all the things that are wrong with that identity. We see how flawed it is. So we look to the future for our salvation. Remember the equation for happiness we discussed earlier. It was life conditions equal blueprint. In level 2, we learn that we actually have control of our life conditions, which means we actually get to play a role in our own happiness. In level 1, we don't have control over any of it because we're victims of the world, completely controlled by our environment. In level 2, a shift happens, and we now learn to control our environment. That sounds great, but what most people miss is that, yes, they can control their environment, but they are still completely controlled by their environment. Here's what I mean. One day, you decide that you know what it is that's going to make you happy. You decide if you have a wife, kids, a $30,000 car, and make $150,000 a year, then you will be happy. So off you go, creating the life that has all those things. You're in control of the conditions in your life. Then one day, you get all those things and feel great for about 2 seconds. Soon, the void returns. The cravings return. You think, what is wrong? I got everything I wanted, yet I'm still not happy. Then you get this bright idea. I know what's wrong. I got all the wrong things. It wasn't that wife, it was this wife or this girlfriend. It wasn't that car, it was this car. It wasn't $150,000, it was $1 million. And off you go, again, again, and again, and again. It is a vicious cycle that endlessly repeats itself until it one day kills you. It's just like taking a hit of a drug and then needing a bigger hit the next time and doing that over and over until the drug consumes you and every bit of life that was in you fades from existence. Remember the astronauts who spent their entire life dreaming of being the first people to go to the moon? One day, they made it to the moon, and it was the greatest experience they could have ever dreamed of. Then, they returned home. Do you know what happened to most of them? They became very depressed. They had been all the way to the moon. Now what? How can you top that? It was the constant growth and anticipation of future goals that was keeping them happy. Once they came back, they couldn't set any goals that could compare to that. Life seemed almost helpless and meaningless at that point. They moved from level 2 back into level 1. They left the future and moved into the past. People wonder why someone like Robin Williams would commit suicide. He was very successful. Everybody loved him. What more could you ask for? Well, he was thinking the same thing. He had given everything he had to become the person he was, in hopes that it would fill the void that was always lurking inside of him. He knew that he couldn't do anything greater than he had already done, and he moved from the future in level 2 into the past in level 1. Then the depression set in, and this time it felt hopeless because he had nothing left in him. Again, the problem is that we've been socially conditioned to believe that level 2 is the end of the game. We think that success and achievement are the pinnacle. If the world hadn't sold Robin Williams a lie, and he had only been shown that there are 3 more levels, he would still be alive today. What happens in the micro happens in the macro. What happens in the individual happens in the collective. All of humanity started in level 1 of these 5 levels. We were completely at the mercy of our environment. We didn't have the technology we have now to create our own destiny. Humanity is now in level 2. We are in complete control of the world. We are dominating it. The problem is that we have to move on now, or we will not survive as a species. Robin didn't survive, Whitney didn't survive, Michael didn't survive, and humanity will not survive in level 2. We will implode. The good news is that you are starting to feel a shift. Not just in yourself, but in all of humanity. You're starting to notice that people are becoming more aware of how the things we're doing are affecting our planet. What you are noticing is the movement of humanity from level 2 into level 3. The bad news is what is probably going to have to happen to complete the transition. Level 2 is all about control. It is about learning to control your environment so that your environment will make you happy. Needless to say, this creates some problems. The first one is that you will soon find out that nothing can actually make you happy. And the second is how far are you willing to go to try and prove that. In level 2, you have game players, you have mastermind game players, you have psychotic mastermind game players, and you have psychotic killer mastermind game players. The handful of people who are making the majority of decisions concerning the fate of humanity are psychotic killer mastermind game players. Whether you like it or not, they are on a mission to control the entire world because they think their happiness depends upon it. And mass murdering innocent people doesn't even cause them to flinch. Now, this isn't their fault because they don't know what they don't know, and their actions are merely symptoms of our current collective consciousness. Our choosing to let most of our fellow humans stay in level 1 is creating the need to a one-world dictatorship to take over control of them. This is what you are subconsciously asking for by staying in level 2. If the majority doesn't want to take control of and responsibility for their own lives and happiness, then someone else is going to have to. I'm not sharing this with you to induce fear or to paint the picture of a grim future because it doesn't have to be this way. But the only way it can change is if you start taking responsibility for your own life and your own happiness, and you help others do the same. If you're in level 1, you have to move into level 2. If you're in level 2, then it's time for you to move into level 3. Chapter 3. Level 3. Journey-Oriented. From human doing to human being. The shift from level 2 to level 3 is probably the toughest one to get because it is so far out of the norm in today's collective consciousness. Because of this, I'm going to spend more time describing this one. There are only 2 ways into level 3, either consistent spaced repetition or an extreme traumatic life-altering experience. In part 3 of this book, I'll give you the tools to make the transition as simple as possible. My shift happened via a traumatic experience that almost ended me. In a way, it actually did. You'll learn more about that later in the book. Humanity has had gentle nudges that are turning into beatings to try and tell us that it's time to wake up as a whole. As the hits become more and more severe, more and more people are starting to get the message. If enough of us get the message, it will be humanity transitioning into level 3 via the consistently spaced repetition method. If we don't all do our part in awakening ourselves and then sharing our stories, as I am doing with this book, then all of humanity will have to go through an extreme traumatic, life-altering experience as a whole. Just by reading this book, you are doing more for humanity than you could ever imagine. By passing this book along to someone else after you're finished with it, your contribution becomes exponential. So, what exactly is level 3? I call it journey-oriented because this is when you realize that it was never about the destination. It has always been about the journey. In level 2, you think that there is some path to happiness, and you just have to find the right one and stay on it long enough to get your happiness at the end. In level 3, you realize that there is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. You realize that the only reason you couldn't find happiness is because you assumed it wasn't there. It is an incredibly liberating moment to realize that there is nothing you have to do to be happy other than choose to be. In level 2, you're ripping the world apart searching for happiness. But it doesn't matter how many rainforests you tear down, because you are never going to find without what can only be found within. Remember at the beginning of the book, I talked about the shift of identification with self. This is when the major shift happens. This is when you finally turn your awareness inward. I said earlier that we use the past to create an identity for ourselves, and we see everything that is wrong with that identity, so we use the future as the hope for our salvation. The problem is that there is no such thing as time. The past is just a collection of perspectives you've chosen to gather up and put labels on using a specific set of filters that are actually blocking you from seeing the complete truth. The future is nothing more than an illusion. You can never find salvation in the future, and you can never find happiness in the future, because the future isn't real. If you want salvation, then you will have to find it now. I said that depression comes from living in the past, and anxiety comes from living in the future. Well, can you guess where peace comes from? Peace is the side effect of living in the present. Level 3 is called journey-oriented because you stay in the present moment and enjoy the journey. You wouldn't go to a movie to see the final scene. You go to a movie to enjoy the entire movie, including the final scene. That is how we are supposed to be experiencing life, one scene at a time. My favorite metaphor for level 3 is from the movie The Wizard of Oz. In the movie, the lion, the Tin Man, the Scarecrow, and Dorothy are all searching for something. The lion wants courage, the Tin Man wants a heart, the Scarecrow wants a brain, and Dorothy wants to go home. They try to tell Dorothy to go back the way she came. She says she can't go back the way she came because she was dropped off there by a tornado. There is no way she can recreate that. So Dorothy and the others find out about this wizard who can grant people wishes, and they think maybe he can give them the things they want. Off they go on this journey following the yellow brick road. In order to find this wizard, they go through numerous adventures and encounter obstacles that include flying monkeys and witches. It's worth it to them, though, to get these things they are searching for. When they finally get to the wizard, they're disappointed to discover that he's a fraud, just a little guy behind a screen performing magic tricks. By the end of the adventure, the lion, the Tin Man, and the Scarecrow all find what they were looking for. They thought they were going to get it from the wizard, but they didn't get it from him. He was a fraud, and could have never actually given them these things. They find out that they had these things in them the entire time. They went on this crazy adventure to find something that was within them the whole time. Well, Dorothy didn't get what she wanted because she wanted to go home. At the end of the movie, Dorothy did make it back home. Do you remember how it happened? In case you don't, she had a magic pair of slippers, and clicking her heels together magically wakes her up. It turns out that she had been home the entire time, and all she had to do was wake up to experience it. This is what happens in level 3. You realize that what you are looking for is what is looking. Until that makes sense to you, it will not make sense to you. But that one statement is the truth that you have been searching for. A power plant doesn't have energy. A power plant generates energy. You don't have love or happiness. You generate those things with one simple choice. There is one choice in every moment: love or fear, trust or control, truth or fiction. Everything you experience is the experience you are choosing to have. Your entire reality is being very masterfully selected by your subconscious belief systems. Your perspective of something actually changes the something. As Wayne Dyer says, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. You wake up to this fact in level 3. You realize that everything you can see, hear, feel, taste, and touch is just energy vibrating at varying levels, and you are the receiver who is tuning into what vibrations you want to be able to experience. This is even proven in science now with quantum physics. In the subatomic field, the actions of the observed are completely determined by the observer. In level 3, you realize this whole life thing had just been a clever game you've been playing with yourself. Let's go back to our happiness equation. Life conditions equal blueprint. In level 1, we don't control either. In level 2, we learn to control our life conditions, not realizing that our environment is still in control of us because we are still looking to it for our happiness. In level 3, we finally get the message, and we start shifting our blueprint. Our whole life, we are fighting to the death to keep this blueprint of how we think life has to be in order to be happy. But the funny thing is, that was never even our real blueprint. The blueprint we are fighting so hard to preserve and match our life conditions to is the one that our teachers, preachers, friends, family, and government gave us. That's why, even if you do manage to get your life conditions to match the blueprint, you are still not happy because it is not your blueprint. Have you heard the story of the Thanksgiving ham? There was a lady who always cut the ends off the ham before she cooked it, and one day her husband asked her why. She said she did it because it made it taste better. The husband then asked, "How does cutting the ends off do that?" She said, "I don't know, that's just what my mom always said." So he decided to ask her mom, who told him the same thing, that cutting off the ends just made it taste better. When he pressed for details, she said, "I don't know, that's just what my mom always did." So the guy says, "All right, let's call Grandma." When he does that, and when he asks Grandma how cutting the ends off the ham before cooking it made it taste better, Grandma says, "What are you talking about? I've never heard of that." "Then why do you cut the ends off the ham?" he asks. "Oh," she replies, "I always do that because my pan is too small, so I have to cut the ends off to make it fit into the oven." I guess you get the point of that story. Before you go fighting for any beliefs or blueprints you may have, you might want to take a look at where they actually came from. Some people have literally killed over their favorite sports team, not even realizing that the only reason they even liked that team was because they were raised in an area that shaped that into their blueprint. In reality, it doesn't matter who wins the Super Bowl, unless you're related to someone playing in it, and even then, it only matters on a surface level. People usually don't start taking a look at their blueprint until one of two things happen. The most common is when their life conditions get really far out of alignment with their blueprint. They give everything they have to try and change their life conditions, but it gets to a point where it is apparent that there is nothing else they can possibly do but watch their whole life crash down. The good part is that it doesn't actually have to completely crash if the person moves into level 3 before the collapse happens. The whole point of the collapse is to move the person into level 3. Once they get the lesson, the test is over, and their life can start spiraling back up again. I call this collapsing of one's life the cocoon phase. This is when the caterpillar is growing its wings to become the butterfly. I will describe my cocoon phase to you in the second part of this book. It was the most difficult time in my life, but from the ashes, a phoenix emerged. Now, I love talking about the terrible things I had to experience in my cocoon phase. I literally get excited about it because those are the things that it took to set me free. Sometimes I'll hear someone else talking about their cocoon phase, and I start getting excited and cheerful as they're describing it. But there is something that I've noticed. Some of these people get upset with me and say, "Why are you so happy? You don't even understand what I went through." What I've noticed is that if someone is still bitter about their cocoon phase, then they didn't get all the lessons that they were meant to get. They didn't make it to level 3. I think in my own head, uh-oh, you didn't get the lesson and you're going to have to take the test again. Now it is possible that they may not have to take it again if they go to the second route into level 3. The second route usually happens like this. The person could actually live and succeed in level 2 so long and do so much yet still be unhappy that they finally realize that it was insanity to think that level 2 would ever bring them the fulfillment they were searching for. They finally start searching for another way to fill the void. They realize that the answers aren't out there. and they turn their awareness inward. They start hearing the voice saying, "Wake up, Dorothy. Wake up. You're home already." Once the awareness shifts inward, the journey home begins, and this journey is the one of consistently spaced repetition. That is looking, listening, contemplating, and watching the thought patterns as they emerge in their minds and slowly start distancing themselves from those thought patterns. You see, in level 3, you wake up to the fact that life is meaningless, which really means there is no meaning to life other than the one that you assign to it. You start to understand that there was never, ever any single situation in your life that upset you. And the thing that upset you was the story you told yourself about the situation. Here's what I mean. Many people want to be rich so badly that it winds up killing them. Well, I have a little trick that will instantly make you the richest person on the planet. All you have to do is close your eyes and put yourself back 200 years ago. If you are in poverty in America today, you probably have a car, electricity, running water, a cell phone, and access to the internet. Did you know that the richest man on the entire planet didn't have any of those things 200 years ago? You can be in poverty in America and still have things that the richest man on the planet would have traded everything he had to get. Yet, you might think your life isn't up to par. Where did this crazy idea come from? It came from the story you told yourself about the situation you are in, rather than from the situation itself. In level 3, you realize that every single moment is a gift from God, even the moments that you don't like. It's your job to find the gift. It's your job to assign an empowering meaning to the moment. Every adversity carries with it the seed of an equal or greater opportunity. I'm going to share with you some pretty cool examples of how I used this shift of perspective in my life to completely transform moments that would normally be perceived as terrible things into moments that were some of the greatest gifts to my life. One of the most powerful keys to life is understanding how to transmute energy. You will become a master of this in level 3. You will find that all suffering has been artificially created by your own mind, and you will learn how to change the way you look at things, and the things you look at will change. We are taught that bad things happen and then we get upset, but in reality, we are already unconsciously upset about something, and then we experience the bad thing that happens. It's the which comes first question, the chicken or the egg. In level 3, you realize that your subconscious thought patterns came first, and then you experience the reality that matched them. Life is a perfect mirror, so you can see what is going on inside of you. Here's a cool parable I found that explains this nicely. There were 2 dogs that walked into a room at different times. When the first dog came out, he was super happy with his tail wagging. When the second dog came out, he was angry, growling, and had his fur all ruffled up. There was a lady watching this happen, and she wondered what could possibly be in that room that made one dog super happy and the other dog super angry. She decided to walk inside and check it out. When she stepped inside, she found that it was a room full of mirrors. It turned out that the happy dog walked in and saw 1,000 happy dogs looking back at him, and the angry dog saw 1,000 angry dogs growling at him. Level 3 is about a complete detachment from outcome. How can you live in the present moment if you are attached to a specific outcome? You can't. I'm not saying that you aren't allowed to set goals in level 3. I'm saying only that you can still set the goals when, if the goal isn't achieved, it isn't going to affect you. I'm also not saying that you can't have a great time at Disney World. I'm saying go to Disney World, but get happy and then go to Disney World. Don't go to Disney World to get happy. If you need Disney World to make you happy, then when you are no longer there, you are no longer happy. You see the difference? It's all right to have a happy relationship, but if you are using the relationship as your source of happiness, then you have the problem. It's all right to have things. The problem is when things have you. Do you have your Monday Night Football, or does your Monday Night Football have you? It's important to look at everything you do on a regular basis and ask, do I have this ritual, or does this ritual have me? It's also important to look at everything you own and ask, do I own this thing, or does this thing own me? If anything has you or owns you, you can never make it to level 3 or above. One of the most obvious things you will experience when entering level 3 is a division in your mind. Until I entered level 3, I thought I was my thoughts, and my memories, and my achievements, and my talents, and my past, and my goals, dreams, and desires. What you realize in level 3 is that you are none of these things. You are not your body, you live in a body. You don't say am hand, you say my hand. You don't say am car, you say my car. You're not your things, you have things. You're not even your thoughts, you have thoughts. Have you ever noticed that you will have a really bad thought enter into your mind, and you kind of throw that thought out like you have no idea where it came from? And it couldn't have been you who made it. But then you have another thought come through that is so amazing that you grab onto it and tell everybody about it as if you were the one who actually created it, and you think you are somehow a better person because of that thought. Well, I'm happy to inform you that neither of those thoughts came from you. They came from the collective that you put yourself in, either physically or mentally. This is good news because you no longer have to be attached to any of these thoughts. You no longer have to wait around until another good one pops up before you can prove your worth to the world. You know you are not your thoughts, and your worth is not dependent upon them. You realize that your worth is not dependent upon anything. You are perfect in this very moment and can never be more perfect than you are now. Once you read part 2 and part 3 of this book, everything I'm saying right now will not only make sense, but you will actually be able to experience what I'm talking about. One of my friends told a story about someone she knew being stuck in a traffic jam. The lady was so upset that she had been sitting in this traffic jam for 2 hours. She kept saying, "I have to get home. This should not be happening." Well, she finally made it home, and when she got there, she found her home had been destroyed by an avalanche. If she had made it there when she wanted to, she and her entire family would have all been killed. We have to stop judging each moment and deciding if something is good or bad. If the only thing that kicked Adam and Eve out of Eden was biting into the fruit of good and bad, why are we still chewing on that fruit? Spit it out! Level 3 is about releasing all judgments. The judgments on the moments, on your fellow man, and on yourself. Once you do this, it feels like stepping out of a cage and becoming completely free for the first time in your life. Everything around you has new meaning. The colors become brighter, and the sounds of nature become more enchanting. It's as if you had been living in a fog your whole life, and now the fog has passed. You can see the contents of everything instead of just the form it is expressing itself in. You can sit in a dark cave and experience more joy than you could have ever had doing your favorite things in level 1 or 2. You are no longer controlled by the environment, and therefore no longer controllable. You can't be controlled because there is nothing you are lacking, and therefore nothing you are wanting. People think we need a revolution to stop all of the corruption that is threatening our freedoms. But really, all we need to do is move into level 3 and realize that no one can ever actually take our freedom and our happiness from us. Those things only exist inside of us, and if we don't find it on the inside, we will tune into a reality in which we don't experience it on the outside. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you subconsciously think you are. If you are a slave to society, it is because you think that you are. There doesn't need to be a fight. There just needs to be a peaceful letting go. An eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. You can't fight darkness with darkness. You don't have to fight the darkness. All you have to do is turn on the light. We only need to shift our collective beliefs, and we will shift our collective reality. Chapter 4, Level 4, Value-Oriented. Be a fountain, not a drain. Level 3 is an amazing level, but it is not the end of the game either. In Level 3, you can sit on a park bench and have the most incredible experience of your life doing absolutely nothing, and that is an awesome experience. But at some point, you will look around at all your old friends and loved ones and start to see them locked inside of their cages. Now at this point, you know that it is a self-imposed prison, and the handle is on the inside, but they don't know that. The thing is, you don't know what you don't know, and you can never know what you don't know, so it is important to help people who don't know something that you do know. Harriet Tubman said, "I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if they only knew they were slaves." Level 4 is about helping to unlock those cages. It's called value-oriented because it is purely about providing value in the world. This is where you turn the flow back on. In Level 1 and 2, you were a drain. It was all about getting things from the outside in. In Level 4, the flow reverses and it goes from the inside out. You become a fountain. In Level 1 and 2, you think it is about what loves you. In Level 4, you realize it's about what you love. Once you've had your fill of perfect bliss in Level 3, it's time to start sharing some of that with everyone else. It's about giving people a hand up. Most, but not all, people in level 4 are coaching or mentoring others. I don't say shame on the sinners, I say shame on the enlightened ones who aren't helping the people who are lost in the darkness. It's really not anyone's fault when they get lost. Jesus said it nicely, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." If people knew that they could experience perfect bliss at any moment, then they wouldn't be ripping the world apart and killing each other looking for it. If Dorothy had known she was dreaming the whole time, she wouldn't have had to fight all those flying monkeys. When you enter into level 3, you see the world for what it really is, just a big ball of good energy. If you're thinking about arguing with me about that, it's because you haven't experienced level 3 yet. You see right through all the illusion of separation and suffering, and the things that aren't real become transparent. It's as if you thought you had been staring at a wall your entire life, but it turned out to be a window, and you can suddenly see right through it. In level 4, that window turns from transparent to translucent, meaning you can see through it, but you can also still see it. This lets you function in the world again, but at a transcended level. We're all here for a reason. If you weren't still supposed to be here, you wouldn't be. That's why level 4 is all about giving, because giving is the purpose of your life. Not giving to get either. Remember, at this point you already live in the present and have no attachment to outcome, so there is no neediness or anticipation behind your actions. You are just giving because it's right. Level 1, 2, and 3 are all about what's in it for me. You are searching for your own happiness in those levels. You actually find it in level 3 because you realize you had it the entire time. In level 4, another shift occurs. It changes from what's in it for me to how can I serve? When this shift truly occurs, it is the most amazing feeling ever. This how can I serve question can be tricky though. Sometimes we might think we are in a true level 4 because we are asking that question, but in reality, we may not be. If you would have told me about these levels when I was in level 2 and put a gun to my head, I would have sworn to you that I was in level 4. The truth was, you can't be in a true level 4 unless you have gone through level 3. I thought I was in level 4 because I thought everything I was doing in level 2 was for my family. But in reality, everything I was doing was to prove to myself that I was worthy of having that family. It was very subtle and hiding in the background, but the truth was that I didn't feel worthy of my family's love unless I could provide them with an extraordinary life. That is a counterfeit version of level 4. Remember earlier I said that the truth will set you free, but it will piss you off first? The real truth behind why people are doing things is a truth that most are extremely afraid to admit. Many people truly believe that they are the most caring and giving level 4 examples the world has ever seen. The truth is that they are giving out of a false abundance. They are really in a state of scarcity and think that by giving, someone else will hopefully give back to them, or at least they will be worthy of someone giving back to them. What they don't realize is that the love and happiness they are so desperately wanting is already inside of them, but they will never find it because they think they have to get it from someone else. You might be able to think of a few people right now who are actually pretending to be in level 4, but are actually in level 2. They act like they are doing everything for everyone else, but in reality, it is a manipulation to get what they want. They are actually really easy to spot once you understand these levels. In level 2, you think life is all about the destination. In level 3, you realize it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. You basically just become an experiencer of life rather than an actor in it. When you make it in level 4, you realize it's not about the destination, and it's not about the journey because those two things will be over one day. In level 4, you realize it's about the person you become because that's the only thing that lasts. In level 1 and 2, you create an identity for yourself. In level 3, you step outside of that identity and realize that you are something way beyond that little identity you had caged yourself inside of. In level 4, now that you have stepped outside of that identity, you start objectively shaping it into the one that would serve the greatest good for humanity. You can do this objectively because you realize that the identity that you are using to interact with the world is not you, and can never fully represent the truth of who you really are. Knowing this, you are able to start fearlessly shaping that identity in a way that would give it the ability to create the most value in the world. In level 4, it's as if there are two of you inside of one mind. They are the part of you that is pure and eternal, and the part of you that you use to interact with and share that truth and purity with the non-eternal world. You become the manager of a store and the clerk who carries out the tasks. In level 1, you're not really making any important decisions about the long-term direction of your life because you don't feel like you have any control over it anyway. In level 2, you think you do have control over your life, so you start setting goals and directing your life. The only problem is that you don't realize that it's actually the external world that is telling you what you want and need in order to be happy. You think that you're making your own decisions, but you are still just a puppet on a string. In level 3, all the strings get cut. You are no longer a puppet. You release all of your attachments in the world, including your attachment to outcome. You can no longer be controlled by anything because you realize that everything is perfect exactly as it is. In level 4, you realize that everything is perfect for you, but there are other people who could use a little help understanding that. So in order to assist them, you step back into your Earth suit. The only difference is now, you are truly the one steering the ship, and you are steering it in a way that is purposefully serving the greater good of all. Could you imagine a world where every single person's only desire was to serve humanity? The world would be such a loving, creative, joyful, and amazing place. Chapter 5. Level 5. Soul-Oriented. Once you hit level 4, you really start to believe that life couldn't possibly have any greater purpose than this. You think that you have it all figured out. You're happy. You're assisting the world in its evolution toward happiness, and you're being the highest and best version of yourself in each and every moment. You are shouting out, "God, I'm going to change the world. I'm going to make the world a better place. Bless my dreams and help me do this." That seems like a wonderful thing to say, but there is one tiny little error in that. The problem is, you can't see the picture when you're inside of it. In level 3, you may have stepped outside of the picture, but in level 4, you're back in it with a new perspective. Even though you have a fresh, new, clear perspective, and have eyes to see and ears to hear truth all around you at this point, you are still inside the picture. Level 5 is the only way to get the perspective you need to carry out your life's purpose. When you move into level 5, you will soon realize that you have actually been in level 5 your entire life. Only you were just afraid to surrender to it. Here's a metaphor I like to use to illustrate the problem with level 4. Imagine remodeling a house. One day, your floor guy comes in and is feeling really great. He decides, you know what? I think I'm going to work all weekend and do all these floors ahead of schedule without asking anything in return for it, because that would be a really great thing to do. So he does that. Then on Monday morning, the painter walks in. The painter starts flipping out because he was supposed to paint certain walls before the floors were done. Now his job is going to be more difficult because he has to spend extra time covering up the floors and making sure he doesn't get paint on them. The floor guy really thought he was doing something good that weekend, but because he couldn't see the whole picture, he actually made things worse. If he had only been listening to the contractor instead of doing what he thought was best, he would not have done the floors ahead of schedule. Here's another one. Imagine driving down the road and coming to a Y. Your GPS says, go left. But you have been this way before, and you know that going straight is faster. Even though your GPS says go left, you go straight. You drive about an hour until you come to a bridge that has been completely washed out. Now, you have to turn around and drive an hour back. You can choose your own path, but there is something out there that has a much larger perspective than you that is telling you the fastest route to the place that you want to go if you will just listen. Can you see where I'm going with this? In level 4, you're saying, God, bless my dreams so I can make the world a better place. In level 5, you say, God, I give up my dreams. Bless your dreams through me. I surrender. Not my will, but thine be done. One of the easiest ways to tell if you're acting out of level 4 or 5 is to ask yourself, am I saving or am I serving? In level 4, you're a hero. And in level 5, you're a humble servant. Level 5 is called soul-oriented because it is a complete surrendering of your soul to the will of God. Level 4 seems great, but the problem with it is that you may unlock some cages that you weren't meant to unlock. You might birth something that you weren't designed to birth. In level 5, you stay in a constant communication with God. You always wait for God to show you the next step. When you do this, you will see true miracles occur. Things will start happening that you could have never dreamed of trying to make happen. The truth is that everyone is always in level 5, but they just don't realize it. Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. This is true about level 5. God has given you instructions for the fastest path to your destiny your entire life. Think about how many times you knew you weren't supposed to do something, yet did it anyway. and it turned out really bad. Or the other times when you knew you were supposed to do something, but didn't, and you missed out on a really big opportunity. There is a contractor that doesn't have a limited perspective, and that contractor is constantly giving you guidance. God is a truly all-knowing CEO. You are the manager, and your ego is the clerk. The clerk can't see the entire picture and should not attempt to direct the entire organization. You always know what you should be doing, but you think, what about all this other stuff that I spent so much time and effort on? What about all the plans I already made? How am I going to be able to afford to do that? How could I possibly make something like that happen? What about this? What about that? These are the thoughts that stop us from moving in the direction of our divine soul purpose. In levels 1 and 2, you think life is about pushing down the gas pedal. As you move through levels 3, 4, and 5, you realize that the gas pedal has been full throttle the entire time, and you have been the one with your foot on the brake. In surrender, you completely take your hands off the wheel and your foot off the brake. You become a conduit, and you watch as your life and the lives of those around you become more and more loving, more and more harmonious, and more joyous. You realize that you don't have to do anything to make this happen. You just have to not block the light from coming through you. You become filled with light and love in level 3. But that's not meant to be kept inside you. It's meant to flow abundantly throughout the world. Level 5 is when you truly release the floodgates, live in pure faith, let go, and let God. There are many people right now who are afraid of the word God. This is because there have been so many wars fought and so much killing done in the name of God. All of these tragedies have nothing to do with God because God is love. God doesn't wage war, only man wages war. Earlier, I said that people pretend to be in level 4, but they are really in level 2. The reason there are so many wars fought in the name of God is because there are so many people pretending to be in level 5, but they are really in level 2. This is a very dangerous game. People think they are fighting wars in the name of God, but they are really fighting wars in the name of a level 2 person who is manipulating them. How does this happen? All a level 2 person has to do is convince enough people that he is in level 5, and then tell those people that God said, go kill this other group of people if you and your family ever want to go to heaven. This sounds like something you could make up and put into a movie, but it has actually happened over and over and over throughout history. And if that isn't bad enough, it gets even worse when those beliefs get passed down like the Ham story we talked about earlier. People start killing each other because someone said that someone who was in level 5 said something that was never even said in the first place. Then the chaos really begins. Sometimes people decide that they want to give their life to God when they are in level 1 or 2. This is usually because they are tired of all the pain and suffering. The problem is that you can't give away something that you don't have. If your life and beliefs belong to your teachers, preachers, friends, family, and government, then you can't give them to God. You're going to have to take them back first. That is why it is so important to understand and move through these 5 levels. If you don't build foundations in each, you might think you are doing something in the name of God, but in reality, you are recycling a deadly belief system that was handed to you by someone who had level 2 motives. If you are ever going to do what you were created to do, you are going to have to find peace within and then start listening. Love, hearken, and surrender are some of the most powerful words you could keep in your awareness. These words are the key to liberation. When God gives you direction, it happens from deep within. You can never let someone else tell you what God wants you to do. The kingdom of God is within. If you are trying to get answers from without, you will find answers that may have been inspired by God, but the moment they entered into the physical world of illusion, they have been tainted. They are no longer purely God. Level 5 isn't about religion, it's about releasing yourself from the hold of religion. Religion is like a package, and inside the package is a gift, but you can never find the gift until you rip open the package. I'm not going to go too in-depth about this until we get to the second part of the book. Once we're there, I'm going to share with you my own personal experience of how Level 5 began for me. I'm going to tell you my experience in hopes of illustrating the fact that you are in Level 5 right now in this very moment, and all you have to do is peel the onion. You will never find God because God was never lost. Your responsibility is to find and remove all the blockages within you that edge God out. This book isn't meant to add anything to you. You are already perfect. I only hope that by reading this book, you will finally be able to let go of anything that is not true to you. The real you has been covered up by lies that you bought from the world. It's time to shed those lies, those feelings of unworthiness, those feelings of not being enough. When you shed all the lies, the truth is the only thing that will remain. The truth is that you are an eternal being, created perfect in every way, by the only force that is real, unconditional love. You have an infinite number of stories that you can choose to experience, but you can only choose one in each moment. The awakening occurs when you start choosing your way into the one and only truth. The way, the truth, and the life is the whole holy oneness of pure unconditional love. Always remember that you don't need me or anyone else to awaken you into truth because you have actually been there the entire time. If someone tells you that you need them for your evolution, then you have probably just bumped into a level 2 person pretending to be in level 4 or 5. That person is attempting to steal your free will from you and use it for his or her own advantage. You don't need anything or anyone to get you somewhere that you already are. This might seem a little confusing at this moment, but it will all make perfect sense by the end of this book. This is the end of the Level 5 roadmap. By now, I hope you have spotted yourself on the map. You will fluctuate back and forth between levels, but most of your time is spent in one of them. Again, do not use these levels to judge yourself or anyone else. Just use them as objective reference points because in truth, everyone is already in Level 5. The world will constantly try to convince you otherwise. That is the nature of the world because it is constructed from an illusion of separation. This 5-level roadmap will help you stay centered as you peel off the layers of lies that have covered up the gift that is the true you. I asked earlier, how is it that someone can be unsuccessful and unfulfilled? How others are successful and unfulfilled, yet some are unsuccessful and completely fulfilled, and there are the very few who are completely successful and fulfilled. We just answered that question. If someone is unsuccessful and unfulfilled, then they are in level 1. If they are successful yet unfulfilled, they are in level 2. If they are unsuccessful yet they are fulfilled, they are in level 3, but still haven't recovered from their cocoon phase. If they are successful and fulfilled, they are in level 4 or 5. Try to get an idea of which level you think you might be in. Whenever you are ready, move to the next part of this book, and let's experience my real-life journey through the 5 levels. Also, for more tools, resources, and videos to help you go along your journey and to learn more about the new universities we are building, please visit Earthwaking.com. Part 2. The Proof. Chapter 6. Level 1. Disoriented. My mother had a brother who was born with a terminal disease called muscular dystrophy. Later on in life, my mother had a child who was born with muscular dystrophy. This child was named Matthew. He was my older brother. Muscular dystrophy lays dormant in a female, but can be passed down to a child through her. Because my mom was the carrier of this disease, she blamed herself for giving it to Matthew. This was very hard for her to deal with. After Matthew was born, my parents decided not to have any more children because they didn't want to risk giving the kind of life that comes with having muscular dystrophy to another child. Apparently, God had other plans because a few years later, I was conceived. When I popped out, I was a normal child. I was normal to everyone except my mother. To her, I wasn't normal. I was beyond normal. I was perfect. She didn't realize what was happening, but in her own mind, she had just made up for what she had done with Matthew. She had created a perfect child to make up for creating a seemingly disadvantaged child. I remember how much she would constantly talk about how awesome I was, and how I could do all these things that no other child in the world could do. I'm telling you all this for a purpose. I want to illustrate to you how my personality was developed so you will understand why I did the things I did later in life. Remember, as you read my story, think about your own story and how your personality and thought patterns were shaped as well. This is going to be very important for you to know when transitioning from level 2 into level 3. Your patterns will become more and more apparent to you as mine become more apparent. The patterns and filters that you use to examine and interact with the world are all formed in your mind before the age of 7. After that, they are pretty much set in stone. They can be changed, but not very easily. This book is going to help break up those stones so you can set new, updated, truth-based, empowering patterns. These patterns and filters you adopt are going to determine how you create every moment of the rest of your life. One of the most important patterns you set is the pattern of how to get your love. You will see later in the book that what most of us consider love is actually just a business model and not truly love at all. We determine how to get our love by watching how our parents react to us when we're very young children. We get it mostly by looking at how the parent we craved love from the most reacted to us. Notice, I didn't say the parent we experienced love from the most, but instead, the parent whose love we craved the most. Most of the time, it is skewed to the parent of the opposite sex. That is not always the case. My mom loved me absolutely 100% unconditionally, without a doubt. And although I felt that, there was something else happening on a subconscious level between the two of us that would shape every decision I made for the rest of my unawakened life. Even though my mom loved me unconditionally, she didn't love herself unconditionally. She was still judging herself for passing muscular dystrophy to Matthew. This was something that was completely out of her hands, yet she still put blame on herself. When you blame yourself for something over and over, you try to come up with other things that you can take credit for so that you will feel better. I was my mother's salvation. As long as I was perfect, she could feel like she was fixing what she felt she had done wrong. She was going to show the world that she had a perfect superhero son. She always told everyone about all the amazing things I used to do, most of which were quite an exaggeration. She never admitted to anyone that I could ever have made a mistake. Even though Mom was giving me unconditional love, she didn't give it to herself. The love for herself was placed upon conditions that only I could fulfill. Those conditions were that I had to be a perfect superhero. Of course, I didn't want to let my mom down, so off I went, trying to fill those shoes. I carefully analyzed every single action I made because I wanted to make sure that each action was aligned with the image that my mom had projected of me to the world. She had absolutely no intentions of co-creating this belief with me, but this is the one that stuck. In order to be worthy of love, I have to be a perfect superhero. I guess being perfect isn't too much to ask for, is it? Most of the ways this belief shaped me were actually very empowering because there was a presupposition that I actually could be perfect and I actually could be a superhero. That leads to an apparently better life than adopting the belief that I could have chosen, which was that I would never be worthy of love no matter what I did. I had no idea that this was the belief system that I was using to structure every single move I made and every single relationship I formed in my entire life until recently. What I now realize is that I was using this belief to create little invisible contracts with people. We all make these contracts with everyone we meet until we become aware of them. These contracts are called attachments. The reason that we go through our life completely oblivious to doing this is because we actually put little fine print inside the invisible contract that says, you must never talk about this contract, and you must defend this contract with all of your being. If you ever talk about this contract, it will be null and void, and then our relationship will no longer exist because this contract is what binds us together. As you're reading this, you might either not know what I am talking about, or you may think I'm exaggerating. This is no exaggeration. We learn how to write these contracts with our parents as a little child, and we keep doing it our entire lives until we wake up and see them for what they are. You might have a contract with your dad that says, I'll be very quiet if you will let me be around you. You may have created a contract like this if your dad would always leave or kick you out of the room for being too loud. You may have created a contract with your mom that says, I will be your baby if you take care of me. One of the ways a contract like this could have been created is if your mom was very love-starved and used you to try to fill herself up with love. The thought of you not needing her terrified her, so she did whatever she could do to stick around, including assisting you in becoming helpless. There are infinite types of contracts that you could create along with infinite amounts of fine print in them. But once you develop your contract with the parent whose love you crave the most, you will start using that same contract for every relationship you create. The reason you use these contracts is so you can bind someone to you because you think that the binding together is love and it will keep you from being hurt. You think that when you honor your side of the agreement, it means you love that person. And when they honor theirs, it means they love you. This really is what most of us think love is. Not very many people are aware of this, and hardly anyone would admit to it because all of your contracts say that you cannot admit to it, or your relationships will be over. These are our methods of manipulation to bind people to us so that we feel safe and wanted. This is not love. This is an agreement. This is a business. This is horse trading. This is whoring. This is based upon performance. You are making trades with each other. True love is unconditional. When we set conditions in place, like, you must not love me because you didn't hold my hand earlier, we are actually trying to create contracts rather than love. We think the contract is the love. We think the contract is the thing that holds us together. But in reality, these contracts are the very things that will forever keep us distant. If you lack the right to not hold your partner's hand at any particular moment in time, then you never had the right to hold it in the first place. You were instead forced to hold it by a binding contract that you never even realized you signed. The very same contract that you put in place to keep you and your loved one together is destroying your relationship because it has robbed that person of his or her free will and forced him or her to become something he or she is not. If you aren't understanding this yet, don't worry. It will all make sense as we go along in my story. What kind of damage could holding on to a belief like, in order to be loved, I have to be a perfect superhero, create? I'll give you some examples. I was 12 when my brother died, and he was 16. I was holding his hand as the life left his body. Normally, you would expect a certain reaction from someone in this situation. The normal reaction would be to cry. Strange thing is that I never cried. Not because I was some super enlightened being at the age of 12 and knew the truth about what was really happening, but instead it was because I knew I had to keep my composure and be a perfect superhero. Perfect superheroes don't cry. That's something a normal person would do. How could everyone else survive if the superhero were crying? What chance would they stand without my composure? These are the subconscious thoughts that were controlling my action. These thoughts that I didn't even know I had were imprisoning me. They forced me to lie about myself and my emotions. Once you find out what your subconscious beliefs are regarding what it takes to be worthy of love, you will be able to look back at every moment in your life and see why you did the things you did. Here's another example. I used to love skateboarding, and I was pretty good at it. My friends and I would go to the skate parks together, and we would stay for hours and hours. They all had a great time. I enjoyed it as well, but there was one major difference in our day. They would have a great time skating, and I would just sit back and watch. So the question is, why would I do something like this? Well, it turns out that I didn't want anyone to see me practicing. I could go home and practice street skating while no one was watching. But I would sit around all day waiting for my perfect moment when everyone's heads were turned so I could go out there and practice for a moment. I didn't want them to see me as anything less than a perfect superhero because my entire sense of self-worth depended on my being one. What would happen if they saw me fail? They wouldn't want to be my friends anymore. In my own mind. This seems silly to think about, but this is really what I was doing. Here's yet another example. In all subjects in school that were based on logic, I would always score at the top of the class on all the tests, but when it came to English and writing, I was only average. A perfect superhero couldn't be average, so I needed to figure out something to fix this. I tried to become better at writing, but it just didn't seem like something I could do, so I had to come up with an alternative. Here's what I came up with. Instead of getting a C on the writing assignments, I would just not do them. That wasn't enough, though. I also tried to make other people feel stupid for even doing such an ignorant assignment. I tried to act like the only reason I wasn't a perfect superhero when it came to writing was because I thought the assignments were stupid and I didn't care about them. That wasn't true at all. I was lying to everyone around me because of my silly insecurities that I didn't even realize I had. In reality, I probably cared more than anyone else in the class. Talking about this now makes me seem a bit psychotic. Well, guess what? I was. And guess what else? Unless you have uncovered your unconscious reactive patterns, so are you. There is a really good chance that you are doing things very similar to this even today. I know exactly what my patterns are, but although I keep a very close watch on them, I still catch myself slipping on occasion. This is what shaped my ego identity. This was my programmed method of manipulation in this world. I could go on and on and on with examples of how I did this. I went through my entire life never truly feeling love because I thought that I had to be a perfect superhero in order to be worthy of it. Here's the big news flash that I didn't seem to be receiving. It's impossible to be a perfect superhero. This meant that I never allowed myself to be worthy of love, and I never would unless I could release myself from the grips of this ever-tormenting belief. Now that you know what my major programming was, let's begin the journey of awakening. When I was around 4 or 5, I was already aware that my brother would die at a young age. This awareness of his mortality made me look at life a little differently than all the other kids around me. Since I was aware of his mortality, I was also very aware of mine. Sometimes, I would create an experience in my own mind of dying and a sense of everlasting non-existence. I don't really know how to describe what would happen to me when this experience would completely devour my entire being, but I can tell you one thing. It was thousands of times more intense than anything I've ever experienced in this world. I wouldn't just think it. I would actually experience it. All of eternity would seem to wrap up into just a moment. It was an eternity of everlasting void crammed into one single moment. There are no words to describe it. I used to try to talk to my friends about this, only to find out that none of them had any clue what I was talking about. These experiences really made me question everything about life. I would often think about how meaningless everything was, since it would all disappear for eternity one day anyway. Of course, this made me to start to ask questions about God. I wanted to know who or what God was, and I wanted to meet him because I had a lot of things I needed to know. My search initially led me to the Christian religion. As I studied the Holy Bible and what these preachers had to say, I started to sense something wasn't right. There were too many questions that they were leaving unchecked. It almost seemed as if these people had completely turned off their ability to think. I needed some logical explanations for things, and all I got from them were more questions that they had completely ridiculous answers for. This was a huge letdown for me. The only logical conclusion I could deduct from this was that God did not exist. Now that I had my theory, I started studying everything I could find on why God couldn't be real. I took pride in my ability to prove to people that God didn't exist. They were no match for my logic. I became a full-fledged atheist. Now that I had the whole God thing figured out, it was time for me to figure life out. I decided that everyone was going to die one day, so the only logical thing any person could do with their life is learn to enjoy it to its fullest. This took me deep into level 2, but not to stay. I decided to start looking around at the world to figure out what made people happy, what made me happy. I knew that I would have to find a job so I could make money, but I was not one who enjoyed much structure. I was rebellious against any sort of institutions or hierarchies. I decided I definitely didn't want a job where I had to work all year. I also decided I really liked the beach and girls in bikinis, so logically, I got a job working on the beach. This would be my job for the next decade of my life. I spent all day working on a parasail boat and hanging out with girls in bikinis. The job was seasonal, so I worked only 6 or 7 months out of the year. I spent the rest of the time surfing, riding dirt bikes, playing in my punk rock band, and partying. I was literally blackout drunk 6 nights a week. I always had trouble socializing because I would sit around and listen to everyone talk for hours about what seemed to be nothing. I would want to join in, but I just couldn't come up with any nothing to talk about. Then one day, I found wild turkey. I learned that the more alcohol I drank, the more just like everyone else I would become. I turned into an absolute alcoholic social butterfly. I chose wild turkey bourbon as my choice of alcohol for a very specific reason. It was very strong, and it was very disgusting. This was all part of me trying to be a superhero thing. I thought, if I was going to be drinking, I had to pick something that all my friends weren't man enough to drink. I would have about 15 shots along with several beers per night. Most nights, I was also doing other drugs as well. I had new girls to hang out with every week. I had a very strategic pattern that I learned to run on the parasail boat that worked perfectly for getting any girl I wanted to hang out with me. I wouldn't date any girls who lived in my town. I would only hang out with tourists. This ensured that I couldn't ever get suckered into a relationship. I thought that life was all about freedom and adventure. Remember I said that some people live 90 years and some people live 1 year 90 times? I convinced myself that I had an amazing life because I was constructing it based upon what I saw everyone else wanting. I didn't realize that I was living the same year over and over. Sure, it was different women and different adventures, but there was no progress, no direction. Definitely a level 2 lifestyle. I thought I had it all figured out. I had the women, the drugs, the rock and roll, the cool extreme sports, and an awesome job working on the beach. How could it get any better? On New Year's Day, right at midnight one year, I was pulled over for drinking and driving. I went to jail and received a DUI. Later that year in August, I was drinking and driving and rear-ended a van at a stoplight. I went to jail again and was supposed to get another DUI, but somehow managed to get it reduced to reckless with alcohol. My best friend was going to court facing prison for around 25 years for drug charges. Everything that I thought was the perfect life seemed to be turning into something not so great anymore. I started reevaluating my decision regarding what life was supposed to be about. Though I racked my brain and tried, I just couldn't come up with anything life could possibly be about other than having fun. Then, in one sudden moment, everything changed forever. I went on a surf vacation to Costa Rica one year with some of my friends. It was a crazy trip to say the least. We were in an earthquake, one of my friends got married, another one of my friends lost his leg jumping off of a waterfall. When my friend who lost his leg was in physical therapy, he became friends with one of the nurses. He introduced me to her, but our encounter was rather uneventful, and neither of us really even remembers it. We met each other again on December 5th of the year of my DUIs. Apparently things were different this time. I was really drunk at a bar as usual. She was drunk at the same bar, which was not usual. She asked me to hold her drink while she went dancing. When she returned, I drank all of it. I told her it was alright because I would get her another one. We walked up to the bartender together, and neither one of us remembers what happened at this point. Somehow, we started kissing at the bar. We didn't stop kissing either. We went to my friend's house afterward and proceeded to make out on a couch in the living room for a couple more hours while everyone around us was socializing. Her friend finally said they had to go, so she and I went outside and stood next to the car and continued making out while we waited. Next thing we knew, we hit the ground. We were so into each other that we had fallen over while kissing without even realizing we were even falling. She got in the car and left after that. That was the end of the night and the beginning of the rest of my life. Until this point, I thought life must be about me and my happiness. After this several-hour makeout session, I suddenly had an epiphany. What if life wasn't about making myself happy? What if life was about making this angel I had just met happy? For the next 6 months, I was the best boyfriend a girl could ask for. I made sure of it because, remember, I had to be a perfect superhero in order to be worthy of love. Then one day, this angel decided to break up with me. I was completely shocked. We had the most perfect relationship that the world has ever seen, yet she wanted to break up with me. What did I do wrong? This couldn't be possible. I was a perfect superhero. I was giving everything I had to make sure I would be worthy of this woman's love. And suddenly, she wanted to break up with me. It didn't make sense. I asked her what I did wrong. She said that she loved me so much that she had to break up with me. I thought that was one of the most ridiculous things I'd ever heard. Here's what was going on in her mind. She had twin boys when she was 20. Birth complication caused a lot of internal damages to her, so the doctors had to remove her cervix and uterus. This meant she could no longer have children. She said that I was going to want to have children of my own one day, and she wouldn't be able to give them to me. So she had to break up with me because she didn't want to rob me of that. I had never even thought about having children of my own. I didn't care about having children. I just cared about her. And now she was breaking up with me because of something that was completely out of my hands. I eventually talked her out of this, and we went back on our merry way as if nothing had happened. But in my mind, something huge had happened. I thought I was doing everything I could to make her happy, but it obviously wasn't enough. I was going to have to figure out a way to step up my game. This is the moment I started shifting from level 1 into level 2. Before we get too far into my level 2 story, I want to talk to you about what shaped her identity, so you will have a deeper understanding of what is happening as this story plays itself out. Remember earlier we discussed that you learn how to get your love before the age of 7. I learned that all I had to do was be a perfect superhero. Well, Christy learned something completely different. When she was a child, she didn't have a father, and her mother was an alcoholic who was mentally and physically abusive to her. She was also sexually abused by multiple men. We're not talking about this to judge or lay blame on anyone in the story. We're only discussing the facts so that you can see where her thought patterns originated. We have to remember that every single person is doing the very best they know how to do. You never know what someone else is going through. Our job is to love everyone equally and unconditionally, because hurt people are the ones who hurt people. The people who are hardest to love are the ones who need it the most. Back to the story. Can you guess what Christy learned about how to get her love? Well, the belief she chose to adopt from this experience was that it didn't matter what she did, she would never be worthy of love. Can you imagine what a belief like this would do in a person's life? Remember that we are printing out our reality with our subconscious belief systems. I won't get into too much detail of all the suffering she experienced because of this belief, but I will say that I would never have survived what she had been through. So now you have a guy who has to be a perfect superhero in order to be loved, and a young woman who can try and try, but none of it matters because she will never be worthy of love. I didn't figure all this out until much later in the story, but looking back now, it makes so much sense why she thought she had to break up with me. She had to make sure that her belief system manifested itself into her reality. She had to sabotage her loving relationship because she couldn't really be worthy of it. She found the proof that she was looking for. She could not have any children, and no matter how hard she tried, she would never be able to. Therefore, she was not worthy, and it was out of her hands. Her belief that she had been carrying since childhood remained perfectly intact, or so she thought. She didn't realize that she had met her match this time. The perfect superhero needed to find ways to prove that she was still worthy, or else he had failed and would never be worthy of love either. This was the beginning of a vicious cycle that was the catalyst for my awakening and the discovery of the 5 levels of consciousness that are described in this book. Here's how the cycle looked. Great relationship, with me proving my love and worthiness of love, followed by me relaxing and taking my cape off for a second. The moment my cape came off, she was triggered into thinking, uh-oh, something isn't right. He doesn't love me. I knew it. Now all I have to do is prove it, so I can get the hell out of here before he deserts me. It took 6 months to go through the first cycle. The next time only took about a month. Then every 2 weeks, followed by once a week, and eventually it was every 3 days, just like clockwork. I knew I had exactly a day and a half to prove my love enough so that we could experience a calm before the next storm that was coming in another day and a half. This literally went on for years. I'm an extremely lazy guy by nature, but this vicious cycle was enough to get me to push through any obstacle that level 1 could throw in my way. Chapter 7, Level 2, Goal-Oriented. I decided that if I was ever going to prove my love to Christy, and prove my worthiness of love to myself, then I was going to need to start making a bunch of money. Not because she asked for it, but because I didn't want her to work so she could spend time with her boys, and so we could all go on vacation and have fun together. I enjoyed a life of freedom and adventure, so I wanted to create that for her and her boys as well. I thought that, for sure, this would make her happy. I also knew that it was time to step it up a notch for my mom as well. Remember that she was the one who trained me to be a superhero in the first place, so of course I still needed to be hers as well. So that's what I did. I knew I wanted to make a bunch of money, but I knew I didn't want to work much because I was lazy, and working would get in the way of my freedom. I was a very logical person, so I started logically searching for something that could possibly meet my needs of making a lot of money and not working much. The 2 things that I found were real estate investing and internet marketing. I knew I needed to pick one and run with it. So being the logical person I was, it only took a quick glance at the statistics. The statistics told me that 90% of all wealthy people either made their money in real estate or had their money in real estate. That was enough to convince me. Up until this point, I had read only a couple books in my entire life, and that was only because I was forced to in school. Now, I suddenly started picking up every book about wealth and real estate I could get my hands on. I started with a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Then I read every single book by that author. Then I started reading books like Think and Grow Rich, and The 1 Minute Millionaire, The Enlightened Way to Wealth. I had an unquenchable thirst for knowledge. After watching a little Italian guy on TV one night named Dean Graziosi, I started absorbing all his stuff too. I signed up for one of his mentoring programs. I completely stopped hanging out with all of my old friends and started spending every single second of my free time studying. Statistically speaking, you're the average of the 5 people you hang out with most. Well, I didn't have anyone around me I wanted to be like, so I just surrounded myself with books and videos. This was the key to rapidly shifting my paradigm. I didn't have a real estate investment club in my town, but I found one about an hour and a half away. I started driving there every month. The first time I went there, I remembered thinking, who am I kidding? I will never be a real estate investor. These people probably think I'm an idiot. I can't believe I even showed up here. Nevertheless, I returned the next month, and the next month, and the next month. I was absorbing so much knowledge from everything I could find that I was about to pop. I remember going to the investment club one time and thinking, I know every single thing that everyone in here is talking about, and I could actually teach this stuff, so why am I still not successful? The next month I went back, and I remember thinking, this is crazy. I am just as smart as everyone in here, and I know everything everyone in here knows, so what is my problem? I remember the moment that the switch turned on. As I looked around the room evaluating my intelligence compared to those around me, I looked at one guy sitting in the room and thought to myself, that guy over there is an idiot, and if he can do this, so can I. That doesn't sound very nice right now, and I would never think something like that anymore, but the crazy thing is, this is the exact thought that I needed to flip that little switch in my brain. The switch that said, I can't do this. Immediately flipped to, I am doing this. I didn't learn anything new after that, but within 1 week, I was putting together my very first real estate deal. I had spent 6 months studying relentlessly, but the thing I never realized was that I didn't need any more new information. All I needed was a new belief system. Once I adopted the new belief, my reality printed itself to match, just as it always does. The day it all began, we had planned to look at 20 houses. While at breakfast that morning, mapping out our route, we saw that the first house we were going to look at had dropped $15,000 overnight. We instantly knew that was a sign that we needed to see that house first. We drove to the house. Christy walked up to the door ahead of me and opened it. As she stood at the doorway, she said, "Pick me up." "What?" I asked. "Pick me up," she repeated, "and carry me over the threshold. This is our first deal." I glanced inside and knew that she was right. So then I picked her up and carried her over the threshold of our very first deal. It was a short sale, and the real estate broker told us not to get too excited because those don't usually go through. A few days later, our offer was accepted by the bank. We didn't have any money to buy this house, so we were planning on wholesaling it. If you don't know what wholesaling is, go to earthwaking.com/wholesaling for free training on it. It's a no money, no credit, no clue real estate investing strategy that is one of the easiest ways to escape the rat race. If we were to wholesale it, we would have probably made about $3,000 or $4,000 off of it. I had studied so much and was certain that I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew that if I could just find the money for this house, we could make $30,000 off of it. I had no idea where the money was going to come from, but I knew I had to get it, and I knew I only had 2 weeks. I talked to my old boss and told him what a sure thing this deal was, and that I would pay him way more interest than he could get at a bank if he would loan me the money. To my complete surprise, he said yes. This just became real. I was no longer talking about investing, I was doing it. By the time we bought, rehabbed, and sold the deal, it turned out that I didn't know as much as I thought I did. I think we only made about $17,000 off of that first deal instead of the $30,000 I hoped for. At first I thought, dang, it wasn't as good as I thought it was. But then I thought, wait a minute, we just made $17,000 off of our very first deal. This is insane. Our second deal was when it really got crazy. We had put out about 75 little yellow signs all around town that said, "I buy houses, any condition," and then put our phone number on it. There was a man who called off of one of the signs and asked us to come look at his house. Christy and I showed up with a friend who knew a little about carpentry and another friend who just wanted to tag along. When we pulled up, the house didn't really look too bad. When the owner walked out, he seemed like a pretty normal guy and had a decent car and decent clothes. When we went inside, it was not at all what we had expected. The entire house was full of mold and literally had dog feces and urine piled up on the floors, couches, and beds. The carpenter guy we brought with us actually vomited in the garage because it was so disgusting. We were all hung over from the night of partying we had as well. I sat down for a moment to talk to the guy, landed in dog pee, and immediately stood up. We decided to go outside to talk further. I decided I was probably going to offer this guy about $30,000 for this house. It would have been a good deal for me. Before I could even say anything, Christy said, "We'll give you $10,000. I was so embarrassed that she said that until the guy replied, "Well, I know it could get more, but okay, I'll take it." I was shocked. I had a purchase agreement with me, so we had our drunk friend lean over while I signed the contract on her back. We wound up making about $70,000 off of this property. My best year I ever had working on the beach, I made about $30,000, and suddenly we had just made $70,000 off of one deal. My mind started going crazy. I kept waiting to go to jail or something. I just could not understand how my whole life I'd been told that what just happened wasn't possible. I was told if you want to make more money, then you have to work harder and more hours. This was obviously a false belief. This really sent me into a tailspin. Now I started wondering that if that belief that the world gave me was false, what else did I believe that was false? This was the first real trigger that started making me become aware of level 3. I still needed to pull myself through a lot of torment before I could actually experience it, though. We weren't ready for Christy to quit her job yet, but we had the big BP oil spill in our area, and the restaurant that she had worked at for 10 years had to shut down. We assumed that was a sign it was time for her to stop working. I quit my job on the beach soon after. The 2 goals I had set at the beginning of my level 2 journey were to make enough money so Christy didn't have to work, and to buy a house for me, Christy, her boys, and my mom to all live together in. As we started making more and more money off of real estate, both of those goals were marked off the list. I bought a really big house, as I thought I was supposed to. We started going on family vacations together. We were doing everything right, yet everything in our relationship as a family was going wrong. The only thing I wanted was for everyone to be happy, but I just couldn't figure out how to make that happen. I started reading even more. I started buying courses and obsessively attending seminars on success and relationship and psychology because I just knew I would be able to find that key thing that would make everything change. I knew there had to be a secret to happiness, just like the secret to wealth that I had found. I started to learn more and more about the mind and why we all do the things we do. I started spotting the patterns that everyone around me was running. I was having trouble spotting all of my own patterns because, just like the contract you make with other people, you make one with yourself. This one has fine print that says, "You may never analyze this contract or you will lose your ability to manipulate the world into thinking you are worthy of love and therefore lose all hopes of ever being worthy of love." I started trying to help my family become happy by using my new psychological tools. I knew what I was talking about, but for some reason, things just kept getting worse. What else could I possibly do? I was learning everything I could learn, bettering myself as much as I possibly could, making as much money as I needed to make, taking everyone on as many vacations as we could possibly go on, yet nothing seemed to work. In level 2, you just put your head down, set the next goal, and keep moving forward no matter what. I thought, everything will be better once I get to this seminar, or once we go on this vacation, or once we move into this new house. I tried everything. Christy started hating me more and more. The boys started hating each other and Christy more and more. Mom and Christy started hating each other more and more. I still just wanted everyone to be happy. Violent fights started happening between all of them on a constant basis. I started to see what was happening inside of everyone's minds that was causing this, but no one would listen to me. There was nothing I could do but keep learning more and trying harder and harder to improve myself. If all of this wasn't enough, one of Christy's brothers got out of jail and asked if he could come stay with us. Of course, the perfect superhero said yes. Bring on the victims for the hero to save. Christy didn't have a very good relationship with any of her family members, so I thought maybe if I could help fix her brother and get them closer, that would make her happy. Well, that didn't work out very well. He stole all my tools and sold them for drugs, stole my credit card and charged up several $1,000s on it. Then he stole Christy's car and rented it out to drug dealers, and finally stole my truck too. All of this was going on at the exact same time. The boys were literally getting in constant fistfights and punching holes in the walls. They started getting in a lot of trouble with the law. Christy began to constantly degrade and swear at me, telling me that I was the worst thing that ever happened to her, and everything that was happening was completely my fault. I didn't admit this, but I believed her. I didn't know what I was doing wrong, but I knew it had to be me because I was the only hero and the only one capable of saving us. All of my real estate deals started falling apart, as if being ripped apart by unseen forces. In the middle of all this, just to top it all off, my mom got put on hospice care and was given about a month to live. Now I can 100% honestly say that I was giving everything I had to become the best person I possibly could in order to fix this stuff. All I wanted was for everyone to be happy, but now every single bit of my entire life was crumbling to tiny little pieces. It seemed that the harder I tried to fix everything, the worse it all got. It was like one of those Chinese finger traps that the more you fight to get out of, the more it tightens down. I was getting clamped down. I felt like I was getting smashed into a black hole. Then it finally happened. I finally died. What I really mean is that the image of the person I thought I had to be died. When I had given every ounce of life that was left in me, and I still couldn't make it work, I finally laid my head down and said, well, that's it. I failed. I'm a failure. The moment I did that, I raised my head back up, and it's as if this massive weight lifted off my shoulders. I felt the sense of freedom that I had never experienced before. Until that moment, I had never admitted to failing at anything in my life. I always just kept trying. I thought you couldn't lose if you just kept swinging. This time, there was no more swinging possible. I'd given everything, and I still failed. I'd never admitted that because that would have meant I wasn't a superhero, and I would never be worthy of love. What we often fail to realize is that sometimes when we win, we actually lose. And sometimes when we lose, we actually win. The moment I admitted to failure, the superhero image died. It couldn't possibly exist anymore. Everything I thought I was and had to be just died. Yet there I remained. How could this be? If I wasn't who I thought I was, then who was I? Chapter 8, Level 3, Journey-Oriented. This was the moment I entered into Level 3. This was the first moment I had ever tasted true peace and true freedom in my entire life. The weight lifted from my shoulders, and a phoenix emerged from the fire. I knew at that moment that I didn't have to do anything in order to prove my worth. I knew that my infinite worth was granted before I was even born. I knew I didn't have to do anything to be loved. I was loved. I knew I wasn't my body, my things, my accomplishments, or my thoughts. I was the infinite being beyond time and space that was choosing to experience those things. The moment I moved into level 3, and this shift in identification happened, things started changing. You must always remember that you are the one choosing the reality you are experiencing, and you are doing it 100% with your subconscious belief systems. I kept trying to learn more ways to help everyone around me change, not realizing that would be like me going up to a mirror and trying to shave the mustache off of the face in the mirror. This entire time, I had the belief that I didn't deserve love and happiness unless I was a superhero. When you have a belief like that, what do you think you're going to print out in your reality? I had to constantly align myself with situations only a superhero could save everyone from. Since I kept succeeding, yet still didn't feel love and happiness, I had to keep pushing the limits. I had no idea that because of these contingencies I had placed on myself regarding love and happiness, that there were only two options for me. Either give up on love and happiness, or keep tormenting myself with situations like these until it killed me. Luckily, I died before I died. In other words, I woke up. This is what the title, "If I Die Before I Wake," actually means. You have to die before you die. You have to kill your ego, or it will trap you in eternal torment. This is what Jesus was showing us on the cross. How to die to self. How to surrender. If you haven't done this yet, you had better start working it, because I can almost guarantee you that it's coming. If you don't face it head on, it will sneak up behind you and attack when you least expect it. And I promise you this, it is not going to be fun when you are going through it. So what is it like living in level 3? Well, there's a good chance you're probably going to start spending more time in nature. You'll probably start talking a lot less. You might become a vegetarian, start meditating, sell all your stuff, and buy a Prius. This might sound like a joke, but I'm serious. I did all these things. You might ask, why would somebody do this? The answer is because you no longer have any attachments. You no longer feel like you have to be constantly entertained, so you can just sit out in the woods and enjoy the sounds or even the lack of sounds. You no longer feel like you need to be heard, so you stop speaking. You no longer feel the need to eat meat because you're eating to live rather than living to eat. And you realize there are other things you can eat that are more healthy and don't involve taking the life away from another sentient being. You find that meditating helps you stay connected to the place within you that is peaceful and free of the noise and incessant thoughts. You aren't identified with your things anymore, so you release the need to own anything. You don't really care how fast your car is or what it looks like, so you choose a vehicle that is more economical and better for the environment. If you already do all these things, don't get too excited just yet. These things are symptoms of level 3, but not necessarily signifiers. Some people use these things the same way others use religion, without actually getting the transformation that the religion was designed to evoke. Some people do these things because they think it will get them to level 3, and not because they are in level 3. Some people do these things because they think it will make them look cool. Some people do these things because their parents did these things. Some people do these things because they are trying to escape reality rather than transcending it. If you think you are in level 3, but haven't built a solid foundation on level 2, there's a good chance that you're in level 1 or 2 pretending to be in level 3. Unlike being in level 2 and pretending to be in level 5, this pretending to be in level 3 isn't harmful to anyone except for yourself. The reason it is harmful to yourself is because you will never find the true you. You will never wake up. You have to get out there and put your neck out so far on the line that you fail. You have to experience failure. You have to fail to be able to pull your head back in so your head gets chopped off. The you that you think you have to be in order to find love and happiness has to die. If it doesn't die, you will never awaken to the truth of who you are. If you are doing these things to try and create love and happiness, then you are only fooling yourself. It will never work until you let go. In is the only way out, and death is the only path to eternity. When you are in level 3, you realize that every single moment is a gift from God, or you may call it a gift from the universe at this point. You know that all there really is to do is stay in the present moment and stay in a sense of gratitude. Anybody can do these things when they are meditating or in nature, but the true test is, can you do these things when all hell is breaking loose around you? If you can, then you have truly found level 3. Here's one of my favorite level 3 examples from my life. I used to ride motocross a lot with some of my friends. I hadn't ridden in a while, and one of my friends invited me. I no longer had the need for the adrenaline rush and sense of significance that flying 100 feet through the air on a dirt bike would produce, but I thought I would use this opportunity to connect with an old friend and see if I could rub some of my new reality off on him. As I was riding, I started to get pulled back into the excitement I used to get from this. I was going off of a jump and got caught in a rut at the top of it. Now here I was flying through the air, probably 40 or 50 miles an hour, 20 feet high, and I was accidentally doing it completely sideways. I had a lot of time in the air to think about what was happening. I started thinking, alright, I know that I'm manifesting my own reality, and I know how bad this is about to turn out. Why would I have done this? And then a thought entered my mind. Every adversity carries with it the seed of an equal or greater opportunity. Then, as I was flying through the air about to experience one of the most painful things I've ever gone through, I started to become super excited. I started to think, oh man, this is going to be bad. This is going to be really bad. And that means I'm going to get something really, really awesome on the other side of the pain I'm about to go through. I'm so excited for this experience. This is seriously what I was thinking as I was flying through the air. After the crash landing, I lay there for a moment. As I was coming into awareness, I started thinking, am I dead? Would it be okay if I am dead? Yeah, I'm pretty content with everything about my life, so that would be okay. Wait a minute, I feel my hands and feet. Nope, I'm not dead. I think my eyes are open, so why can't I see anything? As all these thoughts were going on, someone came to me to pick me up off the ground. As he was loading me into a vehicle, I still couldn't see and wasn't really aware of where I was, but I started saying, this is going to be awesome. The people around me probably thought I was nuts. I kept saying how great this was and how awesome it was going to be. I instantly knew why I had created that reality. After checking me, they determined that I needed to go to the emergency room as soon as possible. They said I probably had a concussion, a broken sternum, broken ribs, and a broken back. I told them that I was not going to go to the emergency room because I knew why I had chosen this reality. Remember I said earlier that my mom was on hospice care and given about a month to live. Christy and I had been studying all about mind over matter and how your thoughts create your reality before I ever entered into level 3. I believed these things were real, but I couldn't prove it. Christy started to notice some of my mom's thoughts that were creating the reality in which her body was dying. We started coaching her through changing her thoughts. As her belief system started to change, so did her reality. My mom is now in better health than I've seen her in over a decade. She was seriously about to die. Then we helped her shift her subconscious belief systems. She is only alive and healthy today because of this shift. After witnessing and being part of that miracle, I knew this stuff was real. But I still didn't know if I could look someone else directly in the eyes and tell them with absolute certainty that no matter what they were going through, it could be healed. Sitting there, listening to everyone tell me that I had to go to the emergency room or I could risk dying, I decided that this was my chance. This was the opportunity in the adversity. I was going to take the same mind over matter tools that healed my mother, and I was going to use them for myself. I was going to prove to myself that anything is possible if you can just believe with enough conviction and do the subconscious belief system shifts necessary to dilute the problem. I'd spent several $1,000s on a Tony Robbins event that was coming up 2 days later. If you've never been to one of these events, know that they are usually about 15 hours a day of high-intensity transformational work. This one was 6 days straight of that. I knew I was supposed to go, and I also knew this was going to be an excellent opportunity for me to really push the limits of my body. I drove 8 hours to get to the event. I've had a lot of injuries and broken bones in my life, but the pain I was going through during that drive and the first few days of this event was definitely some of the worst. The number one tool that I chose to use in order to heal myself was gratitude. I decided to use gratitude to raise my frequency so high that I couldn't exist in a reality that had me living in a body with a broken back, broken ribs, and a broken sternum. The moment that my body really started shifting was when Tony had us shouting out 3 words that we wanted to be our top virtues in life. I chose love, joy, and gratitude. I started shouting these words from the top of my lungs. I didn't shut my mind off to the pain of my body. I went full force into it. I felt every single nerve ending as it pulsated and pounded. And as I went into feeling this pain, I would say, I am love. I am joy. I am gratitude. I really felt those words and experienced what they meant to the fullest while in the most pain I'd ever felt. I even would press on the place on my back that hurt the most to make it hurt even more because I knew that if I could really be love, joy, and gratitude in the middle of the worst pain I could experience, all while fully embracing it, then I could be love, joy, and gratitude in any moment. That was the experience and the lesson that I created the accident in order to get. Once I got the lesson, my body instantly started healing. I stayed in that high state of gratitude as much as I could remember doing it, and by the end of the week, I was nearly 100% healed. Now I know, beyond the shadow of doubt, that nothing is unhealable. A strange side note, remember the guy who was assessing all my injuries and telling me that I had to go to the emergency room? The day after I wrecked, he wrecked on the exact same jump and had the exact same accident and the exact same injuries. He was in intensive care with a broken sternum, broken back, broken ribs, and punctured lung. I don't have any theories behind what happened, but I just thought it was interesting. So you see, the key to level 3 is to focus on two things only, your presence and your frequency. Doing this will transmute all negative energies into positive ones. Every moment becomes a good moment because you're a master of meaning. You're the one in control of assigning meanings to the moments. And therefore, you're the one in control of the moments. People talk about something called karma, which just means that what you put out, you will get back. Even if you've put out tons of negative energy in your life, and it all comes back to you as negative, if you're in level 3, karma doesn't have any effect on you because you transmute the negative energy into positive, or better yet, truth. They say that when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Well, this is very true, and you will see examples of this as we go more through the story. The teacher doesn't always look like a teacher, but when you are ready to start co-creating a new level of experience, you will manifest, make obvious, the people, places, and things that will trigger you to shift your thought processes. It sounds like I completely shifted into level 3 the moment I laid my head down and metaphorically died, but there were things leading up to that moment, and things that happened after that moment, that were all meant to trigger my perspective shift. Here's a little more depth behind the story. I'm just going to tell the story with no rhyme or reason as it flows out, so follow along and watch as all the key pieces start to link up now and later in the book. Christy was going through a lot of emotional issues that were also creating a lot of physical issues for her. She had been researching online how beneficial meditation is for getting rid of basically every problem you've ever had in life. She found a meditation meetup group online and asked if I would go. I didn't really want to, but I decided I would go as support for her. The next group meeting was in a park. We showed up to find that there was no group, just one woman. We sat down on the grass with her and she explained a little about meditation to us. She basically just said, close your eyes and watch your thoughts go by. I was thinking, what the heck does that mean? She told us that we would start with a 5-minute meditation. She set an alarm, and then we sat there in silence for 5 minutes. This was the longest 5 minutes ever. My back was hurting, my mind was racing. After the alarm went off, she said, now we're going to do 10 minutes. Christy's back was hurting from the last one too, so we decided to back up against each other for support. As we sat there in silence for 10 minutes, I kept feeling Christy push against me. I thought she needed more support, so I pushed back. The alarm went off, and Christy started immediately voicing how not fun that was. Apparently, it was even worse for Christy than it was for me, because instead of supporting her, she said I was smashing her. Neither one of us enjoyed meditating and decided it probably wasn't for us. A few days later, I found a meditation tool called HoloSync. It is a binaural beat technology audio that lowers your brainwave frequencies down into delta. This is the frequency that your brain was in until the age of 2. From 2 to 4, you move into theta, from 4 to 7, alpha, and finally beta from then on. If you want to release old disempowering thought patterns, it's easiest to do it in lower delta frequencies. We listened to this meditation for 30 minutes. It felt like only 2. It was an incredible experience. I felt incredibly refreshed, but when I looked over at Christy, I realized that she was flipping out. Apparently these lower brainwave frequencies unlocked some memories that she had been suppressing. She thought something had gone wrong. We called the HoloSync help hotline, and they said not to worry, this was normal. This conversation helped her calm down. We had been meditating with HoloSync for about a week, and we had planned a trip to go to a mastermind group in Phoenix, Arizona. After the mastermind, we had an extra day out there that we didn't know what we were going to do with. We asked the group, and they suggested driving to Sedona, and so we did. When we got there, we learned that Sedona was one of the meditation capitals of the world. We had just started meditating only a week prior, and suddenly, without even planning, we were meditating on top of huge boulders that were supposedly energy vortexes for the planet in a meditation mecca. This is how life operates. You just tune your radio to the frequency and you will hear the song. After I shifted into level 3, we sold everything we owned and moved out of our big house that we had bought to make us happy. I created a marketing campaign to get people to show up, and boy did they. We just opened up our door and let everyone come through our house and buy anything they wanted. They would say, what about this? Are you selling this? We would answer, "Yep, everything is for sale." At any given moment, there were probably 80 people rummaging through our house. Plenty of stuff was stolen, but we didn't care because this was about releasing our attachments. We made over $9,000 at our yard sale. I sold everything I was attached to, including my computer that had my entire recording studio on it. Songs that I had spent thousands of hours recording and mixing and would never hear again if I sold this computer. I knew I was attached, so I had to let it go. Everything had to go. We were planning on getting an RV and traveling the country living in it. Plans don't always work out, though. We couldn't find one that we had the current resources to buy before our renters were moving into our house. I decided to start searching on Craigslist for a place to stay for a couple months. We wanted a place that we didn't have to sign a lease, that was furnished, and that was on some body of water. I found the perfect one within minutes, a 2-story house on the lagoon. We didn't have to sign a lease because the owner was selling it. Her name was Sheila. She lived on the bottom floor, and we lived on the top. When we moved in, we noticed how bad her health was. We had learned a lot about health and wellness when Christy and Mom were going through all of their issues. With all of our knowledge, we thought we might be able to help her. She said she had been praying for us to appear in her life, and then here we were. She said that it was an absolute miracle, and we were going to be able to save her. We stayed there for the next few months. All the neighbors and anyone that knew Sheila talked about how bitter she was. She was always nice to us. She had 2 daughters that she thought hated her. She said that no one in the world had ever really cared about her. Christy spent a lot of time with her, using many different techniques to help her with her healing process. Sheila told Christy that she loved her. Christy didn't believe her because Sheila didn't know her that well. And even her mom didn't seem to love her, so how could this stranger? Sheila's health worsened. One morning, Sheila called Christy and said she was going to the hospital and told Christy that she loved her. For the first time ever, Christy said, "I love you," back to her. Later that day, Sheila passed away. The house was being sold, so we needed to move. Christy had another yard sale to sell even more of her clothes and downsize. At the yard sale, a woman came by and said she was friends with Sheila. She handed Christy a book and told her that Sheila said it belonged to Christy, and she needed to give it back to her. She also said that Sheila talked about how happy it made her to watch Christy sit out by the lagoon and meditate during the day. She said that she could see a glow coming off of Christy's body that would grow so big that would even encompass her. She said she felt like she was out there with Christy, and the experience would give meaning and worth to an otherwise miserable day for her. Sheila's friend then said that right before Sheila passed away, she couldn't talk, so she asked for a pen and paper. She said Sheila kept writing over and over and over that her daughters hated her. She slowed down writing. Then she wrote one last thing. It changed from, "My daughters hate me," to, "My daughters love me." Then she laid the pen down and passed away. Christy looked at the book and realized that it was not her book. She had never seen it. It was a book by Louise Hay. I started to read through it and noticed that Sheila had highlighted a lot of stuff in the book. As I read these highlights, I realized that Louise Hay, Sheila, and Christy had almost identical early lives and all experienced the exact same feelings of rejection and unworthiness. None of them had ever known how to be loved. Sheila said that we were there to save her. What I finally saw was that Christy and Sheila were meant to save each other. Neither one of them knew how to be loved because neither one of them thought they were worthy of it. After all the stories Sheila's friends told Christy about how much she loved her, Christy could no longer refuse to believe that it was true. Christy didn't think Sheila could love her because she didn't even feel like her mom loved her. And Sheila didn't think that Christy could love her because she didn't even think that her daughters loved her. The moment that Christy told Sheila that she loved her the morning before she passed, Sheila was set free. She knew that she was not unlovable, as she had convinced herself to believe. She was even able to realize just before she passed that even her daughters actually did love her. Christy was set free as well. This was one of the most beautiful things I've ever experienced. 2 women awakening to love. Chapter 9, Level 4, Value-Oriented. In the short time we were in this house, I moved into Level 4. I saw all the people around me who were trapped inside of their cages. I wanted to free them all. I had taught real estate investing to a few already, and knew how much it helped people. I knew I wanted to do that again. My first student was much before this moment. When I was learning all this real estate stuff, I still worked on the beach for a little while. While I was out there, I wanted to teach as many people what I was learning as possible. I had just found a secret to unlocking money from thin air, and I wanted all my friends to know about it. I would spend hours talking to a group of friends, telling them everything they needed to do. At the end of my talk, I would tell them to go read a book called Rich Dad Poor Dad, and told them to call me when they were done so I could tell them what to do next. I knew it was a very simple book to read, and it would be just enough to get their wheels turning. The problem was that none of them would even read this quick and easy little book. If they wouldn't even do that, then I knew there was no way that they would ever be successful in real estate. I was telling them how to never have to work again, but none of them would read the book so I could tell them what to do next. It baffled me. Then one day, a 19-year-old kid called me and said, "All right, John, I read the book. What now?" I started thinking, "What? You read the book? I never even talked to you about this." Turns out that he was sitting about 10 feet away, listening as I was talking to other people. He read the book and called me just as I told him to. I thought, okay, I'm going to have to take him under my wing now. So over the next few days, I started coaching him. Then he called me and said, "John, I don't know what to do. I want to stay here and learn from you, but my dad is freaking out because I'm supposed to move to Gainesville to go to college." I said, do you want me to talk to your dad? He said yes, so I met his dad for dinner. When I showed up, it turned out to be that this guy was about 6'5" and well over 200 pounds of muscle. I was about to have to tell this man that his son was not going to college, that they had spent his entire life arranging. Yeah, right. We had dinner and talked for about 2 hours. At the end, the man announced, "Well, I want to do this." Then it hit me. "All right," I said. "I'll tell you what. We're going to send your son down to college, and he's going to go learn how to be a good employee, because that's what college teaches. I was going to teach him how to take his life into his own hands, but I'm not going to do that now. Now I'm going to teach you how to do this, and then you can teach him, but I never will. If you don't do what I say, and don't learn how to do this, then you are stealing your son's future from him." He said, "John, I'll do anything you say." He did everything I said, and made his first $25,000 a few months later. He's been making big money with real estate ever since. Later, I had a big-time real estate guru ask me to come train at one of his events. At the event, there were 12 people who had paid between $25,000 and $40,000 for coaching. Among them was an 80-year-old widow. I could tell that she was struggling doing some of the assignments, so I used my lunch break to help her out. The main speaker at the event got upset with me and told me that I couldn't do that. I couldn't give people special attention. I could only give them what they paid for. This shocked and infuriated me. An old woman had just spent her entire life savings on training that she obviously wasn't going to be able to do alone, and they didn't even care what happened to her. That is when I decided that I needed to get my training out to the masses, because I didn't want people to spend $40,000 to learn from someone who didn't even truly care about them. It was sickening to see these gurus who pretended to be in level 4 but were still deeply entrenched in level 2. I made a vow to be a true level 4 teacher. I stepped up to the plate and learned how to create my own online courses, shoot and edit my own videos, build my own websites and marketing funnels, and everything I needed to get my message out to the world. Once everything was all in place and ready to launch, I had a level 2 thought appear. I thought, wait a minute. I don't mind teaching this stuff to the rest of the world, but I don't want anyone in my market to know my secrets. It's already getting harder to find deals, so I don't need any added competition. I instantly knew that that was a level 2 thought, and I knew that scarcity breeds scarcity. I quickly stopped that thought, moved into an abundant state of mind, and launched my course everywhere. On the automated emails I sent out, I put my post office address along with a Google Voice number at the bottom. The Google Voice number was forwarded to Christy's cell phone. One day, Christy got a call on that line. When she answered it, there was a guy on the other line asking to talk to me. I told her I would take the call. I started talking to the guy, and he said something to me that I couldn't understand. I kept asking him what he was saying, and I just couldn't make out the words. Finally, I got it. He was telling me that he needed my course called 5 Days to Freedom. He was in one of my online funnel sequences and missed his window to get one of my courses for only $97. He said he borrowed the money from his mom and wanted to know if he could still get the course for that price, even though it was past the deadline. I told him yes and gave him a special code to get in. He said he wanted to do it and believed it was real because the post office box on the email was in the same city as his. I told him it was real, and all he had to do was follow the directions step by step, and he would be successful. 3 days later, he had a baby. 3 days after that, he lost his job. On the 30th of that month, he closed his first 2 deals and made over $11,000. The crazy part was that he had never even had a checking account, so he had to go get one so he could deposit his money. The even crazier part is that he didn't even know how to write a check, so he had to get his girlfriend to teach him how so he could spend his money. He bought and sold 2 houses in 1 month and didn't have a penny to his name, didn't have any credit, and didn't even know how to write a check. But the story gets even crazier. Before he closed on those first 2 deals, he called me and said his cousins thought he was getting scammed, and this wasn't going to work. I told him it was going to work. He said he believed me. After he got his $11,000, he called and said his cousins wanted to know how he was doing what he was doing. I told him, teach him. He said he couldn't teach them because this was my stuff, and I had to teach them. I told him that he just closed 2 deals. He knew how to do it. It was his stuff now, and he could teach them. So he did. His first month, he did 2 deals. His second month, he did 2 more deals. But even crazier than that, he taught one of his cousins how to do it, and she closed her first deal in her first month. It took me 6 months to do 1 deal and a couple years to teach someone else how to do it. And this guy just did 4 deals and taught someone else in 2 months. I couldn't believe it. I started buying most of my houses from him at that point. It was good for him because he was making a ton of money, and it was good for me because I didn't have to do any work to find any of the deals. I didn't have to charge much for real estate courses because I was still making money off my real estate business. I could help out my student by buying deals from him and then start partnering with some of my contractors and letting them make half the profit off the deals. I made money purely as a side effect of helping other people. All I did was look for opportunities to help other people become financially free, and as a side effect, I had good income. Now, let's back up in the story a bit. Chapter 10, Level 5, Soul-Oriented. I was unknowingly on a mission to find 3-dimensional freedom, mentally, physically, and spiritually. I figured out physical, financial freedom, but it didn't fix all my problems. I knew that something else had to be going on below the surface, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I finally figured out what that was by understanding the human mind and how subconscious belief systems print out reality. I learned that we had subconscious belief systems that were like an iceberg that you couldn't see below the surface. I learned that these are the patterns that trap us into living a lie. I started uncovering all of the lies that have been keeping me from being my true self. After getting a clear understanding of this and moving into Level 3, I had found freedom in 2 of the 3 dimensions, mentally and physically. I was no longer chained to doing anything that I didn't want to do or thinking anything that I didn't want to think. At first, these revelations were great, but this level of understanding took all the mystery out of life. It was like we were all just robots walking around. Life seemed kind of meaningless. I really did have a simple, rational, and logical explanation for every single thing that has ever happened in the world except for one thing. Why was I really here? This ended the cycle and began a new one. I had come full circle back to my original starting point. It was time for me to start down the spiritual path again. With my new insight and ability to distinguish truth from fiction, I started going to church again with the definite intention of finding some real answers this time around. This time, I didn't just go to 1 or 2 churches. Instead, I started going to many. I started going to all different kinds of churches. I would go to 5 separate services most Sundays and 2 services every Wednesday. I had a pretty good lie detector at this point, so I was really good at spotting when people were just parroting back what they had heard before, or when they were attempting to manipulate an audience. I started searching for the things that I knew were coming from a place of truth. As I did this, I started to notice that all these people were unknowingly saying the exact same thing. The only issue they were arguing about was whether a party was called a hoedown or a hootenanny. The thing is that they were all talking about the same party. I would show up to one Bible study class and listen to all the questions that they just couldn't find answers to, and I would give them the answers they were looking for with something I learned from a completely different religion. They had been arguing over these matters for years and couldn't come to an agreement until I showed them a universal truth that I found from different religion to explain it. I was literally on a hunt for God. I wanted to know if there was a God, or if we were just all living inside of my own mind. When I was in Level 3, I started hearing a lot of talk about us all being one. I started hearing that I was God. I met people who claimed that they were God incarnate. It was different than the way anyone had said it before. It was not that they were God of this world, or I was God of this world, and therefore were allowed to dominate it. Instead, it was that I am God, and they are God, and you are God, and we're all God. When I heard it, it felt right, but I didn't understand what it meant. I realized later that the main reason I didn't understand it was the same reason I didn't get much transformation from going to church either. And that reason is that most of the people I was listening to didn't even know exactly what they meant when they were saying it. They had just heard it before, thought it sounded good, and started parroting it back. I was ready to know the truth about God, just like clockwork, and right on cue, when the student was ready, the teacher appeared. I bumped into one of my old friends I hadn't seen in years. He used to work on the beach with me, and also used to be in a band that my band played with a lot. It turns out that he had been on a very similar journey as I had. Since I last saw him, he had built a very successful business and been on a spiritual path as well. He had set up some drums, guitars, amps, and microphones in the back of a storage shed that he was using for his business. He asked if I wanted to come over and jam together for a bit. I said, sure, I hadn't played in a while. That sounds like fun. We were really enjoying ourselves as we jammed for hours. When we were done, there was a man standing in the shed with us. He started clapping and said, "That was great, guys. I've been here for a while and you didn't even notice me." My friend had to leave, but I stayed and talked to this guy for a bit. He was definitely not someone you could call normal by any standards. I handed him my business card and left. The next day was my birthday. I went to my normal Thursday meditation group. Afterward, I was walking to my car and got a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. I never answer the phone if I don't know the number. I figured if it is important, they will leave a message. Something told me that I needed to take this call. When I answered the call, it was the strange man from the storage shed on the other line. He started groaning and saying something had come over him, and his stomach was killing him. He said he could barely move. He found my business card, and he knew he had to call me. He said that he needed to share something with me. He said that it was a message from God, and he wanted to know if he could meet with me. Although I was a little shaken up by this, I hesitantly said, "Yeah, I guess so. Where do you want to meet?" He asked me to meet him in the Walmart parking lot. I was only a few minutes away. I agreed to meet him there, and as I started driving, I called my dad and told him what was going on. I told him I was a little freaked out about the whole situation, and if he never heard from me again, he should check the Walmart security cameras because that's the last place I would have been. I wasn't joking when I said this either. The man I was about to meet seemed like he could have very easily been a lunatic. I showed up at the Walmart parking lot and found him sitting in a little yellow truck. He was under one of the lights, so it was shining down on his truck almost as if it was on display. It was a very strange setting. When I pulled up, his passenger door was open. He told me to get in his truck. I'm not sure why, but I got in. Then he told me to shut the door. Again, not sure why, I did it. Then he started rocking back and forth and groaning as he started up the truck. He put it into gear and he started driving. He kept saying, "I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening, but God really loves you and he has a message for you." For the next 1.5 hours, he drove me up and down random streets while he shared a message. I felt as if I could have moved or spoken during this time, but I didn't. My hands lay flat in my lap as I silently faced directly forward. I don't remember most of what he said. Mostly, I just remember my own thoughts. I was waiting for him to say something that was either a lie or something that I could prove he was wrong about. I remember thinking to myself, okay, that's right. That makes sense. That's true. How did he know that? How could he possibly know that? He was telling me things that there is no way he could have known. He never said one word that I could prove wrong. But what is most important is I remember him saying that I had 2 envelopes inside of me. And I already knew the contents of one, but in 3 days, God was going to come to me and open the other one. He said when God came to me, he was going to ask me this question: will you surrender your life to me? He said if I answered yes, then God would give me my life back and give me favor, but I could never take credit for anything I ever did again. I must give all the credit to God. At 11:56 on what would have been 3 nights later, I suddenly woke up. My entire body was vibrating, and my eyes were closed, but all I could see was daylight. I started freaking out because I thought, this is God and he's going to ask for my life. What does that even mean? I'm not sure I want to give up my life. I opened my eyes, picked up my computer, and saw that it was 11:56. I thought, oh, this isn't God. It hasn't even been 3 days yet. I'm going to go back to sleep now. I lay back down, expecting for it to stop, but instead, it only became more intense. My body was vibrating so much, it felt like I could have been floating. My entire room turned to light. This was it. This was God. I started to really freak out because I knew it was real now. I kept thinking over and over, what does it mean to give my life to God? I didn't want to give up my life, especially when I didn't know what He was going to do with it. I started to remember a time when I wrecked my dirt bike several years earlier. I was knocked out for a moment and then got amnesia. For 24 hours, I couldn't remember anything. I knew what things were, and I could function normally, but I didn't know who the people around me were. I remember talking on the phone, many of whom I talked to on a regular basis, and I remember saying to them, I have to tell you that I don't know who you are, but I know I like you. It was a very weird experience. It was frightening because at that time in my life, I thought that I was my thoughts, my identity, and memories, but suddenly, I didn't have those things anymore. I thought I had lost me. How could I be me without those things? I was a very cerebral person and needed to understand everything that was going on, but now I didn't even know who I was or how I got where I was. If I had gotten the lesson back then, I could have saved myself a lot of trouble in Oz. I didn't get the lesson then, but that's not the point. The point I'm making with this story is that losing my mind was the scariest thing I could imagine since I thought I was my mind. I started stressing out thinking, what if God is about to ask me to give up all my cognitive skills and all my reasoning skills? How would I function in life without them? What if He asked me to become mentally ill? Would I even be me then? I don't want to lose me. Even at my awakened state I had already achieved, this was still scary to me. I remember really trying to experience what it would be like to not be in control of my cognitive functions or having any willpower at all. It was terrifying. I started to move into a calm state of peace as I moved into the terror and embraced it. Then I said these words, well, if it's God asking me, and I'm going to die anyway, yes, I'll do it. I surrender my life to you. The moment I did that, my body stopped vibrating and the lights shut off. I had a huge wave of joy sweep over my body like nothing I had ever experienced. I never actually knew what joy was until this moment. I felt alive for the first time in my life. I also felt strangely calm and peaceful, yet also joyful. No words can really describe it. The only word that seems to remotely point to what I was experiencing would be heaven. I lay back down, closed my eyes, and blissfully drifted into a peaceful slumber. I woke up the next morning and met one of my friends for lunch. I told him what had happened, and he asked me what was inside the 2 envelopes. I didn't know at first, but then it hit me. I knew what was inside the first envelope. April 30th, the year before, I had written an email to someone that I didn't remember writing. I just remember hitting send and then going back to read it. I was so embarrassed because of what it said. I had sent a very strange email to a man I really respected. After I read it, I didn't expect that he would ever speak to me again. It was such a weird message. He was going to have to think I was nuts. The message was describing how he was going to be a part of reinventing the entire educational system. There was a rough outline of how it was all supposed to start happening in that email. I said that I was supposed to be part of it, but I didn't have the resource to do it yet, and he did. So this was what he was to do. It turns out that this was the first envelope. I had been given a blueprint for reinventing the educational system. The second envelope opened very slowly. I could almost see it happening throughout the day, kind of like a rose blossoming. Once the envelope was open, I knew what was inside. Before we discuss the second envelope, let's talk about the first. The problem with the current educational system is that it crams everyone into the same one-size-fits-all box. It actually hinders people from doing the one thing they were born to do, which is be themselves. It makes people feel like their entire sense of self-worth is based upon their ability to fit inside of this tiny little box. Worse than that is that even if they can fit in the box, they themselves are still worthless, and their only worth is their ability to fit in the box. If they lose that ability, then they lose their worth. The thing is, no one is supposed to fit in that box. And to judge everyone on their ability to fit in the same box is ludicrous. If you judge a turtle on his ability to fly, he's always a failure. Does that mean the turtle should be labeled a failure because he doesn't know how to fly? Until 1940, the educational system was set up to train people to become leaders. After the Industrial Revolution, we needed more employees, so we decided to beef up the educational system and use it to train people to become good employees, cogs in the machine. I'm not saying that this wasn't supposed to happen for the evolution of our consciousness, but I am saying that it is no longer relevant. Humanity was meant to master level 2, but it is now time to move into level 3. We are going to need a new system for education in order to usher in the new era. The major shift is that we must go from teaching people what to think and instead start teaching people how to think for themselves. This might seem like a lofty goal, and you're right. It wouldn't be possible if I were the one doing it. Luckily, it is God steering this ship, not I. He did give me the vision, but the burden isn't on me. There is no weight on my shoulders. He said he will handle all the work if I will just take the steps when I'm told. He will handle the magic of turning the acorn into the oak tree, and all I have to do is plant and water the seed. I don't really get too shocked anymore about the mountains I watch God move with the faith of a mustard seed, because I experience miracles nearly every day. Even so, it's still really awe-inspiring to see Him in action. He has been giving me every single piece to the puzzle that would have taken me centuries to construct on my own. It's really not going to take very long. It can't take very long because humanity won't be able to survive much longer in level 2. In shifting from level 2 to level 3, either the ego dies or the person dies with it. The same goes for humanity. You will see the vision manifesting globally soon. You will even be a part of it soon. You will soon be amazed at how simple health, wealth, happiness, relationships, and spiritual connection can actually be when the world is literate in those things. The truth is the truth, and it's the same for everyone. When you hear the truth, it's very obvious. It strikes you as plain and simple. Duh, why didn't I think of that? Or even, of course, I already knew that. I just never could put it into words. You'll find that the truth is not something that you can learn, but it is something that you already know, and nothing outside of yourself can teach you truth. It can only remind you of the truth that you already know within. The only problem with this picture is that currently, you might hear the truth and instantly know it, yet still reject it. The voice of reason inside your head says, "Yep, that's the truth." But then another voice pops up. Since you have been taught what to think your whole life, you become afraid to think for yourself for fear that you won't fit in the box that holds your self-worth. So the voice that is your true self says, "Yep, that's true." But then you suddenly hear your teacher's voice, or your preacher's voice, or your friend's voice, or your family's voice, or your government's voice, and it says, "Don't listen. That's a lie. Listen to me. Remember what I told you. You have to trust me. You don't want to insult me, do you? I would never lie to you, would I? Just keep your beliefs the way they are, or else you'll lose something or someone you love." Now both voices are coming from within, but one voice was implanted in your mind from without. You can never trust the world with controlling your thoughts. The world is an illusion. An illusion has no choice but to lie to you. This new educational system is designed to help people find the truth within them rather than implant beliefs that are intentionally or unintentionally meant to control them. Once people learn how to think for themselves, then the second envelope becomes very simple. The second envelope is to unite all religions. Notice I didn't say get rid of all religions and create a new one. I said unite all religions. What happens on the micro happens on the macro, and what happens to the individual happens to the collective. Just as every person has something to contribute to the world, so does every religion. Mexican food is delicious, and so is Italian food. We don't want to lose either one of those. Let's keep them both and enjoy what each of them brings to the table. We do want to be careful as not to put anything poisonous inside the food. Once we all understand how to think for ourselves again, it shouldn't be a problem to take a better look at the ingredients in the meals. We want to make sure there are no poisons, and that we're using fresh, organic, non-GMO products to keep us healthy. But other than that, let's feast. What if you and another person had a very important time-sensitive decision to make, and you each had a different point of view that you started arguing over? What if you argued so long that by the time that you had to make the decision, it was too late? What if you both missed the boat because you couldn't come to an agreement? The only reason this happens is because people are so worried about proving themselves right and the other person wrong that they forget what they are even really arguing about. Instead of arguing, what if we honored each other? What if we said, "Hey, that's a really great perspective you have there. I'm so very glad that you shared that with me because I know for you to take the time to share it shows that you must really care about me. I care about you too. I have something that might be of great value and use to you as well. Would you like me to share it with you?" Do you know what a conversation like this leads to? It doesn't lead to someone being proven right and someone else being proven wrong. It leads to two people lovingly making a mutually beneficial decision together that is based on truth rather than pride. It leads to both people getting on the boat rather than both people missing it. We have to learn to appreciate each other. We have to learn to communicate like adults. We have to be willing to lay our cards on the table, even if it means you might not have the best hand. You don't want to spend your life arguing about who has the bigger ace up his or her sleeve. Let's just lay our cards down and thank God for the opportunity to love another person. We never know what road other people have been on their entire lives. Don't be so quick to shut people down before you even receive the gift that they are attempting to bring to the table. I'm about to share some things with you that could feel to some people as if I am shutting them down. That is only because I cannot engage in dialogue, because we are not together in person. My intent is only to share what I have been given. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm not attached to my hand. If you have a hand that shows me how to love God and love you as myself at a higher level, then I would be honored for you to share it with me. The words that are flowing onto this page have nothing to do with me teaching you anything. I'm only sharing them with you because I know that I'm supposed to. I am not the source of the message, I am just the messenger. Remember as you read on that I love you more than I love the message that I'm sharing. You are not who you think you are. You have been playing a role just like an actor in a movie. But you are an incredibly good actor because you have convinced yourself that you are the role rather than the actor. God is love, and you are love too. Since God is the source of all things, and God is love, then it is pretty easy to conclude that love is the source of all things, including you. The problem is that you don't know how to be loved without the source of love, which is the source of all things, God. The number 1 commandment is to love God, and the number 2 commandment is to love thy neighbor as thyself. You must love God first because you must love love first. Love is your compass. Love is the only thing that is real. Without your compass, you will get lost in the illusion. The content of everything is love. The form of everything is illusion. The content never changes, but the form does. Anything that exists only in time does not actually exist. Nothing real can be threatened. We know we live in God, aka love, because at the root of all religions, God is omnipresent. Acts 17:28 in the Bible says, "For in him we live and move and have our being." It isn't that there is only one God, it's that there is only God. Anything other than God is an illusion, which means anything other than love is an illusion. You see things in the world that do not look like love, but even the source of those things is love. The source of all things is love. But you won't see that if you're focusing on the thing instead of the source of the thing. When you see a road sign, you don't get stuck on the road sign. You look for the thing that the sign is pointing at. Don't follow information, follow inspiration. Look from the inside out, not the outside in. If you follow form, you follow illusion. The illusion is constantly changing. Why do you put all your energy and emotion into learning about something that will no longer be relevant 1 million years from now? Don't let the illusion fool you. Don't let the illusion overtake you. Don't let the illusion own you. The next page or 2 of this book could challenge a lot of your belief systems. I'm not asking you to believe any of it. I'm just asking you to be unafraid to read it all and fearlessly contemplate it. Here's another really awesome parable I found on Facebook a couple days ago, and I think is a nice introduction to what we're about to discuss. I have no clue who wrote it, but I love it so much that I had to share it. In a mother's womb were 2 babies. One asked the other, "Do you believe in life after delivery?" The other replied, "Why, of course. There has to be something after delivery. Maybe we are here to prepare ourselves for what we will be later." "Nonsense," said the first. "There is no life after delivery. What kind of life would that be?" The second said, "I don't know, but there will be more light than here. Maybe we will walk with our legs and eat from our mouths. Maybe we'll have other senses that we can't understand now." The first replied, "That is absurd. Walking is impossible. And eating with our mouths? Ridiculous. The umbilical cord supplies nutrition and everything we need. But the umbilical cord is so short, life after delivery is to be logically excluded." The second insisted, "Well, I think there is something, and maybe it's different than it is here. Maybe we won't need this physical cord anymore." The first replied, "Nonsense, and moreover, if there is life, then why has no one ever come back from there? Delivery is the end of life, and in after delivery, there is nothing but darkness and silence and oblivion. It takes us nowhere." "Well, I don't know," said the second, "but certainly we'll meet Mother, and she will take care of us." The first replied, "Mother? You actually believe in Mother? That's laughable. If Mother exists, then where is she now?" The second said, "She is all around us. We are surrounded by her. We are of her. It is in her that we live. Without her, this world would not and could not exist." Said the first, "Well, I don't see her, so it's only logical that she doesn't exist." To which the second replied, "Sometimes, when you're in silence, and you focus, and you really listen, you can perceive her presence, and you can hear her loving voice calling down from above. So hopefully that story softened you up and got your creative juices flowing so you're ready for this next part. Did you know that you could actually choose to live in a reality in which Jesus never really walked the earth? If you want to live in the life you were created to live, there are 3 things you will want to keep in mind as you continue your earth tour. 1, God is love. 2, God is the source of all things, and therefore love is the content of all things. And 3, all forms you experience in this world are an illusion. Did you know that you can manifest any reality you choose? You are not a person. You are a perspective. You are like a radio that has control of its own dial. You aren't creating a life. You're just tuning in to a frequency that you choose to experience. On the station you choose will be the songs you choose to hear. You were created in God's own likeness and image and given free will to be your own God if you wish. You can do anything, be anything, and experience anything your little heart desires. You have the illusion that you are creating things, but in truth you create nothing. You are only manifesting things. Did you know that manifest simply means to make obvious that which is already there? Everything that could ever exist already does. The delusion of the illusion is that you actually have the ability to create something. Nothing can be created because there is no truth in time. How do I know? What happens when you introduce light into darkness? Darkness goes away. It can no longer exist in light because it is nothing. So what happens when you introduce eternity into time? Time goes away. Time does not exist in eternity because time is an illusion. If eternity is real, then time can't be. If time is real, then eternity can't be. Feel free to take your pick because you can have either, but you can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too because once you eat it, it will be gone. You really want to be free of the illusion, but you are more afraid of the light than you are of the darkness because the game ends the moment you find truth. Hide and seek is over. All of your actions are doing nothing more than making obvious that which is already there. You never noticed it before because you unknowingly chose not to. The only thing you actually create is an experience. You don't actually even get to create that. You are co-creating that. So the only question is, what would you like to experience? Would you like to experience the illusion of you saving the world? Would you like to experience the illusion of you being separate from God? Would you like to experience a life without God, or perhaps an eternity of you being your own God? You have the power to choose any of this, but I have to warn you that choosing to experience an eternity without God can only lead you to an artificial, self-created realm of eternal loneliness devoid of all love. God is love, and a world without God leads to a world without love. If you choose the experience of moving farther and farther away from the source of all things, you will lose the light from which you came, and slowly but surely you will find yourself in an artificially created eternal darkness, all form and no content. I have seen a vision of billions of people on a train that is taking them to this experience of artificial eternal darkness. When this train runs out of tracks, everyone on it will have handed their free will over to the illusion and will never be able to take it back. This vision doesn't have to come to pass. This book is an attempt to shift the collective consciousness to a new track. If you are not in the process of waking up, if you are not in love with God and in love with your fellow man, then you are on this road to nowhere. I'm not here to sell you fire insurance. I'm here to tell you that you can experience heaven and you can start right now. All you have to do is let love in. Did you know that success leaves clues? Did you know that by studying someone who has already done what you want, you can actually learn how to get it too? Did you know that you have chosen to exist in a reality in which there is someone who knows how to find heaven? Did you know that this someone incarnated for the sole purpose of blessing you with eternal love, joy, peace, and fulfillment? Jesus was God incarnate because he was love incarnate. Jesus is a compass for you to find your way home. Why would you want to experience a reality that never had someone to come and show you how to unconditionally love yourself and the world and experience miracles and everlasting life by doing so? Why would you want to experience living in a world that would make you try to figure out how to do that on your own? You already know how confused you are and how confusing life is. Why wouldn't you want to have someone you could ask for help? I really love the teachings of Buddha and Krishna. You can learn a lot of really great things by studying them. They were overflowing with truth and wisdom. There are an unlimited number of paths with incredible wisdom. You could spend the rest of your life going down all these paths, collecting all the wisdom you can find. You could spend the rest of your life learning how to please different gods or even how to become a god. The possibilities are endless. You picked up this book and are reading these words for a reason. The reason is that you decided that you are ready to find your way home. I owe the majority of my success in life to finding the right mentors to guide me. I've learned that choosing the right mentor can save you a lot of pain and suffering. A mentor has already done all the hard work of finding the path, so all you have to do is follow their lead. The key is finding a mentor who actually knows the fastest route to where you want to go, and one who actually cares whether you get there or not. That being said, wouldn't it make the most sense if there were a mentor whose sole purpose for existing was to give you everything you've ever wanted completely free of charge? Then, should you take him up on that offer? Did you know that you only have one real problem in life? Your only real problem is that you don't know how to be loved. Every single problem you think you have in life stems off of you not knowing how to be loved without condition. You think you need to do something in order to be worthy of love. Did you know that the only reason that you ever sin is because you are really just crying out for love? You'll always be in pain if you're trying to be something that you're not. You'll always be happy when you're being yourself. Being yourself is effortless. The only reason you would ever not be yourself is because you thought you had to be someone else in order to be loved. Jesus was not only an incarnation of unconditional love, but he also proved that nothing is impossible with love. Most important, though, he appeared on earth for the one and only purpose of giving himself to you. He showed up not to be your idol, but to be your servant. He didn't want you to worship him for eternity. He wanted to give his entire being to you for eternity. His entire being was unconditional love. John 14:12 says, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do." He didn't want to be greater than you. He wanted you to be great. Yes, it is possible that you could study every word in your favorite religious book and do everything that religion tells you to do and find the truth that way. You won't find truth in the words you memorize, though. You will only find truth on this path if you finally get so frustrated that you completely give up all hopes of ever finding it. If you do this and finally surrender your ego, it is possible that unconditional love could then overtake you. My question is, why do you want to put yourself through all that? Why do you feel the need to fight the flying monkeys, Dorothy? All you have to do is ask for help from a God that doesn't want you to do anything except let him love you. This is the cheat code for life. You don't have to have an incredibly efficient brain that can process all this information enough for you to understand it. You need just let love in. Once you do that, you'll be fully liberated and feel free to be the true you. The real purpose of this book is to share the gospel with you. In case you don't know what the gospel is, the gospel isn't the Holy Bible, as some people might try to tell you. The gospel means the good news. Do you know what the good news is? It's that the source of your being is a God that loves you. The good news is that you can never actually be apart from this loving God because you live inside this God, and this God lives inside you. John 17:20-23. My prayer is not for them alone. I pray also for those who will believe in me through their message, that all of them may be one, Father, just as you are in me and I am in you. May they be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. I have given them the glory that you gave me, so that they may be one as we are one, I in them and you in me, so they may be brought to complete unity. The good news is that there is nothing you can possibly do to make God stop loving you, because God is love. 1 John 4:8 says, He that loveth not, knoweth not God, for God is love. The good news is that even if you were to spit in his face and slap him and torture him and degrade him and hang him on a cross, he would still love you, and he would forgive you of everything before, during, and after you did it. The good news is that you don't have to wonder if this is true, because you have chosen to live in a reality in which he proved it. You might say, no, John, he didn't prove it in my reality, and I say to you, yes, he did, because you just read that he did. And now you would actually have to choose an entirely new experience of making an arduous conscious effort to try and deny it. You know who Jesus is. Jesus is the proof that God is love. You know that he came here for the sole purpose of showing you how much he loves you, no matter what you have ever done. You can deny it all you want, but why would you want to? Why would you want to live in a world that was created by a God who is mad at you for all the mistakes you've made and hates people who don't obey him? Why would you want to live in a world that doesn't even have a living God? So instead you have to figure out everything for yourself. Why would you choose to live in a world without a God that says, come to me exactly as you are, bring me all of your pain, worries, mistakes, sins, and sorrows, and I will take them off your shoulders free of charge? You don't have to learn or earn your way to heaven. All you have to do is follow my love there. All you have to do is say, Jesus, I believe that you died to prove to me that you love me, even though I have done so many things wrong. I'm tired of running my life off of pride and ego. I see now that is a road to nowhere. I don't want to die with my pride and ego. I want my pride and ego to die without me. I want to wake up. I want to live for eternity in love. I've made a lot of mistakes that I'm very sorry for. I was confused, and I know you know that. I know that you don't care about anything I've ever done because I know that you even forgave the people while they were murdering you. I know that I can't clean up my mess on my own because I'm the one who created it. I know you want to wrap your loving arms around me exactly the way I am. I'm ready to get off the hamster wheel. I'm ready to know truth. I'm ready to know love. I'm ready to know you. Will you please show me what love is? Will you please fill me with your spirit and let all the lies drain out of me? I surrender to your love, Jesus. Great job! Guess what? You just read all those words, and even if you didn't mean to say it, the seed has been planted. You just invited unconditional love to live inside of you. Your heart is about to start opening like a beautiful flower. All of your pain is already starting to empty out as it is replaced with unreasonable, unbridled, unwavering, unconditional love. Your entire body will soon be made anew. An entirely new quality of atoms are rushing into your being now and rebuilding you from the inside out. You didn't even have to do anything to earn all of this. All you had to do is keep allowing it to happen and then share this unconditional love with others. You don't want to hog it all for yourself, do you? Keep your walls down. The more you let love in and out of you, the more the Christ within you will grow. I know who Jesus is because he lives inside of me. And you know who he is because he lives inside of you. He isn't a body hanging on a cross. He is the essence that was driving the body that was hanging on the cross. That essence is unconditional love. We're not talking about a man. We're talking about the Christ within that man that is the same Christ that lives within you. Jesus, Son of Man, was the embodiment of Christ. He came here to unleash the Spirit of Christ into the entire world. He unlocked the cheat code. He was here to show the world what is possible. He was here to shift our belief systems. Before Jesus, people said, God, you don't understand what it's like down here on earth. We can't live by all the rules you gave us because it's too hard here. We're made of flesh and bones, and we have to fight for our survival. So what did God do? He showed up here in flesh and bones, and then he did follow all the rules. And he also showed that there really are no rules when love is your only motive. Then the people said, yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but what if a mob of people were about to beat the crap out of you, and spit on you, and ridicule you, and hang you on a cross and murder you? Then you wouldn't still be able to love those people, would you? So what did God do? He hung on a cross and loved the world in spite of itself. John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. No matter how hard the world tried to hate God, God did nothing but love the world back. Then God left that spirit of unconditional love behind for everyone to have, to hold, and to experience. It now lives inside of every man's and every woman's heart. You don't have to learn, earn, beg, borrow, fight, steal, kill, and rip the world apart to find it. All you have to do is ask God to open your heart so you can see that it has been hiding in there the whole time. Galatians 2:20 says, I am crucified with Christ, and it's no longer I who live, but it is Christ who lives in me. 2 Corinthians 13:5 says, or do you not realize about yourselves that Jesus Christ is in you? You might be thinking, but John, what about all the people who don't have a Bible and have never heard the name Jesus? And I say to you that you don't have to know what a hammer is called in order to use it. Most people don't realize that Jesus wasn't even named Jesus. In fact, one word that you can bet Jesus never heard was the word Jesus. His name was actually Yeshua. There wasn't even a letter J in Hebrew or Aramaic. It's not about tomato, tomato. Just because you don't know his name doesn't mean his spirit doesn't live inside of you. It was left here inside of each and every one of us. And if you ask for salvation, you will be led to truth. The truth will come find you just as this book did. And when it finds you, you need only to surrender to it. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. You must have already been asking for the truth to be revealed to you, since you have manifested this book into your reality. If you deny that it was possible that he died to prove his love for you, then you will most surely deny that you and everyone around you is loved without condition. If you deny that you or anyone around you is loved without condition, then you will not know God, for God is love. You might say, I believe that everyone is loved without condition, but I deny that Jesus died to prove it. And I say to you, if you truly believe it, yet you have never done it, and you have never seen it done, then why would you choose to deny the only person who could possibly have done it? Life is very confusing without a compass. You need to have some way of knowing which way north is, or you will definitely get lost. Why not use a pure, unconditionally loving being as your role model, your mentor, your compass, your savior? There is only one way home. You can't get back the way you came. The only way out is in, and the only way in is pure, unconditional love. God gave us that way free of charge when He showed Himself to us in the man named Yeshua. Are you tired of all the pain and suffering yet, or are you still having fun fighting the flying monkeys? When you've had enough of the illusion, all you have to do is let go and let God. Stop trying to create your life with your little carnal mind. You don't have to create you. God already did that. All you have to do is return to yourself. At some point, trying to create yourself will always lead you to suffering, pain, and loss. You are trying to fit the world into your model of it, only to keep finding out that it doesn't fit. What is happening in the world is none of your business. Your business is to love God first and love your neighbor second. If you do that, then you will be given the visions and directions that will guide you into your life's purpose. Following this vision will lead you into an infinite, eternal world full of pure, unconditional love all around. It's not about the destination and the outcome of the vision. It's not about the journey, although it is about enjoying the journey. It's not about becoming someone different along the journey. It's about finding yourself along the journey and peeling off all the layers of illusion. These layers have trapped you in a world ruled by fear, scarcity, separation, lies, and hatred. When you do find yourself, it will happen in one place because you only really exist in one place. When you find yourself, you will find yourself in heaven. If you fall in love with the vision or the outcome of the vision more than you love God or love your neighbor, then you will start over. Remember, it's never about the outcome of the vision. The purpose of your life is to find your way home, and just like Dorothy, you can't learn or earn your way there. There's only one way home, and that is through loving God and loving everyone else along the way. As you do that, the layers of lies will shed. As more and more lies shed, more and more truth becomes apparent. Suddenly you awaken to nothing but truth, and you will be free from the cage that was never even real to begin with, because it was constructed purely of lies and illusions. Heaven is tuned to a certain frequency, and it is never going to change. If you ever want to experience heaven, then you are going to have to change your frequency to match it. The way you do it is by following your divine path with blind faith and choosing love over fear in each moment. It's not your job to figure out the steps. It's your job to take the steps. Each step you take from a place of love will raise your frequency another notch higher. You don't need to see the steps. You can keep your eyes closed the entire journey and never even open them until God says, "Okay, open your eyes. You're home." Don't worry about the next step because it is never any of your business. Your business is to stay present and stay in love. You can't see the entire picture and will never know what God has planned. God will be there to guide you in each moment, and there will be no weight on your shoulders. Jesus said, "My burden is light." If you ever feel weight on your shoulders or fear creeping in, know that it is only there because you put it there. It is your own self-made illusion. You have only one choice right now, and every right now moving forward. Which will you choose? Love or fear? Trust or control? Belief or disbelief? Separation or unity? Truth or untruth? Life or death? Time or eternity? Light or darkness? They are all the same choice. Any choice you try to create other than those are nothing more than games and rules made up by you. If you have read this far into this book, then you are a different person in a different frequency than you were when you started. You have uncovered more of your true self by removing layers of lies. You are now not only ready for your mission, but you've already chosen to accept it. God is talking to you at this very moment, not in these words on this page, but actually inside your own mind. God is whispering your next step to you as you read this. God has already told you how important you are, but you have not fully trusted Him until now. You have been trying to get the world to confirm how incredibly special and perfect you are before you believe it. I have news for you. It is never going to happen. It can never happen because the world has no clue who you are. Even the most inspiring and most admirable description that the world could ever tell you about what you are capable of will fail miserably in comparison to the truth about you. The world will either flatter you or make you feel more worthless. Either one is a method of manipulation to try and keep you trapped inside of it. You don't belong inside of it. The world can't give you anything because you are here to give something to the world. That gift is nothing other than the true you. Your entire purpose for existence is to uncover your true self by surrendering your free will back to God. When your will becomes God's will, you and God become one. You are not meant to fit in or conform to the world because your difference is the only thing that can make a difference. The world needs you to be that difference now. This is the end of the second part of this book. As you continue along your journey through Oz, always remember to give what you want to get and be the change you want to see. Trust God above the illusion, and no matter what, stay in love. Part 3. The Process. Chapter 11. By reading my story in The Proof, you should have been able to see yourself in it so you could relate to and experience the transformations along with me. Since you now have the roadmap and the compass, it will be much easier to now move through them. You now have reference points that you have seen in my journey that you will see in yours. You might see emotions, events, people, or gods that appear along the way and try to get you off track. Just keep your attention on your compass, which is the Spirit of Christ that dwells within you. Remember what Jesus taught. That is, how to die and resurrect by staying present in the only frequency that is real, which is God, and God is love. Most religions will trap you in level 2, and some of the more thoughtful religions will take you into level 3. If you get to level 3, all you have to do to reach level 4 is come back to your senses and start sharing what you have found while in level 3. To get to level 5, Jesus shared the only path that I have found. He taught us how not to just die, but also to resurrect. He taught us to know you are one with God, yet still experience yourself separate from God in the same moment. He showed us how to be in the world but not of it. As you saw, I learned something very important from each level. Moving through them in this order gave me a strong foundation, so the next level didn't cave in on me. Every time I moved into the next level, I transcended them, carrying the lessons from the previous ones with me. This is about experiencing three-dimensional freedom by finding yourself in all three dimensions, mentally, physically, and spiritually. When you find yourself in each of these dimensions, you can set yourself free in each one. Three-dimensional freedom through these 5 levels leads to complete liberation and an eternity of love, joy, and peace. I'm going to explain the 5 levels one more time using different language to make sure you have a very solid understanding of them. Then I will share with you some of the tools and cheat codes I've found to get you through each level the quickest. There are 5 T's that you can give to the world. You can give your time, treasure, truth, talent, or trust. You can't give what you don't have. In level 1, all you really have to give is your time. In level 2, you have treasure. In level 3, you have truth. Level 4 is about finding and expressing your God-given talents. And in level 5, you have absolute trust. Another way to see these levels is by looking at the first couple from the collective standpoint rather than the individual. Let's look at humanity's journey through these levels. As a whole, we started in level 1. We were victims of our environment because we didn't have any control over it. We were completely at the mercy of nature. We then decided that we were not going to stand for that anymore. So we put our heads down, moved into level 2, and decided to conquer the world. We wanted to create our own destiny. The problem was that we didn't take any of the laws of nature into account when we decided to do this. We decided that we were just going to make up our own laws as we went. This created disharmony between us and nature, and we began destroying the very thing that gave us the ability to live. We have learned a lot about ourselves and the universe in level 2. We couldn't have understood our true relationship with nature had we not first drawn a very distinct line and separated ourselves from it. In level 1, we were completely merged with and one with nature. We didn't know the difference between it and us. Now we have made it very clear that we are not one with it, we own it. This is true, but it is also not true at the same time. Because our collective consciousness is still in level 2, we currently only believe it to be true. If we don't learn that we are both one with nature and separate from it at the same time, then we will destroy ourselves. Since we are one with nature, any destruction we do to it is actually destruction done to ourselves. In level 3, we wake up to the fact that we are one with nature. There is no difference between us and it, because we are made of it and it is made of us. Just as Jesus said, "I and my Father are one." How can you make a statement like that? How can there be an I and a Father, yet they are one? It is the same way that humans and nature are one. There is a difference, and yet there is no difference, a perfect dichotomy. Level 2 is about drawing a line in the sand and saying, nature and I are not one. I rule nature. Level 3 is saying, nature and I are one, yet not one, because I can choose to be in harmony with it, or the conqueror of it. As a species, we have to move back into harmony with nature, or we will destroy it. This also means we will be destroying us, since we are one with it. Let's move back to the individual level to explain the purpose of the rest of the levels. In level 3, another separation occurs. This is where you separate from your own mind. You start to draw a line and say, wait a minute, I am not my thoughts. Just as humanity did in level 2 and said, we aren't part of nature, we rule nature, that's what you do with your thoughts in level 3. You say, I'm not my thoughts, I rule my thoughts. At some point in your life, you might have heard a voice in your head say, I can't stand myself. Well, who is I and who is myself? Level 3 is about drawing that distinction. You put a line in the sand between you and your thoughts and say, nope, I am not those thoughts. I'm the ruler of those thoughts. Those thoughts were just part of the character I was playing. Apparently, I must have momentarily become so into playing the part that I forgot that I wasn't actually the character. This is when the real liberation begins. In level 2, you get really good at manipulating your environment. In level 3, you liberate yourself from your own mind and get good at manipulating it. You realize that you are eternal and do not only exist inside of your little brain that exists inside of your little body. This is when the truth really starts to set you free. This freedom then creates another problem though. If you spend too much time being separate from your mind and body will disintegrate. Just as humanity could destroy the world by trying too much to be separate from it, in level 3, your mind and body could disintegrate by trying too much to be separate from it. This is what some sects of Buddhism and Taoism and Hinduism are trying to teach you how to do. They're basically teaching you to start a war with your mind and body so that you can conquer it. If humanity ever achieved its goal of conquering the universe, it would destroy the universe, and itself would be destroyed with it. Humanity could trick itself into believing it could survive after conquering the universe by trapping itself in an artificial realm, but this would actually be the end of humanity as well. If we did this, we would no longer be humans, and we would have completely given up our ability to be liberated. The truth couldn't set us free because the truth wouldn't exist anymore. We would be living completely in our own self-constructed lie for eternity. This would cut off our ability to progress into levels 3, 4, and 5. This would cut us off from God and thus cut us off from love. This is what I meant when I said some people would never die and never wake. This is the fate of the people who are on the going to sleep train we talked about earlier. Some people are gradually stepping into choosing this experience. The water is slowly getting hotter and hotter as they hand their minds and free will over more and more to artificial realities. Their faces are buried deep in cell phones, computers, and TVs now. Soon they won't have to bury their faces in these things because these things will be buried in them. Soon the water will be boiling, and it will be too late for them to escape from the pot. They will have happily handed their free will over to the father of lies. The illusion will own them for eternity. This is only a level 1 and level 2 problem because level 3 is all about truth, and lies cannot trap truth. If you are already in level 3 or above, then you will not experience this everlasting loveless illusion. But there is a level 3 problem that you could encounter. If you ever achieve your goal of completely conquering your mind and body, you would destroy it. This means yourself would be destroyed with it because you, your mind, and your body are one. This isn't the horrific fate that you would experience by being trapped in level 2, though. This one would be very relaxing and wouldn't hurt a bit because at least you would be liberated from the illusion. While peacefully disappearing back into that from whence you came is a much better fate than being trapped inside of a mind that is at war with itself for eternity, this is not the fate you were created to experience either. You aren't meant to return to pure non-manifest. You weren't given your own mind and free will just so you could say, no thank you, I don't want this. Level 4 is when you realize, oh, I get it now. I am not my mind, but I and my mind and I are one. My mind houses my free will. My free will is the gift that love gave me. You only get to exist in nature if you can exist in harmony with it, and equally, you only get to exist in your mind if you can exist in harmony with it. In level 4, you're in complete harmony with your mind and with the entire universe around you because you realize that you are all one. You love giving because you realize that no matter what you give to, you are giving to yourself as well since you are one with everything. You are living in the universe, and the universe is living in you at the same time. You decided to hold on to your free will so you could enjoy giving to yourself for eternity. There is another problem that arises when in level 4, though. In level 4, you get lost in yourself. If you get lost in yourself long enough, you will eventually become lonely because you will realize that there is nothing but you. You could get confused and think that since you are one with everything, and you exist in everything, and everything exists in you, then you must be God. While it is true that you are made of God, in order for you and your mind and the universe to all exist as one, there has to be something for all those things to exist in. That something is God. People want to say that the word God and the word universe are interchangeable. That is not true. The universe is not God, but God is the universe. The universe exists inside of God, but it is not God. The universe is the creation, God is the creator, and you are the creature. In level 5, you realize that you exist, not as the universe, but one with it. As not your mind, but one with it. And is not God, but one with God. Level 5 is what Jesus came to show us how to experience. As we discussed before, that is how to be in the world, but not of it. He showed us how to keep the perfect dichotomy of being one with God and not God at the same time. My Father and I are one, 2 and 1 at the same time. Your goal isn't to become one. Your goal is to have everything God has and still have God. That's why God created you, because God is love, and love can't love if it doesn't have something to love. You wouldn't want your husband or wife to become completely mindless and do nothing that excites them. You would want them to enjoy themselves in a way that is in harmony with the relationship. Most people are trying to do one of 3 things with their relationship with God. They either know God is real but act like they don't need God and run off to do their own things, or they are trying to become mindless so that God exists but they don't, or they are trying to make God mindless so they can exist and God doesn't. Lucifer wanted everything God had but didn't want God. This is the same trap that a huge majority of people are falling into right now. The spiritual but not religious group is growing rapidly. The ego took over the church, so people started to confuse God with the ego that they found at church. That wasn't God that ran people off. It was the ego. The ego is now getting what it wanted, a world without God. Please don't let your ego trick you by slipping under the radar and disguising itself as truth or wisdom. Your brain can never understand God. To think it's even possible is a prideful delusion. I fell for that trick for a good while. Luckily, I didn't die before I awoke. I felt alone in the universe for most of my life. I was trapped running circles in my own mind for far too long. All I had to do was stop fighting it, and God's voice became very clear. This is not a theory or a philosophy. This is a reality. It is nearly impossible to explain surrender to someone, just as it would be nearly impossible to prove music to a deaf skeptic. They just wouldn't understand what they haven't experienced. All you really need to understand is that you can't have real love if you don't have God, for God is love. You can create a counterfeit illusion of love, but it is not love if there is no God. Don't let your knowledge get in the way. Don't let your pride get in the way. Don't let anything get in the way. As I said earlier, and it's worth repeating, all you have to do is let go and let God. That is easier said than done, so this final part is going to give you step-by-step tools for peeling off your layers of ego. At the end of each level, you will have another piece of the puzzle. At the end of the 5 levels, you will have the key to complete liberation. You will have 3-dimensional freedom mentally, physically, and spiritually. Chapter 12, Level 1, Disoriented. This is the scariest level to leave because most of your friends and family probably live in this level. Every time you build up your courage to take the leap, you're probably going to get a lot of resistance. People don't want to see you succeed because they are judging themselves based upon the success of the people around them. If you become too successful, then they will feel less worthy of love. They would much rather you live a lie so they feel alright living in their lie. Not many people are brave enough to make this leap because they have been programmed to live in a constant state of fear. Level 1 is like being a frog in a pot of water that is slowly heating up. One day, you and everyone around you will boil if you don't make the leap. No one is going to save you. It's up to you to do that. The big question on most people's mind is, how? Here are the step-by-step instructions to leaving Level 1. If you're still trapped in Level 1, then this is going to be a massive turning point in your life, because this section holds some of the most valuable tools for creating transformation that you'll ever experience. I want to start this out by first saying thank you for trusting me with your education and, just as important, your time. It is an absolute honor to serve you. I can't tell you enough how excited I am for you. My job isn't just to give you information, but I'm here to give you perspective and give you the steps to take so you don't have to go through all the pain and struggle it took me to get here. All the money and success you could possibly want is right in front of you, waiting for you to reach your hand out and grab it, but you just can't see it because you don't know how to see it. The light bulb has always been possible, but it took someone learning how to see that it was possible before we could use it. I wrote this section of the book to help you see abundance. This is going to be hard to believe right now, but if you implement the strategies I'm going to teach you, your biggest problem is going to be that you see too much opportunity. If you've read this far into this book, then you know me well enough to know by now that I'm not feeding you any fluff. Everything I'm giving you here is the honest, proven truth. You need to understand that I have nothing to gain by feeding you junk right now. I'm telling you this because when I started, it was hard for me to believe this was real. I'd been trained for so long that fairy tales aren't real, and even though I was reading books with all the stories and tactics I needed to know, I still thought they were just telling me this stuff to sell their books and videos. I'm not doing that. There's no sales pitch here, just you and me, friend to friend, and I need to know that you believe that this is real. People will tell you that just believing something is 80% of the battle. Well, I'm here to tell you that they're wrong. It's more like 95% of the battle. I'm not one of these fast-talking salespeople you see on TV. I'm a normal guy. There's nothing special about me other than I managed to figure out what I wanted, and then I went and I got it. Less than 5 years ago, I was a self-centered drunken beach bum, and now I'm a very successful real estate investor and published author who is honestly telling you how completely possible this is for you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but with everything that's going on in the world right now, we are in a sinking ship. But I'm happy that we're in it together because I believe in you, and if each one of us will just plug a tiny little hole, we will all be able to rise together. I don't just want, but I need for you to know that there is another world out there where dreams do come true, and all you have to do is step into it. I'm at least equally, but probably more committed to your success than you are. I know that everything happens for a reason. It's no accident that you're still reading this book right now. I don't know how this book found you, but here we are. Something has caused our paths to cross, and now I'm asking you to join me in a journey of making this world a better place for all. So ask yourself, is today the day you make the quality of your life reflect the quality of your spirit? Think about this. If the strategies in this book do work for you, what will happen? If you follow the same path I went down, and so many of my students went down, how would life change for you? How would the freedom feel? How would it feel if you never had to listen to a boss tell you what you're worth? What would it feel like to know that your family is going to be taken care of no matter what happens to you? Where would you vacation? What are you tolerating right now that you are ready to say no more to? You will be amazed at how quickly your life changes when you break the lower class or working class frame that your environment has built around you. We aren't created to live in a frame. Imagine what life would be like if you didn't have a frame that you were stuck in, if there were no boundaries. Even if you live a relatively long life, it's still just a flicker. We can't spend that time just tolerating things and convincing ourselves that our misery is all right. I'm telling you with all my heart that it's not. It's not the least bit all right. God is never going to speak to you through fear. When we make decisions out of fear, we have to ask ourselves if those are the right decisions, knowing that fear never comes from a higher level of consciousness. Every moment you've got two choices. Which are you following, your fear, or are you following your destiny? My goal is to make sure you stop letting the fear push you around and start letting your inspirations pull you into the life you deserve and were meant for. As soon as you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. The law of desire states that if you have a need or desire for anything, then the means and resources to achieve it are already available around you. You wouldn't have the desire if it wasn't possible for you to achieve it. This is an infallible law. If you want something and you're asking if it's possible for you to have it, stop asking and start knowing, because you wouldn't want it if you couldn't have it. All you need are three things. 1, you need to know what you want and have the desire to get it. Next, you need to know that it's possible for you. The cool part is that knowing it's possible is always artificially created, meaning all you have to do is choose to believe. I know it's hard because society has conditioned us to not believe. The third piece is the vehicle to take you there. You will never ever live the life you deserve unless you have all three of these things: the desire, the belief, and the vehicle. The first two can't be given. My goal is to help you find them, but no matter how badly I want to, I can never give them to you. You have to decide for yourself what you want and why you want it. And you have to let go of your old belief systems that are telling you that you can't do it. The two forces that are driving your life and success more than any technique or tactic or bit of knowledge you could possibly learn are the state you are in and the beliefs that you have. If you're serious about growing, then you need to learn how to transform your beliefs about what's possible. Here's how this works. Think of a fly running into a window over and over. Why does he do that? It's because he has a belief that since he doesn't see anything in front of him, then he shouldn't have a problem flying forward. This is an ignorant belief that is really doing some harm to that fly. What beliefs do you have that are harming you right now? Where are you banging your head on a window when all you really need to do is change your belief? If you believe that you're a failure, then you're right. If you believe you're successful, you're right. The beliefs that govern how your life turns out are completely up to you, but for the most part, you didn't choose them. Most people have let society decide what is possible for them. Here's another little parable to illustrate what I mean. There were a group of scientists who did an experiment with monkeys. They put a monkey in a cage with a set of stairs and some bananas hanging at the top of the stairs. When they put the monkey in the cage, he ran to the top of the stairs to get the bananas. But the scientists sprayed him with water before he could get to them, and the monkey angrily jumped down. He waited a little while and tried it again. The scientists sprayed him with water again, and he jumped back down. After the third time of doing this, the monkey quit trying to get the bananas because he knew what would happen. Then the scientists introduced another monkey into the cage. The second monkey ran up the stairs to get the bananas, and when the scientists sprayed him, the water splashed onto the other monkey. So he waited a while and then tried it again. The same thing happened. They sprayed him, the water splashed on the other monkey, and he angrily jumped back down. This happened 3 times, and then the monkey quit trying, just as the other one had. The scientists put in a third monkey, and the same thing happened. Tried to get the bananas 3 times, he got sprayed 3 times, and quit trying. Then the scientists added a fourth monkey, and when this monkey ran up the stairs to get the bananas, the other 3 monkeys grabbed him, pulled him down, and beat him up because they knew what was going to happen and didn't want to get splashed again. Now the scientists took the first monkey out of the cage, put a 5th monkey in. 5th monkey ran up the stairs, but the other 3 monkeys pulled him down and beat him up. Then they took out the second monkey, put in a 6th. Same thing happened. All the other monkeys pulled him down, beat him up before he could get the bananas. Then a completely illogical thing happened. The scientists took out the 3rd monkey and put a 7th monkey in. He ran up the stairs to get the banana, but the other monkeys pulled him down and beat the crap out of him before he could get the bananas. What happened here? The scientists had already taken the first 3 monkeys out of the cage, the only 3 monkeys that have ever been sprayed. But the other monkeys were still beating each other up and had no clue why. Doesn't that seem strange? Well, this doesn't just happen with monkeys. People do the exact same thing. People are doing things that are completely illogical and have no idea why, other than the fact that that's how they were taught. We don't always know what we believe, and we don't always believe what we know. It's time to start taking responsibility for that. I'm here to teach you that it's not natural to be broke and struggling and working at a crappy job your whole life. That's just what we were taught to do. You see what I'm getting at here? I want you to start questioning things. Start asking yourself these questions. Why is it that I've spent so long not living the life to the fullest? Who taught me how to do this? Is there anyone living the way I would like to be living from whom I could find out how to do what they're doing? This is for everything in life, not just finances, but your relationships and health and spirituality as well. I want you to take control of your life and start making your own decisions. Never let anybody tell you what to do or how to live. It's up to you to decide that for yourself. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is right now. You've taken the first step by reading this book, but now you have to actually use what you've learned. So are you up for this? If you've made it this far, I already know that you have the desire, and I know if I can do this, then you can do this. But it's up to you to make that decision. I don't remember who it was, but I once heard someone use a metaphor to explain something that I think is perfect here. It went like this. We're all born into a room in a mansion. There are 100 rooms in this mansion. But we live in one room, and the only way to get into this room is to be born into it. And we are told the only way out is to die. We have been socially conditioned to think we have to stay in this one little room when we know there's a huge mansion with so many great rooms, but the only way we can get out of our room is through death. Well, the good thing is that's not true. If you use the tools from this book, you will get out of that room, and you may even get out of the mansion altogether. People have come to me before and asked how to do something that they knew I had the answer to, and I would say, that's easy, just do this, this, and this. Then they would say, whoa, I don't want to do that, that, and that, because that's not like me to do that. Exactly, I would say. The person I was 3 years ago would never be writing a book focused on teaching people how to change their lives. John 3 years ago would never even think of building a 3-dimensional freedom universities all around the world. Because it wasn't me then, but it is now. If you want something different, you have to do something different. The world isn't going to magically change and give you everything you want. You have to change. And then you will start getting different results. One of my favorite all-time speakers was Jim Rohn. And he always said, don't wish for a better wind. Wish to know how to set a better sail. Don't spend your time worrying about things you have no control over. Worry about the one and only thing that you do have control over, which is you. And that means there are only 4 things in this entire universe that you ever need to worry about. They are your thoughts, your feelings, your presence, and your actions. If you take charge of those, you will take charge of your results and your life. So what do you want? Do you want $1 million? Well, write that down and never let go of it. If you want it, that means you deserve it and can get it. Why do you want it? Do you want to be able to transform the lives of the starving children in Africa? Or do you want to send your children through college? I don't know what it is, but write it down and hold on to it and never let it go. Because that's your fuel. And never let anyone tell you that you can't achieve it. I don't give a crap if it's your best friend or if it's your mom or your dad or your spouse. This is your life and you hold all the power. Never let anyone take that power away from you. You have to take complete responsibility for your life. As soon as you blame your results on something outside of yourself, you lose all of your power. That something outside of yourself contains all the power. If you say, I can't do this because my dad said I couldn't, and you believe him, then you just let his beliefs destroy all your power. Don't let that happen. You are in control. You decide what happens. You aren't a victim, you're a victor. So are you ready to do this? Are you going to follow the simple steps I've laid out for you? Are you going to take massive action and shape your destiny? Are you going to live life to the fullest and never settle for anything ever again? If this book is the beginning of your journey through the 5 levels, then this is such an incredibly exciting time for you. I can't wait to meet you in person and hear all about your success stories. Never lose hope. Never give up. Never let fear rule your life. And always do what you know in your heart is right for you. Go ahead, get out a pen and paper before you read on. What, why, and how? What do you want? Figuring out what you want is the most crucial first step. If you don't know what you want, you stand almost no chance of getting it. Most people know what they don't want, but don't have an answer if you ask them what they do want. The clearer you can get on your target, the better chance you have of hitting it. When I decided to move out of level 1, I decided that I didn't want my girlfriend to have to work anymore, and I wanted to buy a house that my girlfriend, her boys, my mom, and I could all move into. Knowing what you want is the very first step for getting out of level 1. And I like to say first things first and second things not at all. So if you're trapped in level 1, then before you do anything else, write down the answer to this question on a piece of paper. What do I want? I'm going to assume that since you're reading this, then you're already beyond level 1 or have written down your goal. Very important that you write it down because it brings it from your mind into the physical universe. It is a really good first step for turning your thoughts into things. By writing out your goals, you've actually started transforming the world with your thoughts. Another good reason for writing your goals down is that it triggers your reticular activation system. In case you aren't familiar with that term, your RAS is the part of your brain that is responsible for pointing out things that are important to you. Have you ever bought a car and then started noticing your car driving everywhere around you? That is because your RAS took note that your car was important to remember. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to find it in a parking lot. Now that your RAS knows it's important, it starts pointing it out to you every time one drives by. Well, the same thing happens with your goals. Once your RAS knows something is important enough for you to write it down, it starts pointing out open doors to get you to the goal. If you have written down your desire, then it is time to move on to the next step. Why do you want it? Knowing what you want is going to give you direction, but now you're going to need fuel and a vehicle. We're going to get you some fuel first because if you don't have enough fuel to get you there, then trying to find a vehicle is irrelevant. Your why is going to be your fuel. If you have a big enough why, the how doesn't matter. Here's what I mean by that. Your why is your reason for doing something. If you had a loved one who was dangling off of a cliff and about to fall, you would do whatever it took to save them. Your what would be to get them to safety. Your why would be because they would die if you didn't. That is a big enough why to get most people off their butts and doing something. You need a why that is going to get your butt off the couch no matter how difficult it might be. I had a couple of whys that got me off the couch when I started. My girlfriend was working 50 to 60 hours a week, trying to provide her 12-year-old twin boys with the life she never had. I couldn't stand seeing her working so much and not being able to spend time with them. Also, my mom had a lot of health issues, and I wanted to be able to get her in a house with us because I knew I needed to take care of her. These whys were large enough for me to do whatever it took to get out of level 1. Whenever I started to try to turn back, I would think about why I was doing this, and it would give me the fuel to keep going. Your why can't be because I want to have more fun. If you ever want to become more than you thought you could be, then you're going to have to find something bigger than you to do it for. Without a strong enough why, you will try for a week or so, and at the first sign that it's not working, you will turn tail and retreat back to your old ways. So before moving on, go ahead and take some time to write down exactly why you want to achieve this goal that you're aiming for. How are you going to get it? Now that you know what you want, and you know why you want it, you have the destination and the fuel to get there. The next step is to pick a vehicle. There are many different paths that you can take to get your financial freedom. If you were to ask me to narrow it down to the 3 that I think would be the easiest, I would say internet marketing, real estate investing, and network marketing. I chose real estate investing as my vehicle. If I were to start again knowing what I know now, I would probably choose network marketing. Real estate is easy if you know what you're doing, but you can really get yourself in a worse situation than you started in if you don't. If you're going to go with real estate, then I would highly recommend getting a mentor to teach you what to do and, even more important, what not to do. If you choose network marketing, you will probably have a mentor right out of the gates because your upline's success is dependent upon yours. Internet marketing can be a great vehicle. Its major advantage is also its major disadvantage. The advantage is that it's always changing, so you can learn the latest strategies at the same time as the people who have been doing it for a decade. This means they don't have a huge advantage over you. The disadvantage is that it is always changing, so you will have to constantly keep learning the latest strategies to stay successful. The psychology of marketing stays pretty consistent, but the tools to get the marketing in front of people are constantly changing. I would suggest spending a couple of weeks researching these three vehicles and then pick one. It doesn't really matter which one you choose. The most important thing isn't the vehicle that you choose. The most important thing is that you choose. If you aren't going to commit to your decision 100%, then there's no point in going any further. The worst thing you could do is put one foot on the boat and keep the other one on the dock while you try to make up your mind. You have to be all in or all out, or you will go nowhere except in the water. I have free training and resources for all three of these vehicles. If you are interested in network marketing, go to earthwaking.com/NM. If you're interested in real estate investing, go to earthwaking.com/RE. If you think internet marketing is your thing, go to earthwaking.com/IM. Strategies and tactics are easy to come by. That is not going to be your problem. Your problem is going to be shifting your beliefs. You have the ability to create the life of your dreams if you will just do these four things. 1. Decide what you want. 2. Find a big enough why to make you go and get it. 3. Choose a vehicle to get you there. 4. Commit 100% to your decision. Once you have done those 4 steps, you will have entered into Level 2. Chapter 13. Level 2. Goal-Oriented. Congratulations! You have now decided to take your life into your own hands. You've decided that you are not going to wait for the economy to change or the president to change. Instead, you have decided you aren't going to trust your life and your family's lives to be left in the hands of anyone. This is your life, and you are the one who is going to decide what happens in it. Now all you have to do is shift your belief systems, pick up some new strategies for living, and take action. Since the main goal of Level 2 is manifestation of money, before we get into too many of the steps involved in manifesting it, let's talk about what it is for a minute. This section is about what money is and how it really works. This is a view on money that you'll need to know if you want the secret to creating lasting wealth. If you'll just learn and put into action what I'm going to teach you in this section, you will never have to worry about money again. First, let's lay a foundation. What is money, and where does it come from? The Federal Reserve prints out our U.S. currency. Now, the Federal Reserve isn't a federal company. It's just a place that a few really rich people own and somehow manage to gain control of our entire monetary system with. But that's not something I want to get into right now. So basically, the United States government says to the Federal Reserve, we need $1 billion, let's say. So the Federal Reserve prints out the money from thin air and hands it to the United States government and says, here you go. You now owe us $1 billion plus interest. Now the government hands that money over to the central banks, and the central banks start loaning it out. What happens next is where it really starts getting crazy. The banks then start lending out that $1 billion, but most of it actually never leaves the bank because of a thing called fractional reserve banking. This is a law that gives the bank permission to turn that $1 billion into $9 billion worth of credit to hand out. So let's pretend I'm the bank holding the money, and you come to me and say, I want a loan to buy a house. And I say, sure, here's $100,000. Well, I don't actually hand you $100,000 in bills. I just put on paper that I'm loaning you $100,000. Now you're paying me interest on imaginary money, I'm loving life, and you're happy because you just got to buy a house. The problem is that everyone is running around paying for everything with imaginary money, and there isn't enough actual real money in circulation to pay off all the debt because there is really only one physical dollar for every $9 that are owed. So if the banks stop printing money and growing the supply of money at the same rate, the bubble pops, the music stops, and only one person is left with a chair to sit down in. Out of 9 people who thought they had a chair, only one actually does, and when the music stops, because all the other chairs were imaginary. That's what happened in 2006 when the housing market collapsed. The music stopped, and there weren't enough chairs for everyone to sit in. I tell you this not to stress you out or make you feel like there's not enough for everyone. I tell you this because I want to show you that money isn't what you think it is. It doesn't belong on the pedestal most people put it on because it's not even real. Society has about a 5-year memory, and the pendulum is always swinging. People are starting to forget what caused the whole collapse to begin with, and soon, fake money will start being handed out like candy again, and people will again start to believe that they have a lot of it. But you're going to know what money really is, and you're learning how to play the game. I don't think I'm smart enough or persuasive enough to change the game, so in level 2, I decided to learn how to play it. Problem is that the game is rigged. One of the reasons rigged is that we were never told that we were playing a game. No one gave us the rules because the people who created the game would have a harder time winning. So unless you know the rules of money and understand how it really works, you'll always be on the losing end. Just like going to Vegas. Sure, every once in a while somebody hits a jackpot. But that's only to keep the rest of the zombies oblivious to the fact that they're losing all of theirs. The casino is always going to wind up on the winning end. But what if you knew the cheat codes? What if you knew how to count cards, and it was legal to do it? Would you like to know how to do that? Well, that's what I'm about to teach you. The first thing you're going to need to know is that there is more money out there than every person on the planet combined would ever know what to do with. The sense of lack of money has all been artificially created. There's more than enough for everyone, but you have to know how to get it. In order to get it, you have to start thinking in abundance. When you're thinking about a lack of money, that's what you're going to experience. I'm about to get kind of deep for a minute, and then I'm going to come back out to the shallow waters and start giving you more actionable steps. It probably all seems a little theoretical right now, but I have to unpack this whole thing for you first. Alright, so your subconscious mind is the part of your mind that is running your life for you. It's like an autopilot for a plane. There's still a driver in there, but the driver is just looking around, enjoying the scenery while the plane flies itself. What if the pilot wanted to change where the plane is heading? Well, he would have to take the plane off of autopilot and either keep flying until he gets where he wants to go or reprogram the autopilot. Well, what if it was a 30-year plane trip? He definitely wouldn't want to keep flying the plane until he got to the destination, so he would have to reprogram the autopilot. Now, what if it takes 30 days straight of consistent reprogramming to change the plane's course? Now what would he do? Would he just let the plane keep flying for 30 years and end up in the middle of nowhere? Or would he do the work for 30 days to reprogram it? I'd say he'd probably do the work of reprogramming it. That's what I'm asking you to do here. I'm trying to help you reprogram your subconscious mind because it is the plane that is taking you where you want to go. Problem is that unless you have gone in and consciously reprogrammed the autopilot, you are set for a course that your parents, teachers, friends, and the rest of your environment programmed for you before you were 7 years old. This is a scientific fact that most of our major decision-making neural pathways are set in stone by the age of 7. If you haven't consciously reprogrammed your autopilot, and you feel like you aren't where you should be right now, it's because you aren't where you should be right now. You're in the place that your friends, family, and teachers taught you should be right now. When I figured this out, it was great news to me because now I had an explanation for everything. I've been slowly feeding these psychology lessons throughout this book because they're more important than all the techniques you could ever learn about real estate combined. If you have an Apple computer and you try to run Windows software on the computer, it won't work. You know the software works, and it works great, but for some reason, it's not working on your computer. Why is that? Because the software isn't compatible with the operating system. I'm making all the steps in this program easy to follow, but if throughout this program you ever don't do any of the steps, it means that you merely need to update your operating system. Not your computer's operating system, but the one in your mind. How do you do that? There are only 2 things you need to do in order to make these tools compatible with your mind. 1, you have to stay positive no matter what. Remember that everything that is happening for you, not to you. It's happening to help you grow, not to hinder you. And second, you have to realize that you have the power. You control your own fate. You are a victor, not a victim. If you can stay positive and try not to blame any outside circumstances for your results any longer, then you will have success beyond your wildest dreams. That is a promise. So the first thing you have to do is realize that there is more than enough for everyone. Why would anyone in America today feel like there isn't enough when even someone in poverty in America has a more luxurious life than the richest man in the world did 200 years ago? As I said before, scarcity is artificially created. What you think, you will experience, and until you realize that this is an abundant world, you will never experience abundance. Now, once you have that under control, the next step is to start treating your dollar bills like little workers. Each dollar bill you have should be given a specific task. And the task shouldn't be to run out and grab you a Starbucks coffee, because once they do that, you'll never see them again. You have to train your dollars to go out and bring you back more money. If you can train a dollar to go out and work for a year and bring you back 20 cents, that means you have trained your dollars to bring in a 20% return. If your dollars are trained to make a 20% annual return on investment, and it's continually reinvested, then your money will double every 3.6 years. That means if you have $10,000 and you invested at 20% return and keep investing the profits, you will have $20,000 in 3.6 years. Now, this is where the magic begins to happen because of a thing called exponential growth. What exponential growth means is that it keeps doubling. If you could fold a piece of paper in half 50 times, it would go to the moon. What's even crazier than that is if you fold it in half 51 times, it would go to the moon and back. So if you invest $10,000 at a 20% return, then in 3.6 years you'd have $20,000. And in 3.6 more years you'd have $40,000. And then 3.6 more years you'd have $80,000. 3.6 more you'd have $60,000. Then up to $320,000, $640,000, $1.28 million, and then more than $2.5 million. What happens in 3.6 more years? Over $5 million. In just a few decades from a one-time investment of $10,000. That's pretty cool, huh? Well, we're just getting started. Now that you know how to train your dollars to bring in a 20% return, what if you found someone else who had trained their dollars to bring in, say, a 5% return? What would you do? Well, you would then take their dollars that are trained to make a 5% return and retrain them to make 20%. Now you are using someone else's money and paying them 5% that they had trained them to make, but they are now making 20%, and you get to keep the 15% difference. I'm going to teach you how to train your dollars to bring in a 20% return later on. I'm also going to teach you how to find money that's been trained to make anywhere from 4% to 10% that you can then retrain to make 20%. And you get to keep everything in between. How does that sound? What if you took $1 million and borrowed at 10% interest and repurposed it to make 20%? At the end of the year, you would have made $100,000. Now, what if you trained your $100,000 to make 20%? Then did the same process again next year. If you kept doing that for just 5 years, you would have way over $1 million. If you let that million keep collecting 20% for 22 years without you ever doing anything ever again, how much do you think you would make? Well, over $64 million, right? I don't know about you, but to me, that's pretty wealthy. That's how you win the game of money. And that's what I'm going to show you how to do later on. I'm not saying you're going to make $64 million, but I'm saying I will show you how you could make $64 million if you put everything I teach into action. And it all worked out the way it was supposed to. Do you realize that if you had $64 million invested at 20% return, you would be making almost $13 million a year off of interest alone? That's not too bad. I started off a few years ago with absolutely no credit at all, which, believe it or not, is actually worse than having bad credit. But the cool thing is, I built my credit rapidly. No one would give me a credit card in the beginning, so I had to get a secured credit card, meaning I had to give them money, and they would let me borrow it back from them at interest. I know it's a pretty bad deal for me, but it had to be done. I actually got 3 of them. If you want to build your credit rapidly, you need to have 3 major credit cards, and you need to keep your debt ratio below 15% at all times. That means if you have a $1,000 credit limit, you need to keep your balance below $150. If you do this, you'll be amazed at how quickly your credit builds. If you have any outstanding debt, you need to sell that as soon as possible, because if you can build your credit, the sky is going to be the limit for you, because you will be able to start getting cheap money from the banks. Once you've got good enough credit, you're going to need a Visa card, American Express charge card, and American Express Delta SkyMiles card. Why do we need American Express, a Visa, a Delta SkyMiles card? Well, I don't want you to ever buy anything with cash again. Every single thing you buy from now on needs to be on a credit card for 2 reasons. 1, you're going to pay your card off every month, so you will never get charged any interest. That means you're borrowing money for free. If you're making a 20% return on your money and you are borrowing someone else's for free, I'd say that's a pretty good deal. At any given moment, I'll have up to $50,000 I owe on credit cards, and some of them I don't pay off every month, but for the most part, I do. If I borrow $40,000 all year long and don't pay any interest on it, and investing that money at 20%, that means I'm making an extra $8,000 a year off of credit cards. That's just the first reason. The second reason is the points you get for using your cards. You want to use American Express because they have the best rewards programs I've found, but they charge more to the merchant, so some people don't accept American Express. That's why you should get a Visa card, because everyone takes Visa, and we don't want to miss any points by using cash. When you sign up for an American Express Delta SkyMiles card, they usually have a promotion where you get a free plane ticket just for signing up, and after that, you don't get charged for your luggage when you travel Delta. Also, if you can build up to the American Express Platinum card, you get to go into the VIP Delta Sky Club for free during your layovers. This place is super comfy and you get free food and all the alcohol you can drink if you're into that. It's a pretty cool bonus. When you use your Amex card for everything, you're going to build up your points pretty quickly. These points have bought almost every plane ticket I've had for all my vacations in the past couple years. Once you build up your points, there's another secret. You need to transfer your points from Amex into Delta Sky Miles because they transfer over point for point, and you can get a plane ticket that would cost you 50,000 Amex points, usually for about 35,000 Sky Miles points. So to recap this, by using credit cards for everything, you get to build your credit so you can borrow money from banks to buy houses at low interest later on. You get to use other people's money for a whole month for free, and you get to go on tons of vacations for free. The only catch is you have to keep on top of it and make sure you pay these things off, or you'll be charged insane interest rates, and we don't want to do that. We want to use money to make money, not the other way around. The other thing you need to know about money is that you should start reducing your liabilities and increasing your assets. First, let's define liability. A liability is anything that costs you money. Is a boat a liability? Yes, it's a huge one. Is a car a liability? Yes, especially if you go out and get a big expensive gas guzzler. Don't let your ego shatter your dreams. I say never spend more than $10,000 on a vehicle unless the interest you are making off your assets can pay for that vehicle. So what are assets? Assets are anything that passively make you money, such as rental properties, stocks and bonds, businesses, large email lists, network marketing downlines, etc. Most people think their house is an asset, but they're wrong because a house costs you money. The only way it would be an asset is if you had a rental property attached to it, and it brought in more than you are spending for it. Your goal is to have your assets bring in more money every month than your liabilities are costing you. So if you need to bring in $3,000 a month in order to pay your bills, then you need assets that bring in $3,000 a month to be financially free. At $3,000 a month, if you're getting a 20% return on your assets, you only need fewer than $200,000 worth of assets to become financially free. I'm not sure if that sounds like a lot to you at this point, but once you get rolling in this game, $200,000 is going to seem like a drop in the bucket. I remember just a few years ago when $100 seemed like a huge amount of money to me. Now it's just an extra fan or light fixture for a rehab. It's not even on my radar. It's the craziest thing. Before I left working on the beach, I told everyone that I was going to make a bunch of money in real estate, and I didn't think they really believed me. One day I went back to where I used to work to meet my old boss there. He's now one of my private lenders. I went there to pick up a check from him. He pulled a check out of his pocket, and it was all crumpled up like it didn't even matter to him. He wrote $50,000 on it, signed his name, and tossed it to me. He didn't put the date or my name or anything because $50,000 didn't mean that much to him. Several of my old friends saw this happen. After he left, they all ran up to me and said, "Holy crap, was that $50,000? I said, "Yeah, why?" One of them said, "How did you do that? I can't even squeeze a nickel out of that guy." I just said, "I told you that's what I was going to be doing," and I went on my way. They were astonished, and I would have been too just 1 year earlier, but it seemed normal to me now. It really hit me at that moment that the world didn't change for me. Everything was still exactly the same as it was before, but the difference was that I had changed dramatically. If you want a lot of money, you have to change the way you think about it. You can't put it up on a pedestal anymore. When you're looking at an opportunity, you can never again ask, "How much is this opportunity going to cost me?" And start asking, "How much is this opportunity going to make me?" You do that, and life will never be the same again. Now that you're in level 2, it's important to start setting up your environment to make sure you don't get pulled back into level 1. Statistically speaking, and it's worth repeating, you are the average of the 5 people you hang out with most. If that's scary to think about, don't worry because we can fix it, but you're going to have to change the way you think. If you were to put a healthy fish in a dirty fish tank, fish would get sick. You need to get a clean fish tank and nurse yourself to health. Once you do that, everything else will be easy. The first thing you're going to want to do is stop watching TV. If you can't stop watching altogether, then you're going to at least want to stop watching the news. Watching the news is one of the most detrimental things you could possibly do as you journey through the levels 2 through 5. You want to train your mind to believe that your dreams are possible. Watching the news trains you to believe that the world is very dangerous and very scary, and that if you want to stay safe, you better go to work as you're told, and then stay inside your house as much as possible. You're manifesting your reality with your subconscious belief systems. If you put garbage into your mind, then you're going to get garbage out of it. You can't create an amazing life with crappy thoughts. You have to stand guard at the gate of your mind and let only empowering beliefs enter. Your mind is like a dirty glass of water, and the world will keep putting dirt in if you let it. It's time for you to start filling your mind up with clean water. You can't just dump out all the dirty water, or you would return to having the mind of a child. You have to keep pouring the clean water in until it pushes all the dirty stuff out. You have to start reading books, listening to audios, watching videos on personal development. When you first start listening to motivational speakers, you're going to start thinking that they're either crazy or full of BS. They're telling you the truth. I would suggest that you go onto YouTube and start watching videos from Tony Robbins, Les Brown, and Jim Rohn. I'm going to suggest 6 books that you must read if you want to get wealthy really fast. The first one is called The Richest Man in Babylon by George Clason. It's a super easy read, and I want you to start reading it right after you finish this book. The second book is called As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. Although it's a little more difficult to read, it's extremely short and to the point. The third is The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. The fourth one is Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki. This one is extremely simple to read, but is very powerful if you're just moving into level 2. Fifth one is Secrets of the Millionaire Mind by T. Harv Eker. And the sixth one is probably the greatest all-time book on wealth creation. I'd be willing to bet that more than half of all self-made millionaires have read this book. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. The fastest way to transforming your mind, though, is to attend live events. If you would like to come to one of mine, go to earthwaking.com/events to see what I have coming up soon. These full immersion events are going to transform your world faster than anything you could possibly imagine. It's kind of like the difference between reading a book to try to learn a new language and going to live in a country that speaks that language. You could spend years trying to learn by reading, but if you immerse yourself into an environment that speaks only the language you want to learn, you will get it much quicker. If you put a healthy fish in a dirty water, the fish is going to die. If the environment around you is not helping you grow, then it's helping you die. If you want a clean bowl of water to swim in and get healthy in, our live events are the place. I would like for you to come to one so I can meet you and hear your story of transformation. The live events will help you transform rapidly, but to keep yourself from returning to your old ways, I would highly suggest getting yourself a coach or a mentor. Coaches and mentors keep you on the right track and keep you accountable. We have amazing mentors that can help you on your journey. If this sounds like something you're interested in, go to earthwaking.com/mentors and find one of our mentors who resonates with you. In this section, I'm going to teach you the secrets to becoming financially free by managing your time. The thing about time management is if you think there's a such thing as managing time, you're never going to feel like you've got enough of it. This is going to be an extremely powerful lesson that is going to show you what time really is and how to experience more of it. You're going to want to read this entire book several times because you'll get something new from it each time. Be sure you're taking notes as you go. That's the first lesson in this section. Never read a book or watch a video with the intentions of learning without taking notes. We only retain 1% of what we hear or read. When we take notes, that percentage goes up dramatically. But let's just say it only goes up an extra 1%. Well, that means you just doubled the amount of knowledge you picked up in the same amount of time. That's crazy. When reading about time management, it would make sense to get the most return out of time you spend doing it. So yes, take notes. I hope that by now you already know that there is no such thing as time. Time is illusion created by our brain because we have no way to perceive reality without situating it on a timeline. That being said, if time is an illusion, then there's no way to manage it. The trick is learning how to manage you, not time. Have you ever had a day that seemed to drag on for years and had another day that seemed to be over before it started? Do you know why that is? It's because time is an illusion, and therefore your perception of it changes depending upon the state you're experiencing. You have someone like Richard Branson, who has more companies than you could count, yet he only has 24 hours in a day just like everyone else. He even spends a good majority of his days on vacation. How can that be possible? There are a few secrets that I'm going to expose to you in this section that are going to make it become very clear to you what he is doing differently. You probably think I'm going to tell you to quit watching television and quit doing non-productive things so you can shave off some extra moments that will add up to days for you to be productive with. While that is beneficial, it isn't what we're going to talk about in here. It all boils down to 6 things. If you can get a grip on them, you'll never have a problem with time or money again. To me, life isn't about being bogged down with to-do lists all the time. It's about living life to the fullest. After studying so many successful people, I really looked at what the needle movers are doing different from everyone else. What do they all have in common? I came up with 6 secrets that I used to shift my life dramatically in a very short period of time. Let's go through them. They are leveraging, scheduling, focused attention, rituals, priority management, and knowing the difference between efficiency and effectiveness. I know it sounds like a lot, but don't freak out because I'm about to make this stuff really simple. Let's start with efficiency and effectiveness. Which one would you rather be? If you're not sure what the difference is, here's the difference. Being efficient means doing the things right. Being effective means doing the right things. Do you know which one is more important now? Think about this. What if you were an amazing mathematician and could add up numbers faster than anyone on the planet? You are as efficient as they come at math. Then you had someone else who's terrible at math, and it takes them 5 minutes to solve the same problem you could solve in 30 seconds. Who would you rather be? What if you were penalized because of your distinct advantage and were given the wrong numbers to add up, and the other guy got the right numbers to work with? You would be done in 30 seconds, but would have the wrong answer, and no matter how many times you checked your work, you would always have the wrong answer. The other guy might have to work for 5 minutes, but he will have the right answer. Now, who would you rather be? Do you want to be the super efficient guy adding up the wrong numbers, or the sluggish guy adding up the right ones? That's the difference between efficiency and effectiveness. There is a difference between being busy and making progress. You can run in circles all day and never go anywhere, but if you want to move, you have to pick a direction. The most important thing is to be doing the right thing. Even if your efforts are sloppy, you will get better as you go as long as you are focused on doing the right thing. To start out, don't worry about being good at something. Just worry about doing something. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Stop waiting to be perfect in the perfect moment because that moment will never happen. One positive action beats 1,000 positive thoughts. It's not what a man or woman doesn't know that gets him or her in trouble. It's what they think they know, but they're wrong about that gets them in trouble. The only way you can truly know anything is through experience. So you have to stop worrying about being efficient in the beginning and just start doing. Once you start, then the main thing is just to keep the main thing the main thing. That leads us into the next key, which is priority management. If you want to make a lot of money, you need to figure out what you do that makes the most amount of money and do that all the time. If you were working hourly, what would it take to make $1 million a year? The average work week is 40 hours, which is about 2,000 hours a year. So if you want to make $1 million a year, you would have to make $500 an hour, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. You want to make $10 million a year, you're going to have to make $5,000 an hour. If $10 million a year is your goal, then anything you aren't getting paid $5,000 an hour for is costing you money. You have to find the key things that you can do that make that kind of money, and anything you can pay someone less than that to do, you have to quit doing. If you want to make $1 million and you're mowing your own yard, you are costing yourself money because my guess is you can pay someone less than $500 an hour to do it. Look at everything you're doing and ask yourself if you can pay someone less than $500 an hour to do it, and if so, you should quit doing it. Every moment you are deciding what your time is worth by deciding what to spend your moments doing. If you're doing something that you can pay someone $10 an hour to do, then you've decided that you are worth $10 an hour. Anything less than your target hourly pay, you should be paying someone else to do. And that is part of your next key, which is leveraging. Leveraging is basically using something outside of yourself to help you complete a task. As soon as you start leveraging other people's time, their time becomes your time. The reason one person can own several billion-dollar businesses and still have time to vacation is because he doesn't spend his own time. He leverages other people's time. I'm not sure who it was, but a wise man once said, "I'd rather have 100 people doing 1% of the work than me doing 100% of the work." When you leverage other people's time, you're adding time to your life. You can double, triple, and million times what you can get done when you buy other people's time. These people actually become extensions of you, doing the things that otherwise you would have had to do. But you don't only leverage other people's time, you leverage their knowledge. It takes 10,000 hours to master anything. Well, you don't have 10,000 hours to spend mastering everything you need done in your business. But when you leverage someone else's time who has already spent 10,000 hours mastering something, you not only save yourself the hours you're paying them for, but you're also saving yourself the 10,000 hours it would have taken you to master that skill. If you ask me, that's quite a bargain. That's why you only want to hire A players, because even if their time costs more, you're still getting a much better deal. Everyone else will somehow wind up stealing your time and costing you more. Trust me on this. The next key is scheduling. Once you have decided what you should be spending your time on, you need to start scheduling it. I'm going to make this part way easier than anyone has ever made it. When you have things you need to do, take out a sheet of paper, write those things down in order of importance the night before that you have to do them. Then when you wake up the next day, do them, and as you do them, cross them each one off the checklist. It's possible that you think I'm joking right now, but there really is no need to make it any more complicated than that. Do you think that it's something that you can handle? Will you do that? I know that it's something every single person can do, but are they going to? Of course the answer is no, but the people who do are the people who are going to have the most success. So let's start right now. Go ahead and stop reading this for a moment and write down the 3 things that you need to do tomorrow. You could do more, but if you just do 3 and do that every single day without fail, your success is nearly certain. Keep it simple every day until it becomes a habit. Then you can start building on it. Remember, effectiveness first, efficiency second. Do first, then get good at doing. Plan your life. This will do a few very beneficial things. 1, it will free your mind from obsessing over what you have to do because it will be all written down. This will help you sleep better. 2, if you don't write down what you're going to do, you might spend your day on everyone else's schedule. If you don't know exactly what you're going to be doing, it'll be very easy for you to spend hours on social media or checking emails or doing what everyone else wants you to do instead of what you were supposed to be doing. 3, you can check things off as you accomplish them. It's very rewarding to feel as if you're accomplishing something. If you can check things off your list, you can actually feel yourself making progress throughout the day. Feeling successful creates more success. The things I'm talking about in this section might seem like common sense. Well, it is common sense, but common sense isn't always common practice. You might be thinking, I already know all this, John. It may be true that you've heard these things, but to know and not to do is not to know. Unless you're doing these things, they can't help you. Do not underestimate the power of these very simple tools. Now that you've scheduled your day, how do you make sure that you accomplish your tasks? I've saved the best 2 for last, and this is where it gets really good. The next key is focused attention. I'm sure you've heard the metaphor. It's such a good illustration of how this works. Did you ever go outside when you were a kid on a bright sunny day and take a magnifying glass and burn some ants with it? That was the power of focus. Just normal sun rays and normal light, but when you focus it, it has power. People are the same way. The only difference between a so-called normal person and a successful person is that the successful person has focused his or her attention. Their time and energy are directed. They know what they're trying to achieve, and that's what they focus on. Do you know what you're trying to achieve? You will for sure tomorrow because you just wrote it down. But how do you make sure you do those things? The first thing you need to do is learn how to stay out of the gray area. You need to know when you're working, when you're relaxing, and when you're playing, and never let one bleed into the other. If you let them cross over and start to blend, you lose focus and aren't effective anymore. When it's time to work, keep out all other distractions and have that time blocked off for working specifically. When it's time to relax or play, spend time with your family, then block off those moments specifically and don't let work interfere. Keep everything black and white, never gray, and stay present in the moment. When it's a work moment, stay present in working. When it's a play moment, stay present in playing. This is how you maximize your return for those moments. Never try to do 2 things at once. Multitasking is a blending of colors. You need to keep laser focused on what that moment is used for. Are you a good multitasker? Some people think there's no other way to do things, but this is completely wrong. It's impossible to be a good multitasker. Some people are better than others, but it's still a waste of time. I'll prove it to you. I want you to grab a pen and paper and phone or something with a timer on it. We're going to do a quick timed exercise. I want you to time yourself writing your first and last name as fast as you can. Go ahead and do that right now. Write out your first and last name and time how long and quickly you can do it. It only took a couple seconds, right? Now I want you to count the numbers of letters in your name. So I have Jonathan England. That's 15. So whatever number you come up with, I want you to time yourself writing out 1 through whatever the number you came up with is as fast as you can. I would write out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and time myself doing that. So go ahead and time yourself writing out your numbers now. That probably just took a few seconds, right? Now I want you to alternate between writing 1 letter of your name followed by 1 number, then the next letter of your name followed by the next number, and going until you finish your name and the numbers. So I would write down the letter J for Jonathan, and then I would write down the number 1. Then I would write down the letter O, which stands for the second letter of John, then 2, and so on until I finished my name and the numbers. So you see what I mean? I'd write J, then 1, then O, then 2, then N, and then 3, and so on until I finish my name and the numbers, just alternating back and forth. So go ahead and do that as fast as you can and time it. Did you do it? If you did, then I rest my case. That took way longer than writing out the 2 separately, 1 at a time. Multitasking is extremely inefficient, so don't fall into that trap. I've said this before. First things first, second thing's not at all. It's good to know what you're going to do next, but don't start until you finish the first step. If you've ever played 9-ball, you know it's important to set up your next shot, but you have to focus on the current one or you'll miss it. And all the planning you did to prepare for the second one was pointless. So anticipate the next step, but come back to the present and keep laser focused on the first step until it's complete. That's what I meant by first things first, second things not at all. Because once you've completed the first step, the next step actually becomes the first. A 10-story building is started with one brick, then another, then another, then another. When you drive across town, you can't see the whole path. You're only looking a few hundred feet in front of you at a time. And as you keep going, the next 100 feet always becomes visible. Now in the 9-ball example, we said we need to set up our next shot so it's easier to take. How can we do that in real life? The way to do that is to start thinking downstream. Here's what I mean. If you're floating down a river and there's a rock in the middle of the river sitting at an angle, you're going to be guided off into the direction it is directing the water as you float past it. You have to set up baffles like this in your life that will push you in a certain direction once you get to the point in the downstream, instead of waiting until the moment and then trying to paddle in a different direction when it's already too late. When I started in real estate investing, I needed to help my girlfriend Christy stop working so much, and I needed to get my mom closer to me. Those two goals served as baffles that pushed me into doing things I normally wouldn't have done. I was forced into growing because every time I got to a point of thinking that I didn't feel like doing something, boom, there was a thought of Christy, or there was a thought of my mom, pushing me into the right direction. After I'd reached those two goals, though, why did I keep growing? After all, human beings have a reason for everything they do. So what was pushing me to keep growing? I didn't realize this until recently, but I had set up more baffles without even realizing it. Early on, I started having a couple guys work for me, and I told them not to worry about finding any other work because I would keep them busy. They said, all right, if you want to know how to influence someone, then you have to know what already influences them. The strongest force that drove me was never letting anyone down. So what happened is these guys who were working for me would get close to finishing up a house we were working on, and I would start to freak out because I knew they were depending on me to give them jobs, and their families were depending on them to work. That meant I now had not only my family depending on me to put these deals together, but now I had other families that were depending on me as well. That was a big enough baffle to push me down the right path. So I would start freaking out because these guys trusted me to keep them working because I told them I would. But I had no money and no deals, so what did I do? I had to grow. Again, it wasn't a choice for me, it was a must. Once you make things a must, you will do them. But if it's just something you should do, it will probably never happen. Most people say I should do this or I should do that, and what happens is they should all over themselves. That's something I got from Tony Robbins. Well, I wasn't going to do that. Sometimes I would have 2 weeks to find a good deal and then find the money to buy the property, or else these guys and their families were going to be in a bad place because of me. Every time I found a property. I remember so many times saying to Christy and the boys, all right, we only have 2 weeks to come up with $50,000. Does anybody have any ideas? And of course no one had any ideas, but somehow we always pulled it off. Those moments forced me to become more than I was because it was for a purpose that was bigger than I was. I didn't have the convenience of not feeling like doing something. When you feel like you have to do something, you will do it. If someone had your child at gunpoint and said, you got 30 days to do your first real estate deal or else, there's no way you wouldn't do it. Every decision you make is based on emotion, then backed up by logic. If you don't feel like doing something, you won't do it, and then you will justify it. The key is to put baffles in place to make sure you don't have a choice. Here's an example. Say you want to work on your business between 10 in the morning and noon for the next 5 days. What if you emailed your 5 best friends and said, I'm going to work between 10 and noon for the next 5 days, and at noon I want you to call me and ask if I worked on my business for those 2 hours. If I didn't, then I'll give you $100. This would probably get you to work on your business. If you knew any distraction that came your way was going to cost you $500 if you gave into it, you probably wouldn't give in. You would ask yourself, is it worth $500 to take this phone call or to watch this TV show or whatever the distraction was? Most likely, you would decide it isn't worth $500 and keep working. That's a baffle, and that's gaining leverage on yourself. So now you have the 3 things written down that you're going to do tomorrow. Do something that will guarantee that you will accomplish them, like telling someone that you will pay them if you don't, and then commit to that. Alright, so what have we gone over so far? We learned what leveraging is. We learned what priority management is. We learned how to focus our attention. We know what the difference between efficiency and effectiveness is. And now it's time to learn the power of rituals. Here's how this works. We are creatures of habit. We have 60,000 thoughts a day, and over 90% of them are the same thoughts we had yesterday. We are running around on autopilot. We have a prefrontal cortex in our brain that is our executive power that can trump the autopilot, but most of the time we never use it. Because of this, our habits define us, and the only way to change who you are is to change your habits. There comes a point when we quit doing our habits and our habits start doing us. Most of the feelings we have really aren't even feelings. They're just habits being run. So if we want to change our thoughts, feeling, actions, and ultimately our results, then we need to change our habits. The way to do this is with rituals. Your habits have a gravity to them. That's why they are so hard to change. You try to quit smoking or drinking sodas, and you will for a time, but you've had that habit for a while, and it's built a pretty strong gravity. So as you try to escape the habit of smoking, you'll stop for a few days, but it will pull you right back in. But if you could have only made it long enough, you would have gotten far enough away from that habit that its gravity wouldn't have had much effect over you any longer. Kind of like a rocket leaving Earth. If you shot a rocket 100 feet in the air and it ran out of steam, Earth's gravity would pull it back down. But if you shoot the rocket off with enough force that it escapes the Earth's atmosphere, it will no longer be pulled in by Earth's gravity. The rocket can now float around effortlessly in space. Our habits work the same way. You have to change that habit for long enough that the old one no longer has an effect on you. Your goal is to build enough steam to get far enough away from your old habits that you can create new ones. One of my mentors once told me a cool story. He said that he used to walk out of his apartment and turn left to go to the elevator. Then one day he decided to turn right to go to the stairs because he knew the stairs would be healthier for him. He timed himself, and it actually turned out that the stairs were not only healthier, they were also faster. He decided that he should definitely use the stairs every day. The next day, he walked out of his apartment, turned left to go to the elevator, and suddenly remembered that he was supposed to turn right and go to the stairs. He walked out the next day, turned to the left again, and remembered again to turn around and go to the stairs. This happened exactly like this every day for a few weeks. Then one day, he stepped out of his apartment carrying a bunch of boxes. He turned right to go to the stairs and then stopped for a moment and thought, wait a minute, I have all these boxes. I should probably turn around and go to the elevator. Do you see what happened there? He automatically turned right to go to the stairs and had to actually tell himself to go left to the elevator. That is how we work. It takes 40 days for transformation. You have to create empowering rituals and stick to them for 40 days. Once you do, those new habits will become part of your central nervous system. You won't even have to try to do these things anymore. They will happen automatically. You only have so much willpower each day. They say that you have a much better chance of getting a fair trial from a judge if you get there early in the morning, because the judge still has the willpower to intently listen to your case. If you show up later in the day, he's ready to go home, and he's used up all his willpower and starts to judge people guilty a lot faster. Did you know that by the age of 20, we have used our brains to capacity, which means if you want to put something new in, you have to take something old out. So how do we do this? Just as you can invest money, you can invest willpower. If you spend $5 on a coffee, you will never see that dollar again. If you invest $5 into something that where it turns 20%, you will still have the $5 and you'll have another dollar to go along with it. You can do the same thing with your willpower. You might think it would be great to use your willpower to eat well one day, and then read a book another day, and then maybe go for a jog another. That is better than nothing, but is not an investment. You should choose one of those things and build a ritual around it so that you do that one thing at the same time for at least 40 days. Once you do this, it will become a habit, and you will no longer have to spend any of your willpower to make it happen. Then you can use your will to create another empowering ritual. If you want the energy to create the life of your dreams, you need to take care of your body and mind. You should have a morning ritual that consists of drinking at least 16 ounces of water first thing, praying or meditating to center yourself, reading from an inspirational or educational book, and some type of aerobic exercise that raises your heartbeat for 20 minutes. If you adopt this ritual, your life will change. Rituals transform your habits and in turn transform your life. So that's it. Leverage, schedule, focus your attention, manage your priorities, create rituals, become effective first, and work on efficiency later. Master these keys and master your life. When you have your fill of mastering your life, it's time to move on to level 3. Chapter 14, Level 3, Journey-Oriented. Read the following paragraph. I am listening to the voice inside my head read this sentence. This means that I am not the voice I am hearing. The question is, who is it that hears the voice? I am the listener, not the voice. Reading this sentence helps clearly define the difference between you and your thoughts. This distinction is necessary to truly experience the mental freedom of level 3. Finding your happiness. There is no path to happiness because happiness is the path. Your happiness should not be conditional because you are always at choice. Level 3 is about two things and two things only. 1. Presence. Your presence is the tense that you are living in. Is your mind wandering around in the future or dwelling in the past, or are you present in the now? 2. Frequency. Are you in a positive, peaceful, loving state, or are you in a negative, fearful, angry state? Moving from level 2 into level 3 is the most liberating experience you could imagine. Every ounce of weight lifts off your shoulders. Freedom becomes real and apparent in every moment. You stop searching for peace and joy because you become peace and joy. Imagine what it would feel like to live in a completely stress-free life. No more depression, no more worry, no more anxiety, no more suffering, none. This might not even seem possible to most people, but I'm here to tell you that it is. Not only is it possible, but it's only a choice away. The amount of stress, anxiety, and suffering you experience is dependent upon the amount of attachments you have, and how deeply identified with your ego you are. The quality of your life is in direct relation to the amount of uncertainty you can comfortably live with. The only thing that is certain is change. If you're afraid of change, you are stacking the deck against yourself. Once you realize that everything you've been clinging to is a mere illusion, it's pretty easy to let go of it all. I'm not saying that you can't have anything. I'm saying that you have to let go of everything first. Then you can have it. Otherwise, it has you. If you love something, set it free. This is true in every single aspect of your entire life. If you want to truly love your life, you're going to have to be willing to set it free. You have to completely let go of all control because control is fear-based. If you're holding on to something, it's because you're afraid that part of you will be missing without it. If you really want to experience truth and freedom, you're going to have to 100% completely let go of everything you love and unlearn everything you have ever learned. If you're ready for level 3, then here are a few of the most powerful tools I've found. Meditation. Hands down, the most powerful tool you're going to find to get your mind to release its hold on you is meditation. This is going to help you find peace, stillness, and presence, but most important, it will help you separate yourself from your thoughts. Unless you can experience you and your thoughts as two completely separate things, you'll never be able to find level 3 peace. There are many different meditation techniques out there. I've tried dozens of the most popular ones. If you never meditated before, or even if you have meditated, I would suggest trying out a program called HoloSync. I attribute a huge portion of my letting go to these audios. As I mentioned before, they use a technology called binaural beats to connect the left and right hemispheres of your brain and lower your brainwave frequencies. When your brain activity moves from beta down to alpha, then theta, and finally into delta, it becomes more open to releasing subconscious patterns that may have been imprisoning you for decades. Another one of my very favorite things to listen to while meditating is on YouTube called I Am That I Am by Wayne Dyer. I've had some really incredible and transformational experiences listening to that one. Several months ago, God spoke to me directly and gave me another technique that is by far the most powerful meditation technique I've ever experienced. He told me to call it the Yeshua Method. I will tell you more about that when we get to level 5. For now, I highly recommend that you try out HoloSync and Wayne Dyer's I Am That I Am meditation on YouTube. Floating. Floating is a way to pause the hectic, saturated world and enter into a state of deep mental and physical relaxation. During a float, you lie in a quiet, warm, private spa called a float tank or sensory deprivation tank. The tank is full of water with 1,000 pounds of Epsom salt dissolved into it. The water is denser than the Dead Sea, so you will float right on top. This means that you will have no pressure points being pushed on anywhere on your body. You'll be fully supported and will expend no physical energy to maintain your position in the water. The water is kept at a constant temperature of around 94.5 degrees, which feels warm at first but soon becomes almost imperceptible. The line between the air and the water becomes blurred. When you choose to turn out the lights, your eyes can rest in a comforting darkness that is the same if you open or close them. External sounds are kept to an absolute minimum through extensive soundproofing, earplugs, and the design of the tanks themselves through the float shop. Without the need to pay attention to changing stimuli, keep yourself vertical, navigate traffic, or have a conversation, unless with yourself, resources which are otherwise devoted to these and other tasks are free for use in problem-solving, creative exploration, learning, or simple meditation, rest, and relaxation. Senses are sharpened, the mind is refreshed, and the world may appear more vibrant. feeling is often one of peace, relaxation, happiness, and calm attentiveness. As I just said, to truly experience freedom, you must let go of everything. You must release all attachments. Some of the most common things someone could be attached to are mother, father, spouse, children, teams, family, ego, outcomes, thoughts, body, things, etc. The top two most debilitating attachments are attachment to mother and attachment to father. The first step to releasing these attachments is to become aware of them. Here's a breakdown of some of the symptoms that each of these two attachments might be creating for you. Attachment to mother. If you have an attachment to mother, you are weakening your ability to take charge of your life. Signs and symptoms. 1. Can't think, can't make decisions, confusion. 2. Anger when others don't see things your way. 3. Having a bad attitude, pessimistic. 4. Negative thinking. 5. Extreme blaming of others and anger toward them for not taking responsibility for your happiness. 6. Fault finding. 7. Depression, pain and suffering. 8. Feeling pulled by opposite desires, wanting to remain a child and wanting to grow up. 9. Overly concerned with what others think. 10. Feeling trapped. 11. Feeling a strong need to be taken care of. 12. Controlling and manipulating others to get them to give you what you want. 12. Childish emotional behavior, tantrums of overly demanding behavior. 12. A strong need for others' permission. 13. Feeling you need to take care of others and then resenting them for not taking care of you. 14. Experiencing a strong feeling of being driven up the wall. 15. Strong feeling of being fed up with letting others control your life. 16. Having your mother's mind in your head. If you release this attachment to your mother, you will gain the ability to take charge of your life. Here are some of the take charge results. 1. Freedom to think the way you want to think. 2. Can communicate more easily. 3. End of pain and suffering. 4. Become an adult in the world. Grow up emotionally. 5. Accept responsibility for your life and happiness. Begin to make yourself happy. 6. Freedom from blaming yourself and others. 7. Increased confidence. 8. Cease feeling the burden of responsibility. 9. Freedom from the fear or terror of others blaming you. 10. Freedom from being overly concerned with what others think. 11. Freedom from needing your mother's or anyone else's permission. 12. More open and free to love others. 13. Begin experiencing peace and unconditional happiness. 14. Feeling stronger and more powerful than before. 14. No longer extremely angered when others think differently than you. 15. Increased energy. 16. Feeling you are the director of your life and can create it the way you want it. 17. End of childish behavior. Attachment to father. If you have an attachment to father, you are giving up your ability to be a child of God. Signs and symptoms. 1. Insulted or offended by anyone telling you anything. 2. Trying to prove others wrong in order to prove yourself right. 3. Judging your own and others' doing, good or bad. 4. Believing you are right about everything. 5. Believing and feeling that you can't do it well enough. 6. Easily hurt. You can react in two ways, cocky and angry or depressed from holding the anger in. 7. Strong feeling of not doing well enough for others. 8. Demanding others to do what you want them to do. 9. Getting hurt or angry when others don't give you your way, even by not accepting your ideas instantaneously. 10. Feeling you know it all, can't be taught anything. 11. Needing credit and recognition but not wanting to give credit and recognition to others. 12. Feeling that you have too much to do and not enough time to do it, turning even the slightest non-acceptance into, they are making me wrong. 13. Needing to be seen by others as good and right. 14. Fearful of others judging you as bad and wrong. 15. Putting ought-tos on yourself and others. 16. Fearful of disapproval. If you release this attachment to Father, here are some of the child of God results. 1. Freedom to do, act as you choose. 2. Enormous decrease in hurt or anger due to hurt feelings. 3. End of judgment, putting right or wrong labels on people. 4. Doing becomes much more effortless. 5. Enormous decrease in anger caused by what others don't do. 6. Freedom from demanding your way. 7. Choice to be your mind's master instead of its slave. 8. more faith and trust in your true self, the God within. 9. More inner security knowing everything will work out and be okay. 10. Enormous decrease in needing your father's and other people's approval. 11. Less vindictive. Releasing these attachments is one of the most powerful things you will ever do in your life. Your life will change dramatically and immediately. If you do release these, expect a phone call or visit from that person in the next 24 hours, if they're still alive. They will feel the release and won't understand what happened. The steps to releasing these attachments are to first admit that you have them, second, decide that you no longer want to have them because you realize they are not working, third, ask God to release them for you, and fourth, affirm that they have been released. I learned about these attachments and the power of them from a man named Errol Holloway. He is now one of our mentors at the university. If you would like to learn more, visit earthwaking.com/Ariel, which is ARELL. You must release all grudges. You must forgive all who have hurt you, and you must forgive yourself for everything. There are two very powerful tools that I've found that will help you with releasing forgiving process. Mirror work. This one is very simple, but can be also very difficult for some. All you have to do is stand in front of a mirror, look yourself directly in the eyes and say, "I love you," and then insert your name there. Do this 10 times every morning and 10 times every evening. This is a technique I learned from Louise Hay. This one simple tool not only has the power to set you free from your own tormenting judgment, but also has been known to cure all kinds of disease and illness, including cancer. Ho'oponopono. This tool is equally simple as mirror work and can also be equally as difficult. One of the great things about these tools is you don't even have to believe that they work. All you have to do is use them, and you will get the results. With Ho'oponopono, all you do is call or text the person that you feel a blockage or negative charge with, and repeat this one phrase. "I'm sorry, please forgive me, thank you, I love you." It really is that simple. The moment you do it, you will feel the charge release. You might be thinking, "But wait, John, I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I say I'm sorry?" I would tell you that you are equally as guilty as they are if you are upset with them for hurting you. The world sold them a lie that they weren't worthy of love. They bought it and then sold it to you. You bought the lie that they aren't worthy of love. What would Jesus do in that situation? He would not buy the lie and would love them even though they are trying to prove to you that they don't deserve it. And if you won't do it for them, at least do it for you. It's not the snake bite that kills you, it's the venom. It's not what they said or did to you that is going to destroy you. It's the venom that you are holding in. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged. Set them free, and you will find that you will be set free as well. Remember that in truth, you are already at the highest, loving, enlightened, peaceful, joyous state possible. It is a lie that you are not. You don't have to add or learn anything new in order to find the state. All you have to do is peel off all the lies. The lies are always tied to a perception of unworthiness on yourself or someone else. Imagine a water hose with the water turned on full blast, but there's a kink in the hose. Unforgiveness is a kink in the hose. The water is already trying to be set free, but hatred, fear, jealousy, and judgment are blocking it. Forgiveness will unkink the hose and let the water flow effortlessly through. There is no need to keep trying to push your foot down on the gas pedal any harder. The gas is full throttle. All you have to do is take your foot off the brake. How do you stop getting burned by the hot coal you are holding in your hand? Just put it down. Chapter 15. Level 4. Value-oriented. To understand Level 4, all we have to do is study nature. What does an apple tree do? It produces apples. Does it care how many people eat its apples? Does it care how much someone pays for its apples? No, it just loves producing apples because that's what it was created to do. Level 4 is about you becoming your apple tree. It's about giving to give because you are a giver and not because you know it's the best way to get. Level 4 is the level of philanthropy, when you truly move from what's in it for me to how can I serve? So the question is, how do we do this? The first thing you need to do if you truly want to move into level 4 is you must be sure that you have already been through levels 1 through 3. They are foundational. Level 4 is full of action, but with no attachment to outcome. You don't care what happens, but you are committed to doing your best. It's hard to believe this, but if you want to do your best, then you have to understand marketing and how to unapologetically ask for the resources you need to further your cause. Yes, I know you want to give your services away for free, but you will be doing everyone a huge disservice by doing that. You will not give your customer the opportunity to make a commitment. Matthew 6:21 says, "Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." If you don't give someone the opportunity to invest their treasure and their commitment, they will most likely not have the opportunity to invest their heart into it. You are doing the world a disservice because without money flowing in, you cannot put the resources into place to get your services to the masses. You are doing God a disservice by blocking the blessing that He is offering you. Remember that it is in giving that we receive, so not accepting gifts is a slap in the face of the giver. The flow of the universe is in giving and receiving. Tipping the scale in either direction is equally as harmful. Aversions are no less controlling than attachments. So how do we do this the level 4 way? Step 1. Define yourself and define what you have to offer the world. If no one, including you, knows what you can do for this world, then you don't stand much of a chance of doing it. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. If you haven't done this yet, here are a few things to ask yourself to get clear on what you came here to do. What personality traits do I most often project to others? What skills, talents, or abilities am I known for? What do I spend most of my time thinking about? What are the top 5 things I love to do? What is the most important thing in life to me? What mess have I gone through that I can turn into a message? Who are my biggest heroes, and what is it about them that I love or admire? If I were standing in front of a room full of people and wanted to save them from pain and suffering, what is the most important thing I'd want them to know? What are my secrets to success? These are extremely important questions to answer if you want to be sure that you are producing the fruit you were born to produce, rather than the fruit the world told you to produce. If you are producing any fruit other than the fruit you were designed for, you are not in level 4. Once you have this down, you need to package or productize yourself. You now have a gift for the world, but the world can't receive it if you don't put it in some sort of package. It's time to flip the switch from being a consumer into being a creator. Step 2. Start creating something. Here are some ideas of what you might want to create. Book, business, speech or keynote presentation, music, paintings, poetry, events, videos, movies, recipes, coaching programs, retreats, workshops. Now that you have something that you can sell, it's time to make the world aware that you're in business. Step 3. Give something away. You never want to start any relationship by asking for something. You must start the flow by giving. Start shooting videos or making some little instructional ebooks or write some blogs where you teach someone how to get the results that you can help them get. Give them little tidbits of how-tos so they can digest bite-sized chunks of step-by-step information and be able to apply those steps and improve their lives in some way. Step 4. Ask for something. Now that the flow is turned on, and you started it by giving, ask them to take a step. This is not for your benefit, but for their own. They will receive 3 things by following your direction. 1, they will have actually made a subconscious commitment to make a change in their life. They will have started in a new direction, and you will give them more free stuff. You might ask for their email address or phone number or some other way for you to communicate with them. You're not asking so you can get from them. You're asking so you can give to them. Step 5. Give them their solution. In return for their taking this step, you will give them for free everything they need to know to transform the aspect of their life that you are the expert in. You might give this to them in the form of an online video series or an ebook, or a one-on-one discovery session, or a webinar, or a live event, etc. You really do want to make sure that they know all they need to know so they can transform their own lives without any help from you. You don't want to leave the most important parts out and leave them feeling cheated. You want to give them exactly what you promised and leave their lives feeling enriched without you asking for anything in return. Step 6. Give them an opportunity. Now that you have given them everything they need to transform their lives on their own, to the best of your ability, offer them an opportunity to do it faster by letting you take them by the hand and help them. This is where you introduce them to your product, whether it be a business, a book, an event, a coaching program, etc. You have already given them all that you can give so they can get the transformation on their own. But if they would like to get it faster, they can invest money into your cause. You are here to transform the world, and it's an honor when someone believes in what you're doing enough to invest their money into helping you bring this transformation or solution to more people. At no point do you actually sell. The whole process is about giving, creating transformation, and asking for support to transform more lives. This is a very brief but powerful overview of how to start living your life's purpose. We dive very deeply into this at Earthwaking University. One of the main missions of our universities are to help people to uncover their true self and then help them build a platform so they can congruently share it with the world. Remember that your difference is the only thing that can make a difference. If you're interested in learning more about this process, go to earthwaking.com/become a mentor. Chapter 16, Level 5, Soul-Oriented. You can't see the picture when you're inside of it. Level 5 is about connecting to your life GPS. It's about connecting to something outside the picture that can direct your life in ways you never imagined possible. This isn't a new connection you have to make. It is a connection that you have had your entire life, but haven't been listening to as much as you should. I'm sure you've had that moment when you knew you were supposed to do something and didn't do it, and had to suffer the consequences. And I'm sure you can remember a moment when you knew you weren't supposed to do something, but you did it anyway and had to suffer those consequences. If you had listened, you would have been in Level 5. I'm about to share with you how to live your life in Level 5. I would like to say that Level 5 is the most important level. Even though it is the end of the journey, it is no more important than the beginning. Which is more important, the heart or the cells that make up the heart? The human or the organs that make up the human? They are all of equal importance. There are part wholes, a whole and a part of a whole at the same time. This is how everything in life works, including these 5 levels. Cancer is nothing more than a part whole thinking it's a whole whole. Yes, Level 5 is important because Level 5 is when you completely surrender your life to God. No, Level 5 is not more important than the other levels because you can't give away something that you don't have. You can't give your life to God if your teachers, preachers, friends, family, and government and job have your life. You have to take it back first. That is what Levels 1 through 4 are all about, taking your life back. Once you've done that, you can then hand it over to God in Level 5. The key to handing your life over is learning how to listen and obey. This part of the book is going to be one of the most valuable lessons you will ever receive. Every decision made out of fear is the wrong decision. Most decisions made from the outside in are the wrong decision. But even if they are the right decision, they won't have the same effect if they were made with the wrong intentions. You must learn how to differentiate where your messages are coming from. You are a body, a soul, and a spirit. We're going to focus on the soul in this lesson. The soul is made up of 3 parts, the mind, the emotions, and the heart. Many people will teach you that your soul is made of your mind, emotions, and will. This creates confusion for people because it's hard to listen to God if you don't know that you have a heart that He communicates to you through. If you are in your mind, you can't hear God. You're closed off to inspiration and trying to figure life out. You're playing chess and trying to decide what to do in the future based upon information you collect from your past experiences. If you are in your emotions, you can't feel God's gentle nudges because you are either excited or upset. God directs you with a still small voice that emanates from your heart. When you move into your heart, you will experience the peace beyond all understanding that Jesus spoke about and will be able to hear the whisper. I'm not teaching you how to move into your heart in this lesson because that is actually what you learned how to do in Level 3. In this lesson, we are learning how to listen. When you are in your mind, you are judging. When you are in your emotions, you are reacting. When you are in your heart, you are surrendered to all that is and responding to the world from a place of knowing and in the frequency of love. The knowing you feel inside can be called your intuition. It can be called the Holy Spirit. Or you can call it anything you want. Many strong egos who are set in their beliefs and fighting for their survival would love to argue about this. They would say you have to call it a specific name or it isn't coming from God. This position is no way based on truth and comes from a place of fear. They are not fighting over what is true or not true. They are only fighting to keep their attachment to the foothold that their ego has found to prop itself up on. When is the last time you tried to use a pencil and it didn't work because you called it a pen? That would never happen. It is what it is, and labels don't change it. They only change the way you describe it. The case and the point are in the fact that so many people have been using the name Jesus and experiencing the power of God, completely transforming their life when Jesus isn't even the name of that person that they were talking about. As I stated before, his name in his language was Yeshua. If a baby calls out to his mom but doesn't know his mom's name, so he makes up a random noise, the mom still knows that the baby is asking for her. People make up nicknames for each other all the time, and as long as the nickname was from a place of love, the person receiving the name will always respond to it. Remember that words come from the mind, but God lives in the heart where these words don't exist. Taking the pronunciation of the message too seriously moves you away from the heart and into the mind or the emotions. This causes a disconnection, and the branch gets cut off from the vine. This connection is so simple when you understand that your soul is mind, emotions, and heart. Your mind gets trapped in information loops. Your emotions get trapped in happy, sad cycles. But your heart is always in a state of quiet, blissful peace. How do I stay tapped into this connection? The first step is that you ask for it. All you have to do is say, God, please guide me. Ask and ye shall receive. God will always answer when asked. That is certain. The uncertainty comes from whether or not you really want to hear the answer. If you are ready to follow God's will for you, you must surrender to all that is, and then move into a frequency of love, and then ask, and then listen. You might not like the answer you get, but you will always like the result if you take the steps given to you. I promise that if you will do this and step out on faith, even when you can't see the path in front of you, great things will happen. The most important thing is that you take the step when asked. If you are asking for guidance and then getting guidance and not taking the steps, then you will start blocking the guidance out. God won't stop directing you, but you will shut out His voice if He tells you to do something that you're afraid to do. I didn't want to do a 40-day fast from food when God told me to do it, but I knew I was supposed to. I had no idea why I was supposed to, but I knew that it was God's will for me, so I surrendered and I did it. This fast transformed me completely from the inside out. There were two very important things that happened while doing this. One, I wrote this book during the fast. I didn't know that I was going to write this book, but was instructed to start writing a few days into the fast. If I had not fasted for 40 days, I may have never written this book. 2, I released earthly attachments that I didn't even realize were still controlling me. When you go 40 days without eating food, you start to realize that you don't really need anything except God. It is a very liberating experience. I wouldn't suggest doing this unless you are guided to, but if God is asking you to do it, I would highly recommend it. There is no way to explain the transformation that lies ahead of you on that road. It's actually really nice to not see the path in front of you once you get used to it, because it takes all the weight off your shoulders. You never once have to question whether or not you are heading in the right direction or spend time preparing for what's to come. If you're in a true state of surrender, you could be effortlessly and fearlessly running full speed into the darkness without even batting an eye, because you have absolute faith that you are being guided there for a reason. When God is for you, who or what can be against you? God has asked me to do so many things over the past year that have absolutely made no sense to me, but every time I follow His lead, I am blessed beyond what I ever thought possible. The Yeshua Method. This is one of the greatest tools I've ever been given for enhancing my spiritual connection. It's a very simple tool that anyone can do. It should work for you very well if you do it exactly as I describe in this book, but if you want to get the maximum benefit from it, I would suggest coming to one of our universities and taking a class on it. To watch my free training video online and get more information on our Yeshua Method class schedules, go to earthwaking.com/YM. Imagine being on a boat getting pushed around by waves on a rough sea. Now imagine jumping off the boat and swimming down to the ocean floor. Once you're under the surface, it is peaceful. The waves no longer rock you and push you around. This meditation technique I'm going to share with you will take you all the way to the ocean floor where you can set an anchor. Then you can come back up to the surface and your boat will no longer get pushed around by the waves. The waves will still be there, but they will no longer push you around. Even when you're below the surface, you can look up and still see the waves. This isn't about getting rid of the waves, but is about finding peace beyond all understanding in the midst of the waves. Hopefully you're getting the metaphor. So now, let's discuss the method. As I said before, this tool is very simple. All you need to do is find a nice, quiet, and comfortable place to sit, then set a timer for 20 minutes, close your eyes, and repeat the name Yeshua over and over in your mind until your timer goes off. And that's it. It really is that simple. But do not underestimate how powerful it is. It has completely transformed my life and the lives of every person who has consistently used it. The cool thing about the Yeshua Method is that you don't have to believe in it or understand it, and it will still work for you. If you do this twice a day for 20 minutes each time, you will start to eradicate the ability in you to become anxious, depressed, fearful, angry, and insecure. As a side effect of losing those abilities, you will also create ease in your body, which is the opposite of dis-ease. Again, this is one of the greatest, if not the greatest tool I've ever been given, and it is my honor and privilege to be able to share it with you. This is an incredible gift, and I hope you actually use it. So please visit earthwaking.com/YM to watch the free training video online, find out about our class schedules so that you can get the maximum benefit from this incredibly powerful tool. This is the end of the book. You now have the entire 5-step roadmap and all the tools that I use to make my way through. You will want to read this book multiple times. You will manifest something new and will experience deeper levels of transformation each time. During the sliver of eternity that my perspective exists in, while writing these words, I can see 4 options to choose from. Option 1 has 2 choices: heaven or hell. If you are choosing to experience life through the lenses of a judgmental God, then these are your two options. You can get to heaven if you are perfect, and you can go to hell if you're not perfect. No, hell is not real, but it is more real than the planet Earth is. Earth will not exist forever, so it is in fact a time-based illusion. Hell is an illusion as well, but you can choose to go there if you deserve to, based on the laws that exist in your chosen reality. Unless you are Jesus and have lived a perfect life, then that's probably going to be where you send yourself. 2. Spend your life in contemplation, become one with everything, merge into it, and peacefully lose yourself. Take the long, hard road and disappear into the ether. Become enlightened. 3. Hand yourself over to an illusion inside of the illusion. Become one with an artificial world that is devoid of love for eternity. 4. Surrender your life to the unconditional love that was expressed in the form of Jesus Christ. Let His Spirit carry you into the frequency of heaven. Be okay with the fact that you have made mistakes in your life and stop beating yourself up for it. You don't have to do anything to be worthy. You can't learn or earn your way to heaven. You can only love your way there. Let a God that loves you unconditionally carry your burdens for you. He's a fisher of men. Attach yourself to His fishing line and get hoisted up. As you are pulled to higher and higher frequencies, your experience of your environment will start to effortlessly change. This is the road to becoming divinity. Becoming divinity means spitting out the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Stop judging the moment, stop judging yourself, and stop judging other people. The moment you judge someone, you have bought into the same lie that they bought. The world lied to them and told them that they weren't worthy of love. They might have made the mistake of buying that lie. If you do the same, this means that you are equally as unconscious as they are and equally as guilty as they are. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged. Take that plank out of your own eye first. What people fail to remember is that all sins are created equally. A sin is anything that separates you from God. In truth, you cannot separate from God because there is only God, and in Him we live and move and have our being. The only thing we are doing is perceiving ourselves as separate. We don't even have to perform an act to do that. The most common sin isn't even an act at all. It's not even a thought. It's something even more subtle than that. The first sin you ever make is when you identify with a thought. When a thought passes through your mind, and you claim it as yours, and you no longer have the thought. It has you. Then your mind is trapped into the illusion of the separation from God. None of your thoughts are you or belong to you. You might have a terrible thought pass through your mind, and you just let it keep going. But as soon as a good thought pops up, you claim that one is yours. As I asked you before, why do you think one of them is you if you don't think the other one is? The truth is that neither of them are. You're still biting into the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. It's time to spit out that fruit and eat of the tree of life. The good news is that you don't have to stop getting trapped by thoughts. All you have to do is ask the Spirit of Christ to inhabit you. This is the spirit of pure unconditional love. It lives equally in every single person, and all you have to do is start noticing it. Then it's as if you are hooked to a fishing line that is reeling you out of the illusion with no effort of your own. If you only take away one thought from this entire book, take this one. The source of your being is pure unconditional love. Anything other than that is an illusion. God proved this when He hung on a cross and unconditionally loved the people who put Him there, no matter how much they tried to hate Him. He overcame the world not by conquering it, but by not falling for its fearful lies. By believing that you are unconditionally loved and made from unconditional love, you'll be set free from the lies that seduce you into false bondage by making you feel less than. When you are set free from the lies, your true self and the life you were created for will be uncovered. There is no right and wrong, there is no good and bad. There is only truth and untruth. Every moment contains only one choice. Love or fear, trust or control. One path leads to darkness and the other to light. One is real and the other is merely an illusion. Your life has been filled with difficulties, trials, and tribulations. You have made mistakes, and so has everyone else. It is time to free yourself from the bondage of your own judgment. You are a masterpiece. You are an inspiration. You are valuable. You are important, and you are loved. The infinite power of the Creator of the entire universe lives inside of you at this very moment. The only question now is, when will you let it shine through? The end.